This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners Agricultural Lands Workshop on June 23rd, 2025 in Board Chambers, Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Mic is on? No, mic is not on.
Yes, that's right. Just trying to get Nan in here.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this June 23rd, 2025 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And as you all know, our focus today is agriculture. And we are going to start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to welcome Kirsten Ainsley, representing Mount Dora FFA, and Danica Keel, representing Lake County 4-H. They're going to come forward, and Kirsten will recite the FFA Creed, and thereafter, Danica will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I believe in the future of agriculture with a faith born not of words but of deeds, achievements won by the present and past generations of agriculturalists in the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggle of former years. I believe that to live and work on a good farm or to be engaged in other agricultural pursuits, it is pleasant as well as challenging, for I know the joys and discomforts of agricultural life and hold an unborn fondness for those associations which, even in the hours of discouragement, I cannot deny. I believe in leadership from ourselves and respect from others. I believe in my own ability to work efficiently and think clearly with such knowledge and skills as I can secure, and in the ability of progressive agriculturalists to serve our own and the public interest in producing and marketing the product of our toil. I believe in less dependence on begging and more power in bargaining, in the life abundant and enough honest wealth to help make it so for others as well as myself, in less need for charity and more of it when needed, in being happy myself and playing square with those whose happiness depends on me. I believe that American agriculture can and will hold true to the best traditions of our national life, that I can exert an influence in my home and community which will stand solid for my part in that inspiring task.
Thank you. Hold on.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Danica. We appreciate that. We are honored today to have several distinguished guests with us. First, I'd like to recognize Senator Truenow in the front row, Keith Truenow. And I believe that Representative Cobb is on her way, so when she's here, we will certainly recognize her.
Representative Cobb is actually not here today. She does send her regards. She's on business via one of the subcommittees in Tallahassee.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. Just want everyone to know that Senator True now serves as the Agriculture Committee Chair in the Florida Senate. So we're very proud of his work there, and we appreciate all that he does for our community. Without further ado, we are very honored today to have the Florida Agriculture Commissioner, Wilton Simpson, and he is here today, and he's going to give us an overview on agriculture in the state of Florida. And so we appreciate you making the trip to be here in Lake County. It is our honor to have you here at our meeting. And as you know, this is an extremely important topic to our community, and you probably heard as we lined up this meeting that there's deep concern with the threat of agriculture in Lake County and throughout the state of Florida, but particularly here in our county, where we see a lot of development pressures and just circumstances that are leading to farmers deciding to, stop their endeavors and move on and do other things. And so we are interested in hearing the state of agriculture in the Florida and get your thoughts on our community as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here today. It's a real honor to be here today and to just talk a little bit about the importance of agriculture to the state of Florida in economic terms. Today in the state of Florida, 2 million people went to work in the agriculture. Second leading driver of the economy, over $200 billion of economic output, and it's thriving in Florida. And again, and during a pandemic, during a recession, agriculture is the leading driver of the economy in the state of Florida. When you're in better times, non-recessionary times, of course, tourism is number one. So we're very proud of the economic status that we hold in the state. But the reality is everyone needs a farmer 3 times a day, right? And that's the more important issue. And when you think about agriculture, I think of it in terms of national security. And today we all know that we're fighting over in the Middle East again, major wars. We're on the precipice of potentially a major war. And oil prices, we spent trillions of dollars on oil, fighting over oil, and many lives, American lives. And to have a 6-month strategic supply, by the way, here in the United States, that's what we have. We have a 6-month strategic supply in case the wrong oil field gets blown up. Think about your food in terms of, what if there were 7 days of no groceries in the grocery store? Right, you'd have chaos in this country. In a matter of 30 days, you'd have people starving to death. So anytime a government is going to tax, put a hurdle in the way of, regulate agriculture, that's the lens you have to look through. And you have to think about the smallest farmer in that food chain. And several of the things that I would like to mention here today, one of the things is the wildlife corridor in the state. The wildlife corridor represents about 18 million acres. As Senate President, it was one of my top priorities to put in place and define the wildlife corridor, so then you would be able to protect it, right? You define things so that then we can put resources towards protecting that area. We're a little over 9 million acres today, which means we've got about 9 million to go. The wildlife corridor does run through in several areas of Lake County, and it's something that as a local government, obviously you're aware of, but should be aware of. What is the wildlife corridor? There's an official map you can Google and look at, but the way I look at it is if you Google a map of the state of Florida at nighttime, you will see all the beautiful lights in the state. You'll see all the beautiful lights around Lake County. Everywhere it's dark on that map is a wildlife corridor. It's where we grow your food, it's where the water, the aquifer is recharged, and it's where animals traverse the state. If we want our grandkids' quality of life to be similar to ours or better, you have to protect that wildlife corridor. And so I think as you think about it, from a local government perspective, it's something that should be high on the list. Since 2022, we have a program called Rural and Family Lands at the Department of Agriculture. It's been in place since 2001. So the first 20 years of that program, we accumulated about 56,000 acres of land in the Rural and Family Lands program. This is where we buy development rights from farmers. What are the advantages to buying development rights rather than buying property? And I think this is very important because in some cases you have to buy it, but it doesn't mean you have to maintain that purchase. But if you decide to buy development rights instead of buying property, you generally pay 40 to 50 cents on the dollar of the fee simple. So your money will go twice as far buying easements rather than buying property. The second thing would have to happen is if this board or the state buys a piece of property, it comes off of the local tax rolls. If you buy the development rights, it stays on the local tax rolls at whatever the previous rates were because it's in Greenbelt. So you have private people taking care of that property. And by the way, they have to use what we call BMPs, best management practices, to take care of that property. If the county purchases property or if the state purchases property, you then have to come up with additional dollars then to manage that property. That's a challenge, right? And so, and it's in perpetuity. Now, you could have a lease on some of them and avoid some of that, but in the long run, you're going to be responsible for paying those bills. And the really good part is if you buy those development rights from farmers, that property stays in production agriculture in perpetuity in theory. And so we're very proud of those things. This year in our, again, I was saying since 2022, I've secured about $700 million for the department in purchasing development rights. We went from 56,000 acres secured 2 years ago to over 215,000 acres today. And with this additional dollars allocated this year, I hope to be well over 300,000 acres before the end of the year. So we are doing as best we can in securing that wildlife corridor and removing those development rights. An additional thing we did in the Farm Bill this year, we've got a lot of solar farms coming up in the state of Florida, and they're going all over the place. A lot of those solar fields are on really good agricultural land. So in this year's Farm Bill, we said anywhere there's a solar farm, the first one was put in the state of Florida in 2009, anywhere there's a solar farm, when it gets decommissioned, the utility has to remove those solar fields and their equipment. The state of Florida, the Department of Agriculture, has the first right of refusal on that property. So our intention with that would be is to buy that property, and this is something the county could do also, because we're going to have to buy it back from the utility at that point, remove the development rights, and then surplus it right back into agriculture. And so when you're thinking about these solar farms taking up a lot of our agricultural land, starting in about 15 years or so, we should start seeing our first solar farms go back the other way. And we're really looking forward to that time when you start seeing our agricultural land come back in those areas. At least we have that as an option today. At the state level, we've done many things to try to protect agriculture, and I just jotted down a few just to mention in the last 5, 6, 7 years. We started agritourism. You have a lot of agritourism in Lake County today where farmers can enclose their barns or use their barns for weddings or 4-H meetings or sheriffs or what have you. You can have meetings in those barns. That was a big win for a lot of small farmers have done that to be able to maintain their way of life. People go out to those farms and get to see green space. The right to farm bill. We've nearly eliminated nuisance lawsuits to your farmers in the state of Florida. That bill was passed while I was Senate President, and what we said there is we had all these folks during COVID moving out to buy the farmland beside us, and then they were wanting to tell us how to operate our farms, right? That's the next thing that happens when population moves towards you. And we did 2 things in that bill, and I didn't realize how many billionaires around the country dislike agriculture, but they were many lawsuits from out of our state that were suing our farmers on nuisance lawsuits, basically putting them out of business. And you think, well, why does farmers not want to continue to farm? Well, if they're profitable, they will. And of course, if they don't have lawsuits to the tune of some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars annually, they can stay in business. So we did 2 things. We said, if you're going to sue that farmer, you have to live within half a mile of them, so you're going to be a neighbor. Number 2, when the farmer wins their lawsuit, you have to pay their attorney fees. So that certainly has eliminated a lot of those nuisance lawsuits. We've updated all 13 BMP manuals at the state level. A BMP manual, Best Management Practices, allows farmers to work within that structure to make sure that they're not overusing water, nutrients, fertilizers, all those things that would go into farming. We also put an additional one in place this year was for the small farm less than 20 acres. We've talked about that for many years. This year we went ahead and did that. I think that's very important. Those manuals had not been updated in some cases well over a decade, and some maybe even in 2 decades. We did them all in the first 2 years. We banned, in the state of Florida, our foreign enemies from being able to buy agricultural land or land around our military bases in the state of Florida. We banned fake meat from being sold in the state of Florida. You'll hear, of course, I'm getting sued today for doing that. But you have a lot of California companies that want to get rid of our beef industry in the country. They believe you have to be net zero by 2035 or 2050. Just pick your number, right? And we're not going to let them destroy our beef industry in the state of Florida. And we don't even know if their product is even safe at this point. They have provisional FDA go-aheads. And I said, look, in the last 20 years, there's been 10,000 provisional go-ahead shot down in the end from the FDA. We are certainly not going to risk our way of life on a maybe. And when it gets right down to it, I believe it's more greenhouse gases to produce a biomass that they would send you. You would grow in a petri dish, and then you would use your handy-dandy 3D printer to print out the piece of meat that you would like for it to look like, right? And we're not going to do that here in the state of Florida. And one of the things I'd love to mention, too, is about our FFA. I know we have a few kids here today from FFA. We found out several things about ourselves. So if you go back 3 years ago, we did a great grant program at the state level because we had a lot of parents who wanted to put their children in FFA but couldn't afford it. We had approximately 30,000 kids in FFA 3 years ago. We did a 3-year grant to make sure that it would produce the results we wanted. Today we have over 65,000 kids in FFA. And that is private parents and private students on their own taking advantage of this, not some state heavy-handed mandate. That's number one. Number two, we discovered there were many school boards in this state that would not give excused absences for a 4-H or an FFA event from school, which sounds ludicrous because we want more and more of our children in those types of activities. So 2 years ago, we passed the bill that said, you shall give an excused absence for FFA and 4-H sanctioned events. And then part 3 of that came this year when they said, well, we can't build agricultural facilities on our school systems because we're not zoned properly. And so in this year's Farm Bill, we took that away also and said on any educational facility, you can build agricultural facilities, barns, greenhouses, and the like, so that our kids can not only participate in agriculture and learn about agriculture, but then participate in their local fairs with those projects. So when you think about, I think what we're mostly here to talk about today is the ideal of partnering, the ideal of how do we preserve as much as our farmland as possible. At the Department of Agriculture, after this coming week, we'll know if we continue to get our $250 million. We have a ranked list of projects, and I believe there may be 300 projects on that list currently in order that we would start buying those development rights. And let's say that Lake County has number 47 and number 117 for the sake of argument, and there are several from Lake County on that list. If Lake County had a matching grant, 50% grant, we take that from number 47 and just move him right to the top of the line. So if Lake County wants to stretch its taxpayer dollar as far as possible, it would go into the rural and family lands. Part 2 of that, and that's the easy way for Lake County to have this achievement, is to look on that list and say, we will partner on the Lake County projects. Number 2, if you had additional resources and you thought, well, I'm going to have to buy some of these farmlands because not all farmers want to sell their development rights. Some of them want to sell their land. This year, just like as we did with the solar farm, you could have a program to where you could purchase a farmland, remove the development rights, and surplus it. And what would that create? Let's say you bought a piece of property for $10 million in Lake County, and fee simple. And then you thought, okay, well, if we strip the development rights and sell that to another farming family for $5 million or $6 or $7 million in most cases, you have that much more money to put in your program again. So I believe I heard you'd had $50 million. You could easily turn that 50 into well over $100 million, either through partnering with the department or buying properties where you had to and then surplusing those properties immediately back into ag production. Here's the really good part. All the things I said earlier would still count. Once you surplus that land back out to farmers, it goes right back on the tax roll. The farmer is agreeing to use best management practices to maintain that farm and that property. And so you'd have to be careful about, the type of farming, and to be very broad, right? Because today it may be row crops, and 30 years from now it may be warehouses with crops inside of them, right? It could be any of those things that would be green belt permissible. And so if I were going to put an easement out there that was blind before I would do it if it was green belt permissible, then a farmer should be able to do those things. By doing that, you would minimally double, and I would say you could almost get a 2.5 to 3 timeser out of your dollar here in Lake County. That's going to support what the county would like. It's going to help you get to your goal quicker of how many acres do we need to preserve in Lake County, how many is within the wildlife corridor. And then we don't only do wildlife corridor at the department. About 92% of our projects fall within the wildlife corridor. But we take them in a ranked list, and if they're outside the corridor, we do those too. So, it's great to have that wildlife corridor, but we need to preserve much more than that. And so as you think about agriculture and you think about what we've done with the Fresh from Florida program, if you're not familiar with that program, you should look that up. That's our only antidote to really bad trade agreements. If you're buying fresh from Florida products, you're supporting green space. You're supporting the aquifer recharge area. You're supporting the wildlife corridor. And so we've really pushed that. 2 years ago, we had about 450,000 people on our social media sites. Today, we have over 1.3 million people on that Fresh from Florida program. And if you buy your groceries on a cell phone, like a lot of people do, you actually have to go past a Fresh from Florida product to get to something else that's in that store when it's in season. And if you go to our website, you can see what's in season. And we're very proud of the accomplishments of Fresh from Florida. We're going to continue to grow that brand. And again, it's one area to where we can really support Florida farmers, because if Florida farmers are profitable, we have many things to overcome. The 350,000 people are going to move to the state of Florida this year, net. 350,000. We got to overcome that. We got to overcome land prices. We've got to overcome a lot of challenges, hurricanes, all the things that we overcome, and a continuing mutating farming business. 25 years ago, we produced 290 million boxes of citrus. This year, we're going to produce about 10 million boxes because of citrus screening substantially. But citrus screening, canker, hurricanes, just one thing after the next. The most important thing we can do is to preserve this farmland for the long-term benefit of the state of Florida. And with the dollars that you currently have, or if you decide to put additional dollars towards those, if you give yourself that type of flexibility to partner through the rural and family lands, to partner with other organizations, and not get in a position to where you buy a piece and think you have to keep it, that's the big one. That's where I get in trouble sometimes. We have a lot of land in this state. The development rights could be removed from and sold, and you'll hit a nerve with a lot of environmentalists on that. If you want to buy the other 9 million acres of land, where are you going to get the money to do it? And if you remove those development rights and surplus some of these lands that are not environmentally sensitive, by the way, we all know that, right? And I've worked extensively when I was in the Florida Senate. The Everglades Restoration Act was one of the bills I did. The funding of all of those reservoirs down there, the C43 and 44 and the EAA reservoir, the Southern Reservoir, and Northern Storage. I was a part of all those things. Repairing between Kissimmee and Okeechobee, repairing that canal. We've done an amazing job trying to clean up those areas. We've also done an amazing job of cleaning up our spring sheds. We currently put $75 million a year towards those efforts of state dollars only before you get to the basin boards and things. So we've done an amazing job of these things, and I think scientifically we could go out, and this is what I ask the environmentalists to accept. If you want to actually do 3 or 4 million more acres in the next decade, the only place you can get that much money is if you have to buy these properties, is to remove the development rights and surplus them, because those additional dollars can be used in this program. So as you develop your program, I would make sure you have that type of maximum flexibility to be able to do either of those things. And then if you have something you're buying that's very environmentally sensitive, of course you're going to take that off the rolls and keep it. And then some of them you may use as recreation, same thing. But all of that production agriculture property are capable of being production agriculture that can be surplus, would be a funding source for additional purchases. So thank y'all for having me here. I'll be glad to try to answer some questions if there are any.
All right. Well, appreciate that information. Any questions from board members?
I have one question. I completely understand how this would benefit all of us here in Lake County is if we were to purchase the land, strip the development rights, and then sell it back for farmland. The problem we're facing here in Lake County is we have municipalities that come in and annex and add their own densities to the land. How do we stop that?
That's a tough one.
At the ballot box. No,
That-
it's easy. At the ballot box. In all seriousness, it's kind of amazing that, from time to time, I'm an entrepreneur. So from time to time, I've bought farmland, and you get overrun by growth sometimes, and you sell it, and growth comes in there, whether it's a county or a city. The fact is when you buy those lands, they are zoned a certain. You can look at all your zoning today and all the entitlements that are out there today. And if you buy a piece of land that's entitled, then you're buying that entitlement. And but the only way that I know, and you've got a lot of pressure on, I live in Dade City, Florida, just outside of Dade City, and same thing there. There are thousands of houses that are slated to be built there, and we don't have adequate sewer systems, water systems. And the only thing you can do is continue to not rezone to heavier density properties. And a lot of those were done 20, 30 years ago by a lot of our farming families. And so they have those entitlements on them. But otherwise, the only way I know to do it is to, first of all, you can buy it. So you can go in and buy land that you don't want developed. You can strip those development rights and sell it back into agriculture. That's a way to do it. And that's probably the biggest way from an entrepreneur or a private enterprise. If I own a piece of land and I want to sell it, I'm going to sell it to where I can get the most money, right? That's what we're supposed to do when we're negotiating those deals. If the county or a city wants to stop some of that growth and the entitlements exist, you're going to have to go write a check in most cases. But in case number two, the city of Zephyr Hills ran out of water 18 months ago, had to put some certain kind of building moratorium on until they renegotiate with our Swift Mud to get additional water. So you have water restrictions, you got sewer constraints, you've got all types of internal problems that you could have. And by the way, the vast majority of the pollution that you're seeing in our waterways, farmers get, get dinged a lot. And the vast majority of our farmers are using best management practices today. It's septic systems. Now, through the building code, we've increased those requirements to, where you have to use the aerobic type systems and things like that. But it's still, when you're thinking globally of Lake County and you know where all your cities are, you've got to focus your attention where that you think that growth's coming, where you want to stop it. And the easiest way to do it I have seen is buy the development rights, or in the case where you'd have to buy those properties and surplus them, that's the other opportunity to do so. The third opportunity is not, if it's not properly zoned the way they want to do it, then that's a political decision that the local boards would have to make.
See, that's the problem. What we're facing is we have ag land that is 1 to 5. A city comes in and annexes it and makes it 4 to 1. And we can't stop it because they're now a municipality. Municipality takes precedence over the county's code. So that's what I'm asking. How do we change that?
You've got to change the will of those local municipalities, number one. Number two would be to buy those lands or development rights of those lands in and around those cities where they don't have the appetite to continue doing it. Once that development right is bought, I get a lot of pushback of, well, you can always remove them. We in the Department of Agriculture have never had one that we've surplused ever so this is in perpetuity when you buy those development rights.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding. When we buy the development rights, municipality or another government
Nobody gets
it. Can come back and put more entitlements on it?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Once those development rights are gone.
That's where I was missing it.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
yeah. So that once they're bought, it's literally an act of Congress, act of the cabinet to undo it in any fashion.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, you mentioned that under the Rural and Family Lands Act that you're waiting to see whether that $250 million is going to stay in the budget. And if that stays, as far as the wildlife corridor properties go, those are the top priorities or not?
They get ranked. I appoint as a commissioner, I appoint folks from the University of Florida and through the department, they come together with criteria that they use to rank the properties. It's blind basically, so they all get ranked and then we just start going down the list. And again, if you look on that list, and you can look on the department's list now and see who in Lake County would like to participate, because they're on the list, and where are they currently ranked. Now, the ones that just came in January are not ranked yet. They will be ranked in the next few months, and you'll see where they're all ranked. If those projects are important to Lake County, you would engage our office and say, hey, we've got money, and if you're willing to come here, we're willing to do a 50-50 match. We would immediately send a team to Lake County to do the analysis and come up with the pricing. And out of all of the lands we've engaged, all of them, we're 100% right now. Out of all these properties we've engaged on there doing this, we have one now that's in question out of, I don't know how many we've bought, 60, 70, 80 of them. And so it's a very successful program, very fair program. Very analytical, and we've had a lot of success at those. So if I were in your exact position, I would look at that list, and obviously we can give you a contact there at the department to follow that list, but you could take every one of those off of your projects next year, and I don't know how many are on there, but I think it's several thousand acres in total.
Okay, and then you mentioned a term called the green belt permissible.
Mm-hmm.
So you gave an example of in the future, for example, more happening inside of buildings as opposed to maybe row crops. And
That's right.
but there would still be sufficient property available that could function as a corridor for wildlife and green space?
That's right. So, yes, ma'am. So when you think about greenbelt permissible, today a lot of people have beef cattle, and that's what they do. Some people have pine trees. Some people have row crops, watermelons. We just had a big watermelon season. Strawberries, citrus. You got citrus in Lake County. You've got a lot of different agriculture products in citrus. You got a big winery here in Lake County. You've got a lot of really good agriculture. If it were me and I were in your positions, I would not restrict your agricultural uses for that land in the future. When you strip those development rights, green beltable, permissible uses is the way I would define what you could do next. And so, no, generally, and I'll give you an example on my egg farm that I had in Trilby. I was probably using 20 acres of it that was very intense buildings where chickens were housed. The other 220 acres was open land. And of course, that's a green belted process, and you need eggs. You need a lot of eggs now, especially. And so when you think about agriculture, I would make it very simple for the people who would want to come purchase that property to be able to know they would have broad opportunities for agriculture, which is what we want. When you have that, and again, another thing you may want to look at, and our team could certainly help, you may want to say something like for every 200 acres, there could be one house built, right? So that farmer could build there, and if they buy 400 acres, they could have two houses, one for them and one for their kids or something. And so we negotiate those on the back end now if we're buying those development rights, and a farmer wants to add a house for their kids or grandkids or something, that obviously takes away from that total appraisal. But those things can all be negotiated in up front. And if you do a few of those things, it'll more incentivize more people to want to bid on it. And what I have seen over the years is I believe if you bought a $10 million piece of property today and that was fair value, and you give yourself, say, 24 or maximum of 36 months to strip it and surplus it, you would probably get $6 to $8 million 3 years after the purchase for that land that's only good for agriculture. Then you take that money and you put right back into the same program, and that would perpetuate the program for quite a while. It'd be sustaining for quite some time. And a lot of folks have suggested, let's just do this going forward. That's okay. But there may be a lot of properties here that would be really good agricultural land that could be surplused and put back in production and put back on the tax rolls. Just something for the board to look at.
What's the prognosis for citrus? You mentioned that it's not looking good this round. Is there any hope that's going to bounce back, or what are you hearing?
In this year's budget, there's over $100 million to support the citrus industry to replant. It's called a CRAFT program. Any of your farmers that are out there listening, and they're aware of this probably if they're in the citrus business, the state will help you replant those trees to get them in the ground and get going. We have got genetics. We have a tree called the Donaldson, most everybody's heard of, but there are others that is, and even CRISPR technology that's worked in citrus, where we've not only eliminated perhaps the greening, but also canker. And so I believe what the industry, the goal, and I was with a group a few weeks ago, their goal would be to return maybe to a 40, 50, 60 million boxes a year, which would be substantially less than what we were, but it would be, of course, 6 to 10 times what we have today. Citrus would be a great crop. There are many crops, though, that people are planting in Florida. There's peaches, there's blueberries, there's all types of critical mass type products that need to continue to come in. The challenge with citrus is going to be is we could support an industry of 290 million boxes 25 years ago. The question today is can you go back to 40 or 50 million boxes? Is there enough market for it today? I believe there is, because I believe that parents want to have orange juice and grandparents, and they're going to send fruit to the school with their kids to eat for lunch. So I think there's a market there for it, but that would be another challenge that they're going to have to overcome. And the facilities to pack that citrus, right? We've lost nearly all of our ability to pack that citrus now, and so we're going to have people take risks, entrepreneurs, and there was, I believe, $10 million in the budget to help keep some of those facilities available in case we can get back on track. So the citrus industry is working very hard. Some of the most resilient people you're going to know on this planet are your farmers. And there are a lot of people that would love to plant citrus again. There's a lot of farmers in South Florida that's water farming today, saving the state of Florida a lot of money by removing nutrient on their farms from water in and around the Everglades. That was another option. If citrus comes back strong, they could quit the water farming business and go back into the citrus business. So there's a lot of land available, and but it's something that we're going to have to continue to support from a state and federal level if we want to see a robust citrus industry again here in the state.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, Commissioner, I want to thank you so much for coming today. This is a big day for us in Lake County, and I will attest that you're being humble. I see you out all over the state talking about the Florida Wildlife Corridor. I've seen you at several events over the years speaking, and then your Rural and Family Lands Protection Program that you're the greatest advocate for. So thank you so much for doing that. And corridor compatibility is the word. We do have a representative from the Florida Wildlife Corridor here today, and ag is corridor compatible. We were at the summit 2 weeks ago at the Florida Wildlife Corridor Summit, and you were a speaker there. But and I don't know how many people were there, but there was a good portion of the people there from around the state of Florida were in ag. We're actually part of that, and equestrian activities as well too. So it does show that ag is corridor compatible, and our lands through the countywide conservation strategy document that we have done, we actually have mapped arable lands, the good quality agricultural lands especially, and that goes into that countywide conservation strategy. Some of the science that you mentioned is there to promote a program perhaps where we buy these development rights down. And I guess my question just related to that is your thoughts on TDRs, because transfer development rights outside of perhaps a program where we're matching money to get those easements on properties, but then also having an optional TDR program available in our county, one that, we're being really careful, I think, trying to make sure that one works. We get one that works. There's a few around the state that do. But what are your thoughts on that? I mean, does that just help our program go further, or what?
Thank you for that. And we always have to remember that your farmers are your first environmentalists, right? Mm-hmm. Farmers want to take care of their land. They want to stay on their land. They want to produce food. So wildlife corridor compatible, that's a big checkbox there. When you're thinking about TDRs, and I've never been on a local board, so I've not really dealt with TDRs a lot, but I would have every tool in my toolbox. You can look around the state and see other programs that have worked very well. You can drive up, obviously, the cost and the price of those developments by having TDRs, and because you've got to go somewhere and negotiate. But I certainly would have that as a tool to where you could go remove development rights and get development rights on another piece of property or a little more density somewhere where it's more appropriate, where you already have the infrastructure, the roads, the sewer systems, the water systems, and things of that nature. And actually, I think there are restrictions, even at the state level, relative to those things, relative to be able to put those cities putting in many more houses than they have perhaps water for. I know that in my area of the state, in Pasco County, there's been several cities that had to quit growing houses and annexing property and things like that because they run out of room. So I think having a database of where all your development rights are, where are they, right? What's possible for Lake County? I think Pasco, it has 700,000 people today. And we were about like you now, about 20 years ago, about 400,000, 425,000 people. So in 20 years or so, we're up to 700,000. And I know there's a number, I don't know if it's 1 million or what it is, but there is a number that you know how many sites you've approved or how many the cities have approved. And I think using that as part of the ability to take down part of your wildlife corridor, your agriculture area would be an effective tool. Those things don't cost you dollars, right? It costs you opportunities in areas because you're going to remove them from one area and put them in another area. But generally, it would keep it a little more compact and keep that rural and family lands program, wildlife corridor program. It would tie into those things. So done properly, I think it can be an effective tool.
Yeah, it sounds like all of this goes hand in hand with us working with the cities and the cities working with us, because it won't work if we have the continued annexations and the upzonings on those properties. It'll make this program completely unsustainable. So we've got to have coordination.
And I think going and identifying those lands around those cities that may be vulnerable to you buying the development rights would be a good place to start. I know, in our area of the state, if Pasco County would have done that 20 years ago, Dade City wouldn't be sprawling the way it is. But again, a lot of those farming families, their land is their retirement. They need to sell that land at the end, or they're going to pass it down to the next generation. So the ideal of buying those development rights or TDRs is a way to that farming family. That's their 401k. I always told my wife, we're going to build one more chicken house. The most dangerous thing in the world is an egg farmer with $1 in his pocket. He's going to build one more chicken house, right? And so farmers, we tend to do more of that. And then we got really, quadruple whammied here in the last 5 years with the Biden inflation. And, you could plant bell peppers 5 years ago for $1,800 an acre. Today it's $8,000 an acre. Well, if you're a small farmer, you can't take that risk, perhaps. And so when you look at all the different crops and the amount of inflation and, of course, COVID and hurricanes and 350,000 people a day moving here, we do not need more regulation in agriculture. We need to get people out of the way of agriculture.
So I kind of have a tough one, and I don't really expect you to answer it unless you really want to. But you mentioned the nuisance lawsuits, and it brought to mind a couple of the places we have in Lake County that are marijuana production facilities. So there's that blur between agriculture and actual industrial type uses, and it's created conflicts with surrounding properties because of the smells, the sounds of the generator and the humidifiers and the lights and all of that. So is there any hope that Florida could distinguish between that type of use versus what we're talking about is agriculture, where you grow stuff that people need to eat and survive? And not to say that what they're doing at those production facilities isn't important, but it just feels like it's more industrial than it is agricultural.
Most of that, is determined by your property appraiser. So if your property appraiser of Lake County gives someone greenbelt to do industrial type products, then they have greenbelt, and then they have that entitlement. If you have a production facility only, a processing facility only, that's probably not greenbelt. If you've got, and I don't make judgments on them. Everybody's elected in this state on the property appraisers. They're duly elected to do their job, and for the most part, do a great job on that. So you may have a challenge with your property appraiser issuing greenbelt where they maybe not should. Generally, that's not the case. It's normally the other way around. And by the way, I always love the tough questions. I normally tell people this up front. If you serve in the legislature for 8 or 10 years and you ask me a really tough question, I can give you like a 5-minute answer, and you're going to be like, what in the hell did he say? I didn't say anything. But the reality is that if you look at some of those things that would be between your property appraiser and that farmer, and if they are purely a manufacturing plant, that's probably not greenbelt. And then, by the way, all site things are regulated back to the local government. So if you had a slaughterhouse, for instance, you can't put everything down the city sewer and that'd be okay. Mm-hmm. That's up to the city, and that's up to the city to regulate or the county. And things of that nature. Even in agritourism, we said off-site parking, noise, things like that would be regulated by the local governments. And so, there's some ways there that local governments can intervene. But if a farmer has green belt on their property, and that's not ag zoning, it doesn't matter what the zoning on the property is. I could have 100 acres of industrial property zoned and plant pine trees on it and get it green belted. Then that counts. Agricultural zone land does not count in itself. It has to be green belted by the property appraiser, certified before it counts as farming.
Yeah. I know with like the marijuana production that they have to grow and produce on the same location. So I think that's where it gets really complicated from a legal standpoint. So we'll keep working on that and trying to look out for the folks that are getting impacted. But this has been really helpful. Any other questions before we wrap it up?
I just want to make a statement. First of all, Commissioner, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Very insightful. If this was a private entity, you wouldn't have $250 million in the first month. This is an absolute fabulous program to have, and we can parlay it and continue it and continue it and continue it.
And what I would say to everyone here today, we're in Lake County today, every county in the state has finally woken up to this. Some of them's been awake actually, but the quicker you can put your program into, if come July the 1st, we'll have that $250 million. Any project that's on that list that Lake County wants to partner with, we can start in July doing the assessment. And that process is normally just a few months. So before the end of the year, you could actually start doing some of your work. And the main thing I would say is just keep it as flexible as possible in the ways you can spend these dollars. Because the more entities that you can partner with, and there are more than just rural and family lands in this state that do these things, but we're probably the biggest one to do it. But there's many entities that do it, and you just have to be careful when you're not, dealing with a Department of Ag in Lake County would have very similar interests, but you have a lot of organizations that buy development rights, and as long as you have control of the end product on those, you probably are in good shape there too. So there's a lot of matching grant opportunities, and I know a lot of counties are, as fast as they can, putting a pot of money in place to do this same thing. So the sooner you start on this project, I think the more likely you'll have success. And if you have to buy property, remove those development rights and sell it, get your money back and do it again.
All right.
And just so I'm 100% clear, if we strip the development rights, they cannot be put back on.
That's
Perfect.
correct.
Thank you.
And that's the
I
way
think
you're
it's the easement goes
That's
in
right.
place.
When you take a conservation easement, you should be, and your lawyers will do a very good job at this, I hope. You have to be very clear that these are in perpetuity, and that's the way they're all worded. The cabinet has some special power sometimes to be able to swap. Let's say you had, our rules are, we normally get 3 times as much value as we give up. So if there were 500 acres in Lake County that DOT was going to put a road in, and you said, oh my God, we got to have that road, can't do without it, and it happens to go through one of our easements, I have seen other counties say, okay, we will give you that, but we're going to give you that 30 acres to put the road in, but you got to give us 500 acres somewhere else to offset it. And then, of course, that's a board judgment, because sometimes they'll come with swampland, right? Sometimes they'll come with something you don't want. But if you do that right, that is certainly permissible, but it's something that is extremely rare to have happen. And anybody that's selling those development rights to the department know they're in perpetuity. There's no misunderstandings on this at all.
Thank you.
Well, again, it's been an honor to have you here. We appreciate you taking your time to visit with us this afternoon, and I think we all certainly have learned a lot today, and we will stay in touch with you in your office.
We'll be ready. Thank you.
All right, moving along in our agenda, and before we do our next presentation, which is from the president of the Thousand Friends of Florida, I want to recognize that Ryan Atwood is in our audience today. Ryan, if you don't mind just standing up and letting us recognize you. Ryan is on the St. Johns River Water Management District Board, and he's also a local farmer. And so we're just really fortunate to have you serving in that capacity and looking out for the interest of everyone in the district, but particularly being our Lake County member of that board. So, all right. And also, one more thing I wanted to ask. If you are a farmer, or you've been a farmer, or you are associated with farming, would you mind just standing up so we can recognize you? And I would be remiss if I didn't note that Jim Stivender is in our audience today, and Jim was the Public Works Director in Lake County for many, many years, and Jim is a farmer, and he's here today in that capacity. We appreciate that, Jim. Okay, moving now to our presentation by Paul Owens, President of the Thousand Friends of Florida, and we're going to talk about conserving agricultural land and continue this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, distinguished guests, Senator Trunow. I am Paul Owens. I've been president of Thousand Friends of Florida since 2018. We are a statewide, nonpartisan, nonprofit advocate for planning for fiscally and environmentally sustainable communities in Florida. We are based in Tallahassee, but I live in Orlando, so I've spent plenty of time here enjoying Lake County. And one of 1,000 Friends directors, Timothy Sallin, is the co-CEO of Cherry Lake Farms in Groveland. 1,000 Friends prioritizes a number of policies to carry out our mission of sustainable development, including preserving high-priority natural and agricultural land from development. Last year, with our partners, the University of Florida's Center for Landscape and Conservation Planning, we released a report on the impact of population growth, development patterns, and sea level rise on the future of agriculture in Florida, and I'm going to be talking about that for the next few minutes. So using population projections from the University of Florida's Bureau of Economic and Business Research, which I think is the same source that you all use in your planning, our state could add another 12 million residents by 2070. And a report projected at that growth rate, Florida could lose 3.5 million acres to development in the next 45 years. And that total would include 2.2 million acres of agricultural land, which is roughly about 20% of the current amount of farmland under cultivation in Florida. Or I say under cultivation, it also includes ranch land and silviculture. So losing that much agricultural land would not only impact Florida's economy and food security, it would also take a big chunk out of the ecosystem services that agricultural land provides. These services include protecting water quality and quantity, mitigating flooding, preserving wildlife habitat and biodiversity, sequestering carbon, promoting agritourism and outdoor recreation. And as we all know, you can't undo development. You can't unring that bell. Once farmland is lost, it's lost forever. But fortunately, there are a number of strategies that we see to achieve our objective of protecting high-priority natural and agricultural land from development. One is purchasing land outright through state programs like Florida Forever or local programs like Lake Forever, which 80% of county voters renewed this past November. Another strategy is, as Commissioner Simpson was talking at length, buying the development rights on farmland through programs like the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program. Commissioner Simpson mentioned that $250 million was included for that purpose in the budget that the legislature approved a week ago. It's going to the governor, and hopefully he will approve that. This is a very positive step for preserving agriculture in Florida. And an emerging possibility is paying farmers, compensating them for those ecosystem services that I mentioned that farmland provides. And finally, there is utilizing the community planning process to promote sustainable development, which is a core priority for us at 1,000 Friends of Florida. So one of the primary elements of sustainable development is accommodating growth using less land, leaving more land for agriculture and nature. It's important if you're absorbing 350,000 new residents a year, as the commissioner mentioned, that this kind of consideration is paramount. As you can see from these examples, it's possible through good urban planning to leave 50% of an area or even 80% of an area in open space while accommodating the same population. Here from our Agriculture 2070 report are three key maps. The one on the left shows a 2019 baseline of developed land and protected land in Florida. The red parts of the map correspond to development. The map in the middle is the sprawl scenario for 2070, which assumes Florida absorbs that additional 12 million people, but remains on the current trajectory for growth, the current density in Florida for growth. And the map on the right is the conservation scenario for 2070, where Florida grows at a modest 20% higher density and rules out development on high-priority natural and agricultural land. If Florida achieves the conservation scenario, we will save about 800,000 agricultural acres compared to the sprawl scenario, while still accommodating the same population growth. There's no difference between the middle map and the one on the right in terms of the population growth. It's just how we plan for that population growth. So now I'll tighten the focus to Lake County, where the population is projected to have nearly doubled from the 2019 baseline we used to 2070. And this will not come as a surprise, this rate of growth, because it's already, as we know, grown substantially from that 2019 baseline. So here's what the baseline for Lake County and its two 2070 scenarios look like. As you can see, there is a lot more developed land in that sprawl scenario, the business as usual scenario, compared with the scenario on the right, the conservation scenario. And again, the conservation scenario is a modestly higher density rate and ruling out development on high priority natural and agricultural land. So the numbers lay out the extent of this. Under the sprawl scenario, developed land increases by more than 180,000 acres in Lake County, and agricultural areas plummet by more than 3/4 from 123,000 acres on the baseline down to just 29,000 or a little less than 29,000 by 2070 under the sprawl scenario. But under the conservation scenario, with the same population growth, there are 74,000 fewer acres lost to development compared to the sprawl scenario. And the loss of agricultural land is not nearly as steep. It's a little over half from the 2019 baseline to about 62,000 acres. So the question is, what can governments like those in Lake County do to come closer to the conservation scenario by 2070 than the sprawl scenario? Through a thoughtful land use planning process, they can steer new development away from prime agricultural land, as well as from priority natural lands and vulnerable areas like floodplains and wetlands. Through their comprehensive plans and land development regulations, they can promote infill and redevelopment and gradual growth outward from urban areas instead of leapfrog sprawl into rural areas. More compact development in urban areas not only reduces the development pressure on agricultural areas, it's also more fiscally sustainable and taxpayer friendly. It generates more tax revenue per acre, makes existing public services more efficient, and lessens the need to extend them. So I always say, even if you don't care about the environment or farming, but you care about keeping a lid on your taxes, you should be interested in more compact, urban-oriented development wherever possible, and where it makes sense for local neighborhoods. I'm not talking about high-rise buildings in historic neighborhoods, for example, or using up limited urban green space. It's about striking the right balance. Local government leaders and planners also need to keep in mind that development patterns that fragment farmland may deprive the agricultural sector of the critical mass it needs to maintain to be economically viable. Local planning that doesn't keep the future of agriculture in mind can lead to the end of local farming. But good public policy, planning, and land management can sustain agriculture and its many benefits for the environment and the economy for the long term. So, to sum up, here are some strategies to secure the future of agriculture in Lake County and throughout Florida. Utilize federal, state, and local funding sources to purchase development rights and preserve working farms. Steer growth and development toward urban areas and away from rural areas. Utilize science to identify high priority land for protection and the effective management of it. Design and fund programs to compensate farmers for the ecosystem services they provide. That's a heavy lift and probably more realistic at the state level than at the local level, obviously. And if anybody would like to dig deeper into the subjects I've summarized in my brief presentation today. The work we've done with our partners at the University of Florida. Here are some places online where you will find more information. And with that, I'm happy if anybody has any questions to do my best.
All right. Any questions from the board?
Do y'all have funding available for us to help purchase property?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we are a small member-supported organization. I've got 6 people who work for me, even though we're statewide. What we can do is, first of all, we endorsed the Lake Forever initiative last November and helped promote it through our platforms. We can help connect local governments that are interested in funding sources with those funding sources. We're happy to work with you as a resource, but we don't have our own funding to provide for governments.
Thank you.
Sure.
I got a question. It's a technical question.
Sure.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
So when we want to, the commissioner talked about buying development rights, which I think we should do. I talked about it in an earlier meeting. We have $50 million. I think that's the best bang for the buck. There's other lands that some are going to want to advocate. We just buy. Be simple. My question is, and Commissioner Smith kind of touched on it with his questions, is, you're looking at all this land, and there's some have more development rights than others. Yeah, do you find it to be the case in a lot of counties where you're going to a landowner and you're saying, hey, I'll buy your development rights before you get them? Or is it, okay, this terrible municipality has given this privileged piece of land enormous overdevelopment rights, right, and now we're trying to come in with a fire extinguisher and be like, okay, please don't do that. We'll buy the rights back, but you don't ruin this part of the county, and whatever, and buy it after the fact. So are the sales occurring before or sort of after they're getting it? Let me frame it just one other way, just because it explains the instance I'm talking about. Somebody's like, I'm going to go, I own this land, I'm going to push to get development rights, unless you want to come buy them from me to begin with. And should we do that because that's a better price than waiting, and then a municipality grants them, annexes them, grants them, and then we have to come in as the county and try to buy those rights back? Kind of, what's your thoughts on that situation?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense at the front end before they have, before they've been zoned for dense development. It's less expensive. It's more forward-thinking, works better with long-term planning. I think there are other tools that can be utilized for the second scenario that you mentioned, like transfer of development rights. But that's a complex situation that I think a lot of smart people are working on, because that system doesn't always work the way people hope for it. But the short answer is it's much more effective to go in before there's those dense development rights.
And if I could just do one follow-up. So is it unusual, for example, for a county who's approved this sort of program to have this money and to look and to see a piece of land that a municipality has already given them all these rights, and to say, I know they're going to ask us for an arm and a leg, but we really don't want that to happen because it'll ruin that whole part of the county. Yeah. And so, do counties do that with these types of programs, or is it just like, okay, sorry, that one's gone. They already have their apartments coming in. We're not even going to touch that. Yeah. Let's go look over here on the outskirts and quieter areas.
I think that happens less just because of the price. $50 million is a great investment, but it is most valuable as a tool to leverage state funding, private funding from groups like the Nature Conservancy, and federal funding from the National Resources Conservation Service. And so I think local governments have to be really smart stewards of their limited funds and go for the biggest bang for their buck.
Okay, question?
Well, I guess a comment and a question, and maybe an answer or some comment to Commissioner Sabatini's. But first of all, thank you again. Great presentation. For all of you that don't know, the lecture series that you do every other Wednesday, I believe, or at least a couple times a month, is amazing. And so I encourage everybody to go, and it's so easy to do. You just sign up for it. It's free, and you can listen to it wherever, where you cover all kinds of topics like this in your advocacy. So thank you very much for doing that. I think the answer to maybe the question or part of it to Commissioner Sabatini's very good question is, the good news is we have data, we have science and data in place already through that conservation strategy document. That was a mapping, high level with UF and Stetson, as well as public input. It wasn't just sort of geeks in the back room. It was a lot of public input as well. So I think the good news is we already know where a lot of those lands are that we need to perhaps pursue now, before it does become more of a circus, if you will, out there. So I think we know that it's there. And then to the cities, it's like, can you get the cities now to start using the data that we have, the strategy document as part of a JPA, or at least have them adopt it, and they can see this. Then they know, okay, these are some of the highest priority areas that we need to protect. And as much as we're seeing some shocking cases recently of ag lands being lost, there's more perhaps that are even on that could be on a higher priority list. So that's what that conservation strategy document does, is it allows a process to prioritize because we only have so much money available. But to your point about the partnership and leveraging, that's the beauty of the 50 million, is maybe it turns out to be 150 million by the time you leverage it. So I don't know if there was a question or more of a comment, but obviously I thank you for what you're doing. And I guess I would ask again about TDRs. I think you said you know some that work, but be careful. I mean, do you have any other thoughts about TDRs, transfer development rights, for us, how it could fit into helping us get some of these lands?
Yeah, my understanding of TDRs is there are some programs around the country that have been very successful, and I think those are models, if you're interested in pursuing that, to look to them for best practices. So I just think it's a complex market-oriented undertaking, and if the market changes, it may change the success of the program. But I would look to some of those, and we've got information about it online, of some of those other states that have successful programs. There's a successful program apparently in Maryland, I think in Montgomery County, Maryland, that has worked well.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you again.
Can we go back to that slide where you showed the 2070 Lake County, the comparison between the sprawl model versus the, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's subtle in some ways when you look at the 2070 sprawl versus conservation, but if you study it enough, you can start to pick up on where those locations might be that land was conserved. A lot of it looks like down in the green swamp, but we've already got green swamp.
This looks like a slanderous attack on my, I'm kidding, but
District 1.
I will not be voting for that.
Well, the green swamp area of critical state concern already has significant limitations on higher densities. And then over on the northeast side, we have the Wekiva Protection Area, and we've got the Ocala National Forest, and so I see some increases in the sprawl model of red out there. I'm just kind of curious how, when you all did this modeling, did you take into account those limitations that already exist in those two areas, the Wekiva Protection Area and the green swamp?
Right, and to clarify, the University of Florida Center for Landscape Conservation Planning did the modeling, and we packaged it and have been circulating it. But I'm sure that it, you know, this is extracted from a statewide report. It's not a parcel by parcel. And it also, one of the things I tell folks is these are projections, they're not predictions. Mm-hmm. But there's some basic criteria that they used for the likelihood of land being developed in terms of things like its proximity to highways, its proximity to other development, its the extent of wetlands on the property, because wetlands are obviously more expensive. It's more expensive to develop if you have to deal with wetlands. So I assume that they weighted those factors along with the other factors that they consider.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like in that best case scenario under the conservation model, you end up with 36% developed of the land versus under the sprawl 46% developed.
And that is because when you absorb the kind of population increase, I mean, you're gonna lose a lot of land to development regardless. But if you develop at a higher density, you'll lose less land. And 20% is a pretty modest increase in density. We're not talking about doubling density. 20% is in a lot of neighborhoods probably wouldn't even be noticed that much.
Mm-hmm. And knowing that, I mean, a lot of the county, on our future land use map, we have rural and rural transition lands that surround most of our municipalities as you go away from the urbanized areas. So I'm just, thinking about all the things that were said today about coordinating with the cities. It seems like in a clustered development model where you're trying to concentrate density and save green spaces, that those areas could be the prime locations for trying to do more of a conservation designed development model, if that's where the cities in fact are going to expand and grow their boundaries. Ideally, they wouldn't expand and grow their boundaries there. They would concentrate on infill and stay within those urban areas where they've already sort of mapped out where they intend to be. But if they were to go out, the conservation design would be the better scenario.
Yeah, and conservation subdivision design is another one of the tools that local governments can do to minimize the land loss. And it frankly makes more sense as you build out from urban areas than it does, on the fringes of urban areas rather than kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Far from urban cores.
And that goes hand in hand with what you said about keeping your agricultural areas intact and not bifurcating them, because once you start to bifurcate them, then you make it less likely for the ag to be able to survive.
Exactly.
All right, any other questions? Excellent, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, I appreciate the opportunity.
I'm probably going to massacre this name, but I'm going to give it a try. Dr. Pilardi? Got it. All right. With UF IFAS, we're going to talk about state and federal programs available to farmers in Florida. And we appreciate you're with the School of Food and Resources Economics, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct, and I think that's the first time my name has been pronounced perfectly in a
right.
Years coming to present, so thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and present in front of the board and all of the audience here. This is a topic that is of great personal as well as professional interest to me. I grew up in Oconee County, Georgia, which was once a rural county. My route to school was entirely lined by cow pasture, grazing land all the way. You really wouldn't know that now. It has been entirely infilled with grocery stores, subdivisions, doctor offices, strip malls, you name it. You cannot find the agricultural land except for what the University of Georgia, sorry, I know I shouldn't mention that here, but except for the land that they own within the county. So this is a topic of great interest to me, and is something that came up in working with the Florida Farm Bureau. You know, they approached my department, Food and Resource Economics Department. I'm an extension economist within that department, and they asked us to produce a brochure for landowners in Florida, mostly farmers, to help them navigate the complex web of agricultural conservation easement programs. Because there's a lot of farmers in the state that want to conserve their agricultural land, but it is a hurdle to familiarize yourself with all of the programs and policies in place that regulate it, and where are you going to get the best offer, which program should you apply for, what land trusts do you partner with, what does it mean to have an agricultural conservation easement on your land. So I created a brochure with Florida Farm Bureau, developed it over the course of a year, looking at federal, state, and local policies that are in place to incentivize farmers to place agricultural conservation easements on their land. And this brochure is available now online. It's available through the Florida Farm Bureau. If you want a PDF copy of it, please contact me. I'm more than happy to provide that. I'll provide my email at the end. Of course, I forgot my business card because I never bring them with me. They sit in my office. But please just reach out to me or Florida Farm Bureau, and I'll make sure to get a copy of that to you. But with that, starting with going back to that question earlier, what is an agricultural conservation easement? It's a less than fee acquisition. Well, what's a less than fee acquisition? We've talked about this a little bit already. It's not buying a property outright. It is purchasing the underlying development rights while the landowner retains ownership of the property. So I used to be a TA back in a previous lifetime for an ag law class. And the way that the teacher explained this, she's an ag attorney, and she would say, think of your property rights as a bundle of wood. And you can separate out the different rights with it that you have attached to your property and sell those individually. I was in Colorado at the time, so you would be able to sell your water rights on the private market there. Here, what you can do is you can separate out your development rights and retain the rest of your property rights. And that is what you're doing when you're selling a conservation easement. The landowner retains the underlying ownership of the underlying property. They're just taking out that stick, which is the development rights. We've talked about this a little bit too. In order to be a conservation easement, the owner is compensated, and that takes away the development right in perpetuity. It has to be in perpetuity. Otherwise, the IRS doesn't recognize it, and it's no longer, and you just get hit with taxes as though there's no easement in place. So it has to be in perpetuity. Otherwise, it's not recognized as a conservation easement. Most importantly, it's entirely voluntary. So you must have a willing seller and a willing buyer. You must have an agency, a department, a land trust that is willing to buy and purchase and hold the conservation easement, and you have to have a landowner that is willing to sell it. It can't be forced upon either party. So what are the benefits of selling a conservation easement or selling your development rights? I'm an economist, so I like to separate these out into private and public benefits. Private benefits includes tax incentives. If a farmer or rancher decides to donate or sell their development right below fair market value, they can get a tax break, and that can roll over onto multiple years, depending on how much of a donation that they are making. They get a break in the form of property taxes because it lowers the value of the property because you're selling a piece of the property or you're selling a component that would increase the value of the property, so that lowers its value and they are now taxed less. And conservation easements are also often part of a estate planning process. So if you want to pass your land on to your heirs, but you don't want to burden them with a large inheritance tax burden, what you can do is you can place a conservation easement on that land. Again, because that is lowering the overall value, you are not burdening your heirs with as big of a tax burden as it otherwise would be. These programs often also come with technical assistance. We talked about BMPs. In order to enroll in these programs, the agricultural activity on the land has to follow BMPs. And a lot of these programs offer technical assistance so that you can be in compliance with that. As well as cost sharing for whatever it takes to get that land, either remediation or to get it to the point where it can function under those BMPs. Thanks. So that way, that's one of the benefits that landowners get when working with conservation easement organizations that give out conservation easements. Shouldn't say give, that purchase conservation easements. And then finally, control over legacy. We talked a lot about development in rural areas, and farmers, they want to keep that rural character for their children and their grandchildren. I talk with landowners a lot, and that seems to be a big concern there as well. They want the children to have the same quality of life, to experience the same things that they grew up in, their grandchildren and their grandchildren's children, to have that same opportunity. And by putting a conservation easement on their land, that can ensure that it stays in agricultural production, and for generations, that legacy remains in place. So there are public benefits as well. From a county perspective, it is a way to manage urban and suburban sprawl. We talked earlier about the cost of extending services. That is a big expenditure when you have this rapid growth and pressure the development pressure that is on a lot of counties here in Florida. It can also help maintain a critical mass of agriculture, which is something that has been brought up a lot today. Agricultural supply chains really rely on a critical mass of agricultural activity in an area. And when you have processors and packaging facilities located in an area, if that critical mass is no longer there, they'll have to leave and move elsewhere. And when that happens, it becomes less economically viable to farm in that area, which causes a further reduction in farming, which causes more of the agricultural supply chain to leave. It can really create a negative feedback loop if you lose a critical mass of agriculture. And so agricultural conservation easements can really help preserve and ensure that your county does not lose that critical mass so that agriculture remains an economically viable industry within the county. Again, preserving agricultural heritage at the county level, wanting that you want the county to be a pleasant place that has that rural character that you grew up experiencing, and you don't want that to change. Counties are faced with this decision of, okay, how do we manage growth? We want to improve the economic well-being of our constituents, but we don't necessarily want all of the ailments that comes along with development. So agricultural conservation easements can be part of that balancing act of, you don't want to stand in the way of economic development, but you don't want to trade your agricultural character for that economic development. Providing open space as well. And then we talked about wildlife habitat, species corridors, spring recharge. Conservation easements provide all of these benefits as well. So I got my degree at Colorado State University in agricultural economics, and there was a study that Colorado State did that focused on landowners who started the process of acquiring an agricultural conservation easement on their land and then backed out of it, because they wanted to know, why did landowners back out of getting a conservation easement after being interested in it? And what the study found is that often the expectations of landowners going into it did not align with the reality of it. So these are some of the considerations when, as a county, if you choose to develop your own agricultural conservation easement program, these are some things that you can convey to landowners up front at the beginning so that they are aware of when they're engaging with this process of what to expect. So one is that the process tends to be lengthy. This is true even with the Rural Family Lands Protection Program, which, not to brag, but it is one of the flagship agricultural conservation easement programs in the entire country. No state has a program quite like Florida's, and I don't think any state has conserved as many acres through a state program as much as Florida has. It's really one of a kind and is a model for the rest of the country. But even that program, the process is lengthy. It's a 1 to 2 year process. It's not like selling your house, which can happen in less than 2 months. It's a 1 to 2 year process. Landowners apply to the program. The top candidates are selected. The county sends out an assessor, a surveyor. They test the soil. They look at the history of agriculture that has taken place on that land. The private landowner also brings out an assessor. You negotiate on a price. You try to find cost-sharing matches to come together on make a deal. And when you get through all that, it's been a year or two. So that's just something to know up front. The process is complex. Again, being a TA for an ag law class, I can't stress enough how important it is to get legal and technical assistance. These application processes, especially if you're going to engage with some of the federal programs that I'll talk about later in this presentation, they're pretty complex. And when you're applying to these programs and you want to make your application the most competitive as possible as a landowner, you're going to want to engage experts who can speak the language and can work within and who know the system that they're working within. So I highly encourage both the county and landowners to work with ag lawyers that specialize in agricultural conservation easements. The process is competitive. So I think Commissioner Simpson mentioned earlier there were over 300 applications to the RFLPP this year. Not all of these applications are going to be selected, and part of making a competitive application, again, is having the technical assistance that'll let you word things, highlight the most attractive features of that property to that specific program, and just making sure that you check all the boxes in terms of qualifying and that you do all the paperwork, get everything submitted on time. And finally, funding is cyclical and subject to change. This is one of the biggest ones when you're talking to landowners about, agricultural conservation easements. A big concern, and this is a very, very important and valid concern, is, well, what if the property value goes up 2 to 3 years, 5 years from now? I'm not going to miss out on that revenue if I sell a conservation easement now. And that is absolutely a risk. It's uncertainty. However, trying to time the market itself is risky, but also program funding fluctuates. It may not be as well funded next year, or it may be a more competitive application next year. So these are things that also need to be taken into account. This is more on the landowner side. When you're applying to this, you don't only need to be concerned about the property values, but another concern is also, what about funding for the program? How likely is my application going to be accepted this year? Is it going to be more competitive down the road? Is the program funding even going to, at the federal level, is the program going to be available at all next year? It might not exist. So these are things to consider when you're thinking about applying to conservation easement programs. So now I'm going to run through some conservation easement programs that really are focused on preserving agriculture. But we've talked about all this quickly, so I'll go through it without taking too much time to leave room for questions. So starting with the RCPP program, this program is designed to prevent ag land from being converted to non-agricultural uses. That is the mission of this. And this program is a bit unique in that rather than buying conservation easements outright directly from landowners, what they do is they provide funding to projects managed by lead partners. And those lead partners are either government or land trust. In Florida, they're all land trust. And the projects all have distinct geographic boundaries. I'll put a map up here in a little bit that'll have those boundaries for where the 6 RCPP projects are and their lead partners in the state. But each project has its own objectives. Some of those objectives are more permissible in terms of what type of agricultural activities they'll allow. So projects that are focused on habitat corridors and wildlife corridors, those are going to be more permissible. They're going to allow more types of agriculture, whereas ones that may be more focused on spring recharge, those might be more concerned about pesticide, nutrient application. They may be more restrictive about the type of agricultural activities that they're willing to allow on land that they're going to purchase a conservation easement of. So it's really important for landowners to consider what the goals and objectives of the lead partners are, and whether their land management objectives align with those goals. By the way, for each program, these slides will be made available to anyone that wants them. I've included a link at that button that's at the bottom. You can click on that, go directly to that program's website, and learn more about it. So RCPP has 6 active projects in Florida spanning 28 counties. 3 of those include Lake County. So those bottom 3, the Ocala to Osceola, the Lake to the Lagoon, and Corridor to Coast. Those 3 all overlap Lake County in the northeast corner, which you can see on this map. So there are potentially landowners in this state who could qualify or apply to be to get to place a conservation easement on their land from the lead partners for any of these three programs. And the three lead partners for these programs are the North Florida Land Trust, the Alachua Conservation Trust, and the North Florida Land Trust and the Alachua Conservation Trust. Both of those land trusts, by the way, have preserving agriculture and working lands as one of their primary objectives. I'll talk more about land trust at the end if I have time, but when you're selecting a land trust to work with, it's really important to make sure that that land trust prioritizes preserving working agricultural lands, because there's all kinds of land trust out there. So there's also at the federal level the ACEP-ALE, which ACEP stands for Agricultural Conservation Easement Program. ALE stands for Agricultural Land Easements. The primary objective of this program is, again, to prevent the conversion of ag land to non-ag uses. Unlike the previous program, this one works directly with landowners, but also with state agencies. It's primarily a cost-sharing option. So if a landowner wants to apply for for a conservation easement through the Rural Family Lands Protection Program, ACEP-ALE might step in and say, hey, we'll cover 20%, 30, 50% of the cost to acquire that conservation easement. That way the RFLPP or a county program can stretch its dollars further. This is really designed to just really help state and local programs get the most out of their money by sharing the cost of acquiring these easements. So that's something that working with the ACEP-ALE program might be something the board would consider down the road. Allowable land uses, again, they're broadly focused on preserving agricultural land, preventing it from being converted to non-ag uses, so they allow a lot of types of agriculture. They do require that applicants' land that goes into this program meet at least one of the following requirements, but these are pretty easy to check off. Further a state or local policy consistent with the purpose of ACEP-ALE. If you qualify for the RFLPP, you check off that requirement. Or if there's a county program in place and the landowner qualifies for it, they check off that box. Or 50% of agricultural land be prime unique, protect grazing uses or related conservation values, or contain historical or archaeological resources. Other requirements in order to cost share with this program is that the average adjusted gross income of the landowner be less than $900,000 for the previous 3 years. This is because they primarily target small and medium agricultural operations, because those are the ones that tend to be most at risk for conversion to non-agricultural uses. Again, compliant with USDA's conservation requirements for highly erodible land, BMPs. Make sure that they're following BMPs. Farm records established with the FSA. This is something that county extension agents can help farmers with if that's an issue. And then written pending offer from an eligible partner. So this would be an offer from either a program at the county level or the RFLPP or a land trust lead partner through the RCPP. I'm throwing a lot of abbreviations. Sorry, that's, man. Yeah, you work in UF-IFAS, you throw around a lot of abbreviations, so let me know if anything's confusing. Okay, so state programs, it's been talked a lot about all day. I'm not going to talk too much more about it. It's an amazing program, Rural Family Lands Protection Program. Unlike the previous two programs, it focuses on directly acquiring and holding conservation easements from landowners. And it is available to a lot of different types of agricultural activity. Some requirements, it must protect agricultural land threatened by conversion. So say that the county extends services by a plot of land, that land suddenly becomes a lot more attractive to development. That could qualify it for as being threatened by conversion. Or the parcel beside this was just sold to a developer. That makes that adjacent parcel much more likely to be converted. So that checks that box. Or it could perpetuate open space on lands with significant natural areas, protection and enhanced natural bodies, spring recharge, aquifer recharge, that type of ecosystem service, and then promotion and improvement of wildlife habitat. The RFLPP does prioritize, have a prioritization matrix that it uses to rank properties. Ranch and timberland that is managed sustainably following BMPs gets priority. Parcels that perpetuate the viability of ongoing ag operations. This comes down to size. The larger the parcel, the more that it's going to perpetuate the ongoing viability, economic viability of ag operations. A 10-acre parcel, that's great, but if you can conserve 500 acres, that does much more to preserve the economic viability of agriculture than the 10 acres in most situations. Parcels that are most at risk for conversion get priority. Parcels that protect natural areas, and projects that are eligible for cost sharing. RFLPP loves to make its dollars go as far as they can. So if it can cost share with a county program, if it can cost share with a federal program, if it can cost share with all three, that's the trifecta, that's great. You're going to get a lot of bang for your buck doing that. Florida Forest Legacy Program, this is very similar to the RFLPP, but for silviculture, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Florida Forever, this is different from the RFLPP or the Florida Forest Legacy Program. That's because the previous two are run out of FDEX. The Florida Forever is run out of FDEP. FDEP is much more focused on conservation in general, but one of the primary objectives of them that they have for the Florida Forever program is the protection of working landscapes. So even though it's not specifically focused exclusively on agriculture, the goals may align in certain cases. If you have properties in the county that are located in wildlife corridors or sensitive spring recharge areas that are adjacent to existing protected areas, or that provide flood protection to developed areas, that land could be eligible for cost sharing with the Florida Forever program. Again, they're going to be more restrictive about the type of agricultural practices they allow, though, just because they are focused more broadly on conservation. So this was something that was pretty new to me. I was unaware that there were county agricultural conservation easement programs until I started working with Florida Farm Bureau on this project. And I was able to identify 6 across the state. The Alachua County Forever Agricultural Land Conservation Strategy is probably the newest one. It was passed by the board earlier this year, and it is the only program whose primary objective is the protection of agricultural land. But this just helps organize, this chart just helps you kind of conceptually organize these conservation easement programs, because at the county level, these programs vary a lot in terms of their funding, their scope, their mission, how they rank the properties that apply to them. But there are existing examples in Florida of counties with agricultural conservation easement programs that if Lake County wanted to look at them and maybe learn some of the lessons from them, or say, oh, that's a model program that we would like to look at, all of their conservation matrix, for example, how they rank properties, all of that is available. If you're having trouble finding it, reach out to me. I'm more than happy to share that. But I tried to organize them based on how much they prioritized the conservation of ag land, as well as what types of agriculture were allowed under each program. So you can see that the Alachua County Forever is the only one that has conservation of ag land in its primary objective. Compare that to the Indian River County Environmental Lands Program. This one is a little bit interesting because the protection of ag land is listed as one of several objectives, but it doesn't appear at all in their ranking matrix. When you look at their ranking matrix, there's economic values, there's social concerns, there's environmental values. Agriculture is not mentioned anywhere. So it's just one of those things where it can be an objective, but if you don't put it in the weighting of how you're ranking properties, how likely is it that an ag land is going to come to the top of that prioritization? So that's just an example of how different counties have gone about it, and I'm more than happy to provide more information on any one of these if there's any questions on that. And finally, with Land Trust, just real quick, are community-based nonprofit organizations that work to permanently conserve land. Land Trust can be local, state, or regional in scope, and they work directly with private landowners as well as state and local governments and federal governments to protect land, and some focus primarily on agricultural land. The way I like to describe it for landowners is once you start working with a land trust, that land trust is going to be the one that holds oftentimes the agricultural conservation easement, especially if you're working with the RCPP. And if you go that route, think of it like a marriage. And when you marry someone, you're going to want to make sure that they hopefully hold the same values and have the same objectives as you do. So this is a agreement that is even going to outlive you. So you want to make sure when you're establishing and you're negotiating that conservation easement that your objectives, your goals, your values all align. So land trusts come in many different flavors. So I came up with this chart. These presentation will be made available. These are all of the land trusts that have been certified by the Land Trust Alliance as they basically are the gold standard. If you're a member of the Land Trust Alliance, you're a trustworthy land trust. You are trustworthy, and they encourage people to work with these certified land trusts. The ones that have stars beside them on this chart are ones that list protecting agriculture as one of their primary objectives. And then I have all the counties that they operate in. So, for example, the Alachua Conservation Trust is active in Lake County. The American Farmland Trust is active in all counties. That's a national one, so they're a little bit harder to get funding from just because they operate at a national level and they're more of a networker where they'll tie you to local land trust, but they are spread all over the country and they don't have a whole lot of money to allocate towards individual projects. But groups like the Alachua Conservation Trust or the North Florida Land Trust, those are the ones that are going to be cost sharing and providing some of the money for agricultural conservation easements. All right, so I think I spoke fast enough for everybody. I hope that's clear as mud. This guide is available online, but we've been having technical difficulties, so if you have trouble accessing it, just email me. I'm more than happy to provide a PDF of the document if you're having trouble getting to it. With that, thank you for your time. If you have questions, please feel free to contact me. If you need me to go back to the prior slide, I'm happy to do that too. Just let me know.
Great information. Commissioner Barks, you have a question?
Just real quick, because I know there might be other questions and a little more discussion, but thank you very much. Appreciate you, Dr. Pilardi, and love UF-IFAS and the benefit to help us shape policy here in Lake County and all around Florida. Just real quick with the land trust, you just touched on that. Just my opinion, how important that is. I don't know if you could put that slide back up there, but the Alachua, if not, no biggie. But the Alachua Conservation Trust, so about 4 years ago, I was like really, really getting into all this, and I was ready to just like go out and start my own trust. I was a little naive, but I was told, no, you need to go and work with Alachua. So I will put the plug in for us as we move forward. They're great for us, as well as American Farmland Trust, which I've met at the Florida Wildlife Corridor. So that is a key part, and the key part to emphasize that is they have money so they can shorten the time frame for those in ag that want lands to be preserved. Instead of waiting years for money to show up, they can bridge that gap. So I just think emphasize that is going to be really important for us, is to get to go with Alachua personally, and maybe American Farmland as well. But there's others; they're all good, but. So I don't know, more of an opinion, I guess, anything other than to say thank you, and I look forward to getting a copy of this presentation. I thought it had a lot of good information in it.
Absolutely, and I can provide some copies of the brochure for landowners to the county, to Lake County, as well as for the interested landowners here. I'm sorry I wasn't unable to print out any to bring with me today to the meeting, but we can provide those, and we'll also have them available through our local extension office here. So
yeah. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Awesome, great information. And we're going to move into a panel discussion. Meg Brew, Executive Director of Development Services. Actually, I think it's Kathleen. Did I say Meg? I meant to say Kathleen.
I'm a sad stand-in for Meg, but I am who you get today, so.
Well, we're happy that you're here to do this and moderate a short panel discussion with local leaders in agriculture. So we're going to let you take it from here and get this.
Yeah, for the record, Kathleen Dial, Executive Director of Development Services for Lake County. And I know we've thrown a lot of information at you today to digest, but we didn't want to end without letting you hear from some local farmers and leaders in agriculture. So it's my privilege today to welcome Ryan Atwood, if you'll come on up, Tom Frost, and Austin Spivey. 3 outstanding members of the Lake County ag community, and as you heard in the FFA Creed so beautifully put, these men truly know the joys and discomforts of agricultural life. We have a few questions to help begin the conversation. So gentlemen, if you would first, please introduce yourself and share what you enjoy the most about working in agriculture.
Austin Spivey. I work with Cherry Lake in South Lake County, Groveland. I came into agriculture about 11 years ago, and one of the things I did not anticipate, I love the idea of having that farm as my office. Beautiful rolling landscape, lakes, sunrises, the whole thing. The one thing I didn't anticipate was the quality of the people that I get to be involved with every day in ag. Some of the most humble, hardworking, high-integrity people I've ever encountered. So that's probably what I love most about agriculture is the people I get to surround myself with.
My name's Tom Frost. Got into agriculture about 12 years ago. Our farm is a cattle ranching operation. We do cow-calf and some backgrounding of beef cattle, and then we're a horse farm. So we raise quarter horses, raise about 30-year trained 2-year-old cutting horses, and sell them out at the Western Bloodstock sale in Texas. So the best thing about agriculture for me is I get to work with my kids. I've got 3 kids, my oldest 2, an 8-year-old and 10-year-old. They work with us every day. They homeschool. So we're on the farm together. We've got a great team. Our team is eclectic. We've got guys from South America, guys from Europe, guys from Alabama. So we have the whole mix, and it's a good place to work and a great place for my kids to grow up. And I get to pretend like I'm a kid every day. So can't ask for a better life than that.
I'm Ryan Atwood, one of the owners of H&A Farms. I was a city kid growing up, not from agricultural background. Worked for Lake County as an agricultural extension agent for fruit crops. Fell in love with the people, much like Austin did. I found the people to be excellent, high quality, just wanted to be around them. Saw some opportunities to start my own blueberry operation. Partnered with the Hill family, great people. We started a packing house, and Michael Hill, who's the CEO, has grown it into, I believe it's the largest packing house in the eastern United States, if not the whole country now, for blueberries. So it's been pretty successful. And just really the people is what got me interested in it.
Thank you. And we know that there are plenty of challenges, even with the resources available to farmers. There are challenges that can make farming difficult. Severe weather, foreign competition, pest diseases, and labor-related issues have all been cited as challenges for farmers. In your professional experience, what have you found to be the greatest challenge to farming for productivity and profitability?
Probably, and I can only speak for our operation, probably labor is the greatest challenge for us because we're very specialized and labor intensive in our farming. I think it takes one person per 5 acres for a whole year to perform all the different tasks. And we have 720 acres, so that's like 143 people we have to employ just to produce the crop. Doesn't get it to market, doesn't get it to the loading dock, any of that stuff, doesn't sell it. And so labor's been a challenge. We're innovative, we mechanize, we automate as much as we can, but yeah, labor's been a challenge for us. We engage in some of the federal programs, H2 programs. They've been wonderful to us. They're antiquated and they probably need a little bit of updating. I think 1984 is when they were rolled out, and I don't think there's been a single update to those programs since then, which is absurd. That's 40 years. There wasn't even the internet when those were implemented, right? So there's probably some things, some opportunity there, but it's a political hot stove, and so we haven't gotten a lot of traction there. But yeah, to be brief, labor is the biggest challenge, and more specifically, domestic labor. being able to hire and recruit domestic labor has been a significant challenge for us.
Ours is a bit different. Ours is land. We raise beef cattle, and the only way you can make money and raise beef cattle is for them to graze. And the only way you get more way to graze is more land. And at one point in time, we had 1,500 mama cows, and we were on 19 leases spread from Kenansville, Florida, all the way up to Graceville, Florida, which probably driving, that's probably a 8-hour drive between those spots. And we really cut ourselves down a lot. Maworkas just couldn't do it anymore, and we would lose leases, and so we'd lose money. We'd lose money to houses. We'd lose out to a guy who wanted to build houses. We'd lose out to a guy who wanted to build blueberries, blueberry fields. The worst possible, financial solution for a landowner is to have beef cattle on it. But probably the best environmental solution is beef cattle. Probably every neighbor wants beef cattle. It comes with its own set of problems. People who are bordering our property, even our main ranch in Lady Lake, we'll put down lime, which is just like spreading sand, and we put down lime, and our neighbors think we're trying to kill them with a chemical. It's not chemical, but that I see that for a big challenge for everybody else. But yeah, our biggest challenge really is land. I think people love the ranching life. We don't have a hard time getting really good talent to work with us. We got a great place to work, but we have way less people. I know your guys' challenge. I've been to your dormitory and all that stuff. It's a lot. But yeah, ours is it's land, and we have to buy at about $5,000 an acre to be able to do our job and make money at it. We'll buy for more than that. Obviously, we've been buying for more than that, but that means it's going to be a labor of love. So we do it. A lot of it's out of love. We definitely need more land and more access to land.
So this is a topic I could speak hours on, literally, but I don't want to take that much time for you guys because I know it's been long enough. But labor would be one, land would be one. Honestly, the rural-urban interface, which is very, much important to Lake County, is another. Just as an example, I get people every year that are not happy with me because I'm running my bird cannons or my bird squelchers, which legally we're allowed to do an hour after sunrise and an hour before sunset. We turn them off. But still, it doesn't matter to people who like to drink heavily and sleep into 11 a.m., and I turn on my cannons at 8:30. And then they send me literally 3-page long text messages that are just nastier than anything you've ever read. And then you have other neighbors come over and they want to fight you. And then you have neighbors come over when you have COVID because you're picking your crop and they don't understand why you've got 100 people in your field because you're supposed to be socially distancing. And then you've got police officers who work the night shift and then they come home and they want to sleep in the day and then they tell you every rule and law that you're breaking by having semis come to your property. And anyway, I'm just giving you small little tidbits over the years of things that we deal with. I've been in this office before when people have tried to get H-2A housing in this county. I've never seen so many pitchforks out before. And that's a legal program through the government. So there's a lot of challenges. We haven't even talked about environmental, hailstorms, things that happen. So it truly is a labor of love in a lot of ways. There are a ton of challenges, not only on the local level, but on the federal level. And so it's a very difficult profession. There's a lot of ways to lose money, to be honest. And I'm going to be brief. So.
Okay, and last question. In your interactions with colleagues across the country, have you come across local programs or initiatives that have been effective in helping individuals who want to continue farming profitably be able to do so? If so, could you share one?
Yeah, so one of the programs I encountered, so one of the things that didn't really get talked about today is there's a lot of wonderful programs to help put your land into perpetual green space, right? But the assumption that's made is that, well, I want to see my land continue to be farmed. But I think one of the big problems, and perhaps this dictates the decision-making a little bit, is succession planning. You know, that I think only 30% of agricultural operations make it to the next generation, right? So I think there's this big gap in succession planning because, you know, if I'm a guy that owns a swath of land, yeah, of course I want to see my labor of love preserved and all that, but do I take pennies on the dollar and then not have anyone to give it to see that through fruition, or do I take, you know, my 401k in full, so to speak, right? And so I think that's a challenge there. And so I would encourage anybody that's looking at developing programs for conservation to also consider the succession planning services. You know, specifically, there was a program in Colorado that I was made aware of in my time in Wedgeworth, and basically these guys had got together and they basically crowdsourced a bunch of aspiring farmers, got their resumes, got everything that you know, that made them credible, you know, in terms of being a potential employee. And then they looked at the aging farming population that didn't have a good succession plan. Their kids don't want to farm it. They don't want to take over. They live in urban areas. And they basically created a service to where they could match, you know, people that wanted to keep their land in agriculture and people that wanted to become farmers, you know, but the greatest barrier to entry is land, the cost of land, right? And so they were trying to put these two together, and I think that's a wonderful program. Again, the statistics show the farming population is aging. The amount of second and third generation farms is diminishing greatly, and you know, so there's this little gap there. And I think considering that gap and creating something, you know, to meet that need would go a long way.
So we're actually in the process of putting our land in through the Rural Family Lands program. We've submitted our application. It's a 90-page application that we filled out, and we're working with Dean Saunders and his group, J.T. Thompson, who's a local guy, grew up here. So that's what we're doing right now. So we're putting 512 acres in that program. There's a lot of negotiations. That's kind of one of the biggest things. It's just negotiating every little bit, what you can do with the land, how it could get subdivided into smaller farms. You know, if that was something, how many houses can get built over time. And so we're in the process of that. And that'll probably be for us, my wife and I, that's the generational change. So, you know, 500 plus acres of high and dry land in the area of Lady Lake where we are. I mean, that's development land that's really valuable. Just trying to make sure that we get enough that it makes it worthwhile. Because, you know, I think you get in there, and we've spoken to the Alachua Land Trust and Tom Kay and the guys over there, and really smart guys. But it's like you sit there with them, and a lot of times they're going like, okay, well, yeah, we'll give you like $2 million, and you're like, yeah, I'm 10 in, like thanks but no thanks. Like it went up, like it doubled. So for like $20 million, you're going to give me $2 million. Like that's probably not a good negotiation. There's not, and so I think that's the biggest challenge. But I think assembling the programs together is really important. I think finding a good partner is really, you know, I think, Dean Saunders has done a great job at it. They just know. And so I think anybody who's interested in it, I think, you know, not to, you know, represent them. We haven't finished ours yet, but there's so many pots of money. I learned a lot today, listening. And it looks like there's, you know, I'm sure that the Saunders guys know kind of how to navigate that, but that's the biggest part is kind of going to that. But that's going to be the biggest thing for my family to be able to continue to do this. I don't know what happens in the third generation. I don't know. My kids are pretty young. But, you know, I think when you're doing it, you hope that they'll do it. And if they're doing it every day, more than likely one of them's going to do it. So
I was negative with my last comment, but I'll be more positive this time. One of the good things about the urban-rural interface is you can do agritourism. And as most of you know, that I'm also an owner of an agritourism farm called Amberbrook Farms in Eustis. And as the population comes to you, you can successfully do that. And I know a lot of the growers that have agritourism towns in Lake County that have been very successful. Graham's up with their peaches, transitioned from a failing citrus operation into a very, successful peach you pick. Obviously, the Hill family down in Claremont is probably the poster child of all Florida agricultural ag tourism farms in the state, if not the top, one of the top. So I think there's an opportunity in that realm for our county. I still think there are more and more coming in, and there's competition, healthy, friendly competition. But I think that for our area, the future, that could be something that would be of benefit. So.
I just want to thank you all for your time and expertise, and really all of our speakers. We've had people travel from all over the state to come be with you today. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you for any questions or discussion.
You guys have questions? You want to?
I have a question, and it's probably for all of you, but since Mr. Frost is going through this process, would you say that if this process was less cumbersome, it would help bring down the price and get more people interested in going through this process?
I think that the time, we've been in it for over 18 months now, and we don't see, he said a year or two. I think you should probably say 3. That's a long time for anybody, especially a lot of farmers transition because of health issues. I think there needs to be somewhere that they can bridge loan it. You can bail a guy out. I mean, I was in a tractor this morning. I don't know about these guys, but I was in a tractor this morning. I'm hauling cows to the market tomorrow. If I had a real bad health issue, a developer can make me a deal tomorrow, and the time is the biggest problem.
Yeah, you were saying it was 90 pages, and I'm sure you have an attorney involved.
Yep.
So there's an expense there that's just absolutely, to me, is ridiculous that we can't streamline this process some way to. Are we listening back over here? We need to streamline this process a little bit so we can make it less cumbersome, because not all farmers have the resources that some of y'all have. I mean, we're talking some farmers here that are just barely hanging on, and they're wanting to continue farming, but they're not sure how to do it, or they're not sure how to go through the process.
Yeah.
So I think it's on us to get with the state and the federal level to figure out how to make this less cumbersome. So thank you for your remarks, though.
Commissioner, we'll come back to you.
Sure, yeah.
My question is more staff. The $50 million bond issue, will it allow us to go and use that money for the rural and family lands? I mean, the way it was written, can we parlay the money into making money?
Yeah, I don't have the language in front of me. At the time we developed that ordinance, the discussion of buying development rights really didn't come up. It is written that we would be acquiring interests in land. So a development right would be an interest in land. As y'all talk about, you picture that bundle of sticks, and that could be one of the sticks. So I think that's something we'd have to explore a little bit more as to whether it was intended to reach to that level.
And the other language, though, I know you don't have the language in front of you, but working off of memory, there was a lot of focus on, water quality, green spaces.
Correct. It was focused on water quality, green spaces. There is a section that does talk about acquiring property to protect against overdevelopment. That term is actually in there. So. But again, your initial discussions when we came up with that language wasn't so much as TDRs as much as it was to acquire property like you had done on the original issuance.
So we could acquire property, and if we wanted to get rid of the development rights, we have the property. Why could we not sell the property?
You can, but because it's a restricted funding source, of course, whatever the sale prices would go back into that fund. You have to be careful too, because these are tax exempt bonds. So there are some federal regulations where you have to be really, really careful about buying something immediately and then turning it around and selling it. Every time we look at selling one of the properties that we purchased in a previous issuance, we do go to our bond counsel and have them look at that and review it to make sure we're not violating any federal regulations.
And I think that's why Commissioner Simpson had said 2 to 3 years. I imagine there might be a time frame on that. We need to research that.
Correct. We'd have to look at the federal regs.
Where that might, to your point, where that might come into play is the 50 million, of course, with partnering with other agencies, is say you did have an agricultural piece of land, but there were some environmental features with it, associated with it, but it's a large tract of property, and there's agricultural operations going on one part of it, but then other parts have some environmental features, water resource protection, but the person that's in ag is wants to get rid of, sorry to put it that way, but the whole entire tract. So maybe the money goes towards more what's lined with the conservation strategy mapped lands, and then you marry it with Rural and Family Lands Protection Act money, and maybe you throw in somebody else, and you're wheeling and dealing, and that's how you can accomplish that, maybe.
My goal is to make the 50 million go as far as we can,
And
get
that's-
as much as we can.
Absolutely.
And if that means we can make money on the way through without hurting the bond, the bonding, I think we should look into it.
Commissioner Sabatini.
Sure. My question is, I mean, all three great farmers, thank you guys for being here. It seems to me like, Ron, you're the most into agritourism, obviously, of the three, in my opinion. How do we expand agritourism, and how does the county partner with you or other operators on expanding? You know, people talk about economic development, and one of the big complaints they have is developing people to come in and compete against our local guys. I want the county to really partner with the stakeholders in the community to incentivize them to spread agritourism, or maybe take farms that make great money and are very profitable but don't have an agritourism sector and incentivize them to do that. I think that's, my opinion, the most economically viable way to keep ag high and growing, obviously viable, but also keep the quality and cultural of life. What are your thoughts on that? Do you have maybe maybe a partnership? I mean, I'm just curious, what can we do from our side?
My initial reaction is I don't know. I do think there's some things that, as an agricultural producer, that are more challenging in that business, because the truth is it's a different kind of business, right? Like, it's not just out there growing blueberries and dealing with my employees, and that's a totally different. You're dealing with the general public, you're outward facing, you need different skill sets. And a lot of times, my wife, for our small deal, when we started it, was perfect for that, because she's total extrovert and did a really good job with interacting with the folks. But then you have other challenges, maybe where you could help, like with traffic patterns. I mean, I went to our Easter egg hunt. I don't know, Leslie lives up there by us. She might have saw it, but I was like, oh my gosh, we back traffic up a mile. I was like, people are running on the dirt road, around the paved road. I'm just like, this is a nightmare, but it wasn't intended, obviously, right? But it's just one of those things where it was popular. People wanted to come to it. We've done it before, but we're not experts in how to deal with those kind of situations. So maybe that's where you could give assistance to people and help us with those kind of issues.
And then this is just a thought going from Q&A just conversation here with the board. But just a thought I had is, obviously these are limited dollars, and we want to get development rights, and everyone's going to want to be, if they know they want to sell the development rights, they're going to be applying, and it's going to be competitive. I almost think there's a way to incentivize agritourism by tying it in legally into who gets, who we purchase from, in the sense that, okay, we'll purchase from people who are interested in doing good agritourism in our county. And proven operators can come, and it's like, okay, you guys already know what you're doing. You got great farms. You're going to get points, right, under the board to jump up, and then we literally buy development rights or buy land and let these guys operate it through, I guess it would be a separate legal agreement, to incentivize and increase agritourism as part of this conversation. I just think it's the best way to incentivize this healthy and good industry, which I think improves the culture, quality of life, and desirability to live in this county. And so it sounds like an aggressive approach, but it's just something to think about. That's all. I'm just sort of thinking in that regard of how we can really incentivize agritourism more than any of the other counties in Central Florida.
all good thoughts. Okay.
Yeah, two questions, I think, quick. The succession planning services, I think that's a great idea. I mean, wow, that could be really big. Are local banks involved with that in Colorado? Like if our local banks?
That I do not know.
Okay, because what I understand is it's for somebody that knows that it's not going to stay in my family, but I'm going to be sort of matched up with somebody that proves themselves to want to be.
Yeah, and I think one of the attractive things was, well, you know, it's wide open as far as what the arrangement could be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it could be, well, my family continues to own the land, and we have a very lucrative lease offer for you, and you profit off of it, right?
Yeah.
And so you're an owner-operator in the sense that you own the operation, but yet, you know, the family gets to keep. So they explained quite a few different arrangements that they had envisioned, and so, but I just think offering that service will bring more people to the table, right? Because the guy that's sitting there is like, my kids don't want anything to do with this. You know, I got all this land, it's worth a chunk, and basically I can take that, or I can, you know, get a diminished amount, a small amount that may hold me over, but then I have all this land to maintain that I'm getting too old to maintain. By giving them this third option of maybe putting them in touch with people, you know, that would aspire to maintain their land and to operate and to make a great living in agriculture. I think that's just a great incentive to bring more people to the table.
And is there any consumer decision that we could make like today that would support agriculture? Maybe a loaded question, but for all three of you, but.
Fresh from Florida?
Yeah, fresh. Okay, all right. I mean, going to a grocery store, I'm not going to mention names and things that how they manipulate sometimes and stuff like that. But so fresh from Florida, that's what we as consumers should do.
I get frustrated myself because sometimes I could go 3 miles down the road and get a piece of fruit that's 3 days old, right? But yet on my grocery store shelf, you know, they're marketing the stuff that's 3,000 miles away and 3 months old. And it's really discouraging to see that. So I always hunt for the fresh from Florida label, and the produce manager in my grocery store, he knows me, and he's always ducking me because I'm always calling him out, like, what are you guys doing? You know? So yeah, he's well aware. So
no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for being here. We appreciate your input, and we look forward to hopefully working together and helping you continue to do what you do.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
For everything
All right.
Privilege. Thanks.
Bringing back for a little bit more discussion, my impression, though, is that in an ordinary situation, the best case scenario for the landowner / farmer is outright purchase, and then we take the development rights off, and then we go back to the market for it to be used by another farmer, which ties right into the whole succession planning thing where you're linking farmers up with other farmers.
Yeah.
It seems to make a lot of sense, but I feel like a big part of this is going to be our outreach to the cities as we continue to have our discussions about JPAs. But the last few days, giving a lot of thought to the situation with the cities, I think we keep looking for these opportunities where if we've talked about the whole charter thing and what can we do to make the cities work with us. I think we really have to strongly appeal to them to make this decision for themselves, that this is in the best interest of everyone in Lake County. This is in the best interest of the cities as well, to join our forces and really focus on how do we protect the rural properties and how do we join forces on issues like TDRs, because if you have a real TDR program in place, you could in fact make a lot of this work. Without their participation, TDRs is really, mean to be negative here, but it's almost impossible to do because that's where the density needs to be and is supposed to be in the urbanized areas. So without their participation, this whole thing with TDRs doesn't really work. And if we're going to buy development rights, we need to be able to put them somewhere. So, so that there's a market for them. And unless the cities agree that we're going to look at the University of Florida numbers and say, okay, here is the number that is a county-wide number, and we're not going to be this is what we're targeting for, we have to accommodate, then and we just freeze everything where it's at right now, I mean, it makes so much sense. If you can come close to freezing things where they are now, then there becomes a market for the TDRs to go to those urbanized areas for them to add densities where it makes sense to have densities. But I think it's been really helpful to hear from our experts today and from our farmers as well. We do have a couple cards, and we weren't going to do public input today just because we really were going to focus on information gathering. But I certainly want to give you a chance. There's just 3 cards, so if you do want to speak, if you want to forego speaking, we will be having other public meetings in the future. And you certainly can email us or reach out and contact us. But if you feel like you've got something to say that would add to what we've already discussed, I've got Cindy Newton, a card. It wouldn't be a county meeting if Cindy Newton didn't fill a card out to speak. And that was a compliment.
Cindy Newton, Unincorporated Eustis. The importance of our ag land is often overlooked, and often it's just viewed as acreage waiting for development. We do need a sustainable food source that's local for many reasons, even with what's going on the national level. Something I'd like to see at either the state or federal level would be the farmland soil of unique importance to be protected similarly to the prime farmland soil. A lot of our high recharge type A soils are also unique farmland soil. And while we're losing our recharge, it's also very important to keep that soil because once it's gone, it's gone. More on the local level, of course, there's our changes that we're working on with the ISBAs, JPAs to better protect our rural protection areas, our rural areas, and our special districts, the Green Swamp, Wakivis Protection Area, Ferndale. And I think we could even expand that into some of our overlay districts, such as the Lake Apopka overlay. There's some farms in there that could possibly be at least partially in that district that would help. You've got some ag land coming up pretty soon for zoning changes that are within that property. And also the cups that are coming before the county in the ag area. If those could be reviewed and not just put out there and hopefully looked at when somebody calls in for a code enforcement violation. A lot of times those cups end up expanding without knowledge and affecting the ag land that's around it, besides the ag land that it's sitting on. So I would like to see some of those things at least looked at too.
All right, thank you,
I appreciate
Cindy. Lori, is it Forster?
Thank you.
You go there.
Hi, Sean.
Hey.
Although I live just over the Lake County line in Orange County, my counterpart in Lake County is delivering a baby as we speak, so she can't be here. So I'm going to try very hard to communicate both. I live in the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. It has 421 parcels. We are, the Avalon Home and Property Association also includes 298 parcels off of Phil C. Peters Road in Lake County. We work jointly as a group to ensure that we can preserve ag lands as much as we can in our area. We are surrounded by the conserve, and immediately to the south of that is, it's Horizon West to the south. To the north is Winter Garden, and to the west is Wellness Way. Flat Lake also ends the community on the Lake County side on Phil C. Peters Road, so that kind of gives you an idea of where we are. Not only are we trying to preserve ag lands for crops and livestock, but our rural area also acts as a water recharge area, the heat burden offset, air purification, wildlife sanctuary for both South Lake County and Orange County. And all of these are absolutely critical for the quality of life for those that live in our South Lake and West Orange County areas and the developments that are in there. We understand that it is a growth area, and we appreciate that. The majority of our parcels are in the Wekiva River Basin, and as Commissioner Simpson noted, that our land is less expensive because we're agriculture and we're one home per 5 acres. So developers are constantly trying to buy land within our rural settlement to develop and within the Lake County area to develop. As noted several times today, annexation changes the intensity and density of those lands. We feel it is important that this issue be addressed regarding land entitlements for annexed land. Commissioner Parks is familiar with what happened with Parkview Trail subdivision, which has a common property line with us and our folks that are in our association on the Lake County side. They are developing 958 dwellings with 200,000 square feet of commercial space. All of Wellness Way will have 15,000 dwellings, several million square feet of commercial buildings, and we were told that they would do non-potable water. Non-potable water does not exist in that area. So because of the intensity and density that's coming there, when we are advocating for Lake County to mandate that infrastructure be completed prior to providing COs with the promise that infrastructure will come, and if annexed, make a mandatory requirement for a municipality to annex the land and take that requirement of having the infrastructure such as non-potable water there before they are issued COs via a JPA.
Thank you. James J. Greiner, Lake County Cattlemen's Association.
Thank you. I'm Jay Greiner, lifelong resident of Lake County, and I'm currently the treasurer for the Lake County Cattlemen's Association. And with me today is Joe Crawford, who's our current president of the Lake County Cattlemen's Association. And I just wanted to make the board and the people here know that there is a Lake County Cattlemen's Association. We are an affiliate group of the Florida Cattlemen's Association, which is an affiliate group of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. So that's our voice to go to Tallahassee on legislative weekends, to go to Washington D.C. on legislative weekends. This past year, the motto of the Cattlemen's Association has been loyal to the land. Year before that, it was cows keep Florida green. So the Cattlemen's Association have been fighting this battle all over the state and the nation for a long time. The Florida Cattlemen's Association started in 1916. I went through a box of archives that was passed on to me through the Lake County. I found a letter that acknowledged the Lake County Cattlemen's Association was on March 28, 1963. My passion is to raise a cow-calf operation. I love cattle. I've worked a career as a fireman and kept cattle on the side. The fear that I have and Joe has, and there's several of our members, Mr. Frost is a member of our organization. I farm on leased and rented land. It gets lost every month. I don't know, in this past year, I've helped 4 of my fellow cattlemen go move cattle off of land because the development has started. And right in front of my front door of my house is slated for a development to come. But I just want to thank the board for pushing to find resolutions for this, and know that the cattlemen that are true good cattlemen, we're producers. Sometimes I call people that own cattle pet owners instead of producers. But I just want to thank the board for your attention to the conserving our county.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate what you do. Yes. You have can we ask you a question, Jay?
Yes, all you want. I don't want that clock to run out.
All right. So just a lot of people don't know this, but Florida was #1 in cattle. Where are we sitting today with cattle?
I don't know if I have that number with me today. I did see in the National Cattlemen's book, or the Florida Cattlemen's, I will solicit a little bit. If you own a cow and you will join the Florida Cattlemen's Association, it's $150 for dues. $50 of that comes to our Lake County Association, which we use for the junior cattlemen shows. We have been able to do scholarships in the past and help a lot of FFA stuff. We're pretty quiet because our membership is low and pretty much non-active. When I got out of high school in Leesburg, right after Mr. Morris did.
Don't tell how old we are.
I worked cattle for a living for 7 years in the Lake County, the West Lake County borders and I like to tell the people who live in the villages, my horse may have pooped in your front yard. But I've seen all that change, and that's all we did was I worked cattle for many years over there. Florida was supposed to be number 2 in cattle production then. I think the last I saw, they're 9th or 10th.
Okay.
Lake County, the data that I have from the association that we pay our dues on now, Lake County's 19th in the state. And if you'll let me look at a paper here, 2023 and 2023-24, the data came back that there was 16,400 mama cows in Lake County. That's not counting calves on their side, that's producing mama cows. If you went back to 2018 and 19, we are at 14,000. So we've stayed about the same. We rank 19th, I think I said, in the counties as far as, we're ranked 19th in the counties of Florida as our number of mama cows that we have. So, yeah, it's, cattle land's taking a hit. I think the only thing that's taken a bigger hit is orange groves.
Yes, sir.
Since 83 and 84, the orange groves took a bigger hit than the cow pasture did. But our cattlemen are still out there fighting and pushing for conservative.
Well, I appreciate that. I just want to let all the people know that it's not from Florida. Florida used to be number 1 in cattle.
I always understood we were number 2 in cattle behind the state of Texas. Now, that might have been Texas saying they were bigger.
They're bigger.
But, I mean, I'm going back to what I remember is the late 70s, early 80s.
So I'm going back to the 40s when it was national.
I don't know. The data that comes out from the National Cattlemen stuff.
Will you find out for me?
What's that?
Will you find out for me?
I will.
Oh,
I will find out unless you know.
We're number 13 now in the country, 900,000 head of cattle. Texas has 4 million.
Yeah.
And I think we'll stay somewhat high as long as the Mormon operations, which own so many. But if the Orlando thing happens, they're all gone. So
Only half of it.
Yeah.
50,000 acres.
The data I saw, I don't know where to go back to it, but it was 888,000 head of cattle in the state. So I didn't know where that ranked us, but
yep, that's
the South Florida, south of Kissimmee, south of Orlando, and south of Kissimmee, is the majority of the state cattle business. The old cattleman said you had to be a grass farmer before you could be a cattleman. So if you didn't grow grass and take care of your land, you couldn't raise a cow. But
Well, Jay, my understanding is we don't ask how many cows you have because that's asking how much money you got in the bank.
that's a pretty good statement. You get a few. I got a few. I got a bunch. But I always tell people, fella asks, you want some more cows? I'd always love to have more cows. I just don't have anywhere to put them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have anywhere to put them. And I hate to say, in today's world, you're real cautious about who you get to come help you to work or who you get to come. Me personally, on my operation in local, most of the land that I operate on is investment land, and the fence was built 50 years ago. And the guy that leases you the land says, you got to maintain the fence. Well, you got to give me something to maintain. I say, I can't keep my cows on there because I'm tired of getting up at night when the sheriff's department called me and told me they walked out or somebody ran through the fence. If you have to go into a land and put up a new fence, which used to be, $2 a foot, now it's $6 a foot, and you're only making, the land only support 25 or 30 head of calves, so you took your profit for the next 20 years on a land that you don't even own. So that's what, I don't say keeps us beat down, but keeps in small operations. But I do love my time out in what land is here left. I get to see some pretty parts of Florida.
Well, this is great information. It's really helpful for us as we have these ongoing discussions too with the cities because, we talk about places to grow food and the need for that, but I haven't really heard until now the concept of we need places for the cattle to graze, right, in Lake County. And if we're what did you say, we're 19th in the state, we can make our target not to go down any further. We've got to have enough space.
That would be the other programs that they haven't touched on today is USDA programs through the Farm Service agencies here in the office in Tavares. It's paperwork intensive and to keep up with it, but there is programs that I participate myself in, do drought assistance, hurricane cleanup assistance, conservation. I do put I don't own the land, so there's some programs I can get in as a leasee. Some of the landowners are in on them, and some of the landowners, like, I don't want government on my land at all. And so there are programs out there that do help. I say that's what's kept me from losing money in the last 4 or 5 years, and I don't need a tax break enough to where I can afford to lose money. So there are programs out there that help the small farmer to go right along with the programs we've discussed today.
Great information.
If I can give any other assistance, you can find me at Lake County Cattlemen's. So,
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. A couple more cards, and then we'll be wrapping it up. Michael Hill, Agriculture Sustainability. And we've heard the Hill name mentioned several times today.
How y'all doing? My name's Michael Hill. Live here in Lake County. I'm a third-generation Central Florida farmer. My family grew on the mucklands of Lake Apopka back from the 50s to the 90s. Y'all remember those days. My family owns Southern Hill Farms, and Ryan and I are partners here in Lake County, Orange County, with H&A Farms, so we grow blueberries and strawberries. My parents tried to talk me out of farming since I was a kid. I denied it, went to school, studied agriculture economics. You know, it's numbers and ag, I knew that, right? And then I got into farming for myself and started realizing the real numbers behind it all. And I think the reason why we're talking about this issue is an economic issue, right? Farmers are selling their land because it's not profitable anymore. It's, you know, it's just not. And not many people want to do it. I'm 37 years old. I'm completely bald right now, and a lot of it's because of how stressful it is, how hard it is to work. And we have more imported products from other countries than we're producing. So there's, you know, Simpson talked about, we used to be 290 million boxes in the state of Florida, and the industry can only sustain 40 to 60 million now. And you're probably thinking, why is that? There's 290 million. It's because it's all being produced in Brazil, right? It's the same thing. Blueberries, we grow blueberries, right? 60% of the blueberries are grown in other countries, right? It's not that we would be investing to buy more property, and farmers wouldn't be selling their land because they love their way of life, but they're just not making money. So the problem is finding leases that you can purchase property on, but then lease it back to a farmer. The numbers make sense. If you buy it for $10 million, but you only lease it for $20,000 a year, it's not a good investment, right? So that's the issue that we're in. Is there's farmers out there that want to grow and want to continue their way of life, but they literally are dying, right? And I'm seeing it firsthand. We work with farmers all over the state on packing and selling their fruit, and I see their numbers, and they talk to me every day, say, I don't know if I can make it another year, you know. And that's food crops, because we're in the state of Florida. We produce at the same time that Mexico does. Our wage rates are going to $14, $15 an hour. You know what they pay? So we pay $200 a day, pretty much, $150 to $200 a day. They pay $5 to $20 a day. 35% of our cost of goods sold is labor just to harvest the crop. When 35% of your cost of goods sold is at $200 a day, and your competition is doing it for $5 to $20, which is a 20th to a 10th of your cost, there's no way to stay in business. So we're working hard. I'm going to go a few seconds longer. We're working hard to work with the University of Florida, IFAS, to try to develop machine harvestable crops that we can grow and not have that cost. But there's a lot of growers just aren't going to make it. So the reason why farmers are selling is because they are losing money, and they can't feed their own family, right? And we say fresh from Florida. Well, the produce buyer at Publix, shouldn't say the name Publix, but at any retailer, is going to buy the product that's cheaper for them, okay? So we have to compete on a free market with other countries that have way lower costs than we do. And yes, you can ask for fresh from Florida, but at the end of the day, the buyer is going to buy the cheaper product, right? So anyways, I'm off my soapbox, but it's a real issue that growers are having. And I'm the youngest grower probably in this room today. And I'm just trying, I plan on going for decades, right? But I'm telling you the real challenges I'm sitting here facing, saying, how do I make it another 5, 10, 15 years?
A question, Chairman?
Sure, if you're.
Sure, just a question if you could. Yeah, so I totally sympathize and obviously see it the same way you do, but obviously some of what you described is a federal and a state
Yeah, you can't do
solution.
anything about it.
But in the sort of limited resources and regards we have in terms of this bond and this land buying, what role do you think, or would you like to see this board play in using the limited power we have to expand and protect? I'd like to see it expanded, but really at least protect working agricultural lands. What are your thoughts? I mean, not trying to put you on the spot here, but what do you think that the county can do to help partner with farms in the county so that they expand? I mean, that's all we can do is buy land, entitlement rights, keep land basically. If we bind land in such a way where it can only be used as ag, I mean, is that something you think that would be good for the working farms in the county? I mean,
Well, it depends on what your threshold is of what you can buy it and what you can lease it for. It comes down to an economics. That's what I was trying to say before. Because if a farmer needs to sell his land, just like, forgot your land, he said he's 10 million in, they're offering him $2 million, he can't do that, right? So, but if you're leasing it to cattle, they can probably pay $250 an acre, maybe. I don't know, what is cattle lease going? $50 an acre, right? The numbers don't make sense.
$20
Okay, $20 an acre. You can't make an investment and then put cattle on it for $20 an acre. You're going to lose that money will be gone before you know it, right? So that's the true economics behind this issue. So you said, what can you do? It's really, in my opinion, what you could do is do a social media campaign with everybody in the county calling out the retailers to buy domestic product.
totally agree, yeah.
But it's not go to the produce manager. He's gonna be like, yeah, okay. But the customer of the retailer is the consumer.
Oh yeah, I totally agree.
But and they don't like upset customers. But that's a little thing. It sounds little.
No, but it's big, yeah.
But U.S. growers are going out of business because we have free trade with other countries on food, right? And at a much cheaper cost to do it. And our labor costs are going up and up. Our insurance costs are going up. Everything's going up, and it's just pushing us right out. So, yeah, you can buy it, but I'm concerned you're not going to have anybody to put on the land. And everyone says, well, we want farming, we want farming. Well, go buy a farm. Get in it. So, anyways. And you said agritourism. Agritourism is great, but I tell you, that's another tough business because you got to maintain a lot of property. You got to deal with customers. I mean, honestly, we haven't made much money in our agritourism business. As it is, we're trying to see it as a diversification model. I'm just telling the God's honest truth. Because that's a tough business too. And more competition in that makes it even harder to make business, make profitable business. So anyways.
No, that's great information. That's really helpful. And I love the idea of maybe through our economic development efforts that we really push the, grown in Florida and Lake County agriculture and use that as a way to get people more in tune with the fact that we want to support our local farmers. And I think that would then go a long way to us continuing our land use efforts, with our cities so that we just get everybody on the same page. This is really what we want to achieve. We want to have a Lake County that continues to have farmers and agriculture throughout our county, and just start right there with pushing, support as consumers. Let's support our local farmers. And just one of many things that I think we need to be doing. But I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, I'm seeing a potential resolution maybe from the commission encouraging, we won't name names, but encouraging to buy local, to buy state of Florida.
Well, I was thinking about FFA and fence building and programs to even help get out there and sort of make some of that stuff happen.
Point about that's where we have to make that big change there, starting to buy local. Yeah.
Well, if I could just say one more thing, usually we don't, it's like an extension of the panel, but, hopefully you're very involved with the network of political agricultural organizations, because Tallahassee bends over backwards for Publix. And the agriculture in Florida needs to do everything you just said and just really hammer Publix next legislative session. Say, listen, if you're going to allow all these countries to put out Florida farmers, why is our state legislature doing everything Publix wants? They are one of the 2 or 3. They're right there with Disney, most powerful special interests in the states. And you guys should just absolutely, hammer that and make that your number one thing, that this retailer needs to differentiate, whether it be shelf space, et cetera, emphasis. I mean, the Fresh from Florida sticker is this big. Maybe it needs to be a section. It's not saying you need a government law, but they need to put pressure on Publix to get with the program, in my opinion. But sorry, not trying to pass the buck. We have limited resources. I want to know, I've been very clear that I want to use between just pure agricultural or, conservation easement, pretty land to look at, or buy entitlement rights to keep working farms. I'm on the side of the working farms. I want to use all the power money we have in Lake County to help ag, not just buy pieces of land that look nice and sit there. So, but I hope the state responds.
All righty, thank you. And the school board is meeting in here after we finish, and we have 3 cards, so if you guys can try to either defer your time or keep it super short so we can get out of here and get the school board in here. So Mark Ronco, you'll defer? Thank you, I appreciate it, and feel free to send us an email. Mark Ronco, and I'll
come tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yeah, and we have a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Andrea, if you want to call in at the beginning of our meeting, that would be another one too. But Mark?
Hi, I'm a resident of unincorporated Howey in the Hills. I'm a native, born and raised of Lake County. My family's been here for a pretty long time. I come from a farm background. In fact, my mother's family, her farm in her native country has been in our family for over 300 years. So the fruit literally didn't fall very far from the tree. I've had the privilege of owning a grove in Howey. Well, we have, my family, for the past 25 years or so. And I recently replanted that grove. So I'm on a mission from God. There are very few growers left, and I think it's kind of ironic and kind of sad that in Howey especially, and as you may know, Commissioner, is a town founded basically on citrus by a citrus baron, and I'm probably the last grove that I know of anyway, unless maybe something on the other side. So I wanted to say thank you to you guys, all of you, for your zeal and for this hurrah to try to protect what's left. I think we're an endangered species. We're right up there with the panther at this point. So I appreciate that. I wanted to just say, too, I've worked with lovely people with USDA, NRCS, FDACS, St. John's. I've had the privilege of working with some lovely people. I had a little bit of pushback from some of the county offices, and I certainly hope that because you guys are doing this, that will carry on to some of the offices as well, and that your offices will be a little bit more understanding or more willing to, I guess, support and work with those of us that are left in this dying industry. And that's really all I wanted to say, and I thank you guys for your time. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Ronco. All right, Rick Gonzalez, and that'll be our last card, and then we'll be able to wrap up and let the school board get on with their business.
I just wanted to be brief that I'm glad that Tom mentioned Dean Saunders. Him and JT are probably the kingpins in this subject matter, but and I don't know how many applications there are in Lake County right now. I know that our office has 6. I think you should go look at what's been ranked already and pick the ones you like, because it took a 2-year process to get on the list. So just let you know that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for...
I had the opportunity to have lunch with the commissioner, and I've already asked to have that list sent.
Okay, great. All right. Well, that's very helpful, and I know we're going to be assembling our advisory committee very soon, and we're going to have to work on some parameters as well and get some advice from our attorneys on how we can work that criteria into making sure that we stay within what's allowed and required by the referendum itself.
Yeah, just real quick, while we got whoever's left here, if you notice the mural in the rotunda, right, that you see all that as you're coming in, That, I just wanted to make that, we're going to have a press release on that, I think, but that is a gift from the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation for us. It's a loan, I know, but it's a loan through our process.
How long do we have
Sorry,
it?
a gift
How long is
that's
it
a loan.
here?
It's I think for a year. I think it's going to be for a year. Till October, only till October? Oh, so we got to finish our comp plan by October. Yeah. Okay, well, I was talking with them, it was like it would be a year, but that's all right. Just go ahead and take a look at that. That was, I like to call it the people like us do things like this mural, so that you see the agricultural influence that's part of that and everything else that we do. And I'm just thankful to them if they're still here for loaning that to us. So.
Well, and I appreciate that, and everybody enjoy it. And I think the key now is, I mean, we talk about these things. We know what we want to. We know we have a vision for what we'd like to see happen. The key now is finding a way to actually make it happen, and that's where it's going to get harder and more difficult. But you got to start somewhere, and so I think this was a great start today. And I look forward to working with everyone on this endeavor. And thank you to our farmers for all your participation. And we'll see where this takes us. But hopefully it will take us to a place where we save more agriculture and we promote agriculture continuing in Lake County. So with
We're going to go ahead and call the June 23rd Carver Heights Montclair Area CRA to order. If you would please stand for the invocation and pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening. We ask that you give us wisdom to make the best decisions for the city of Leesburg. In your precious name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Move to section 2, the approval of the minutes for the meeting held on June 9th, 2025.
I'll move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Bury?
Yes.
Chairperson Reisman?
Yes. Item 3, discussion of budget request for fiscal year 2026. I will turn that over to the city manager.
Okay, so this is a topic really for you all to give feedback and kind of pontificate on the upcoming budget process. The initial workshops for fiscal year 26 budget will be starting about 2 weeks. I think July 7th is the first one. And then I think we tackle the CRAs in that second meeting, which is the 12th? 10th. Okay, 10th. So I wanted the CRA to kind of talk a little bit about, and at your all's request, some of the goals that you have. So with that, I put together a quick little presentation. I handed it out to you. It's up here as well, and if you hit the slide. So it just kind of give you where the draft is at from a staff level right now. So our revenues this year are about $989,000. That's only about $10,000 more in fiscal year 26 versus fiscal year 25. Now, we're looking like we're going to have about 10% growth overall, our taxable funds. So we don't know the breakdown quite yet of general fund and then the 3 TIF funds. But in short, that number feels a little low. The biggest reason why it's a little bit low is because we received notice from the Water Authority that indicated that they should not be paying an incremental payment into the community CRA. That is pretty correct. However, how the phenomena that why this was going on is it's gone on inception. And as a water district, the county has been in control of setting that levy and collecting that levy, and then it's distributed to the water management district. And the county included their millage rate as part of what's payable to the TIF fund. In short, I think that was a generous interpretation by the county in our favor, and really to make matters right moving forward. I think the concept in general, although nothing formal has taken place, is moving forward. Do not include those special districts. The TIF fund should really only be comprised of the city's increment and the county's general fund increment. And so that's why you don't see a big jump in revenue. So with that, just a boilerplate as far as your expenses. So we have a personnel, which is, and you've got the details of this broken down in front of you. And again, you'll get this ad nauseum as we get through the workshops, but about $88,000 in personnel. General operations, a bunch of different things in there, about $58,000. The resource center operations, about $66,500. And then debt, the debt payment is on the resource center. That's about the $100,000 payment for the $1 million or so that the TIF borrowed from the electric fund, which I think has about 3 years left on it. Is that right, Brandy? Does it? So it's under 1,000. Oh, 600, yeah. So it's about 6 years left. Okay, so then I just made one big cash unallocated number. So so there's $682,100 really is what you have in projected fiscal year 26 dollars to reallocate to assign to different projects, so on and so forth. So then I made another little box there on things that if all things being equal, if we repeat, so that would give you enough money to do another $600,000 home grant, and then put the rest in reserve at $82,100. And then also you've got about $530,000 in unallocated reserve funds. And if you hit that next chart, that shows you kind of our projection as of April 25, where your unrestricted cash is. So, and if you go back, so in total, you really have, effective October 1 of this year, which would be the new fiscal year, about $1.2 million of funds that you can put towards whatever projects you all deem as important. So I thought that was an important kind of debrief as you pontificate on goals and objectives for fiscal year 26, and that gives you the opportunity here to discuss a little bit prior to the workshop.
I have a question, please. Can you go back to the explanation of the calculation from the county of the water district revenues? How many years have they been including it?
Since inception?
That's what I was asking.
Since inception?
And someone realized now that it's
Yes.
in advance, effective for this year. I'm
Fiscal
correct?
year '26.
Okay. I want to just make sure.
Question for you, Al. With regard to the reserve balance?
Yes.
Previous years, historically, do we like to keep $500,000? Is that, or is that kind of a number that?
This is going to run contrary to some things. In an incremental district, probably the reserve requirement isn't as critical as the general fund or some of your other enterprise funds. So I wouldn't be hard, fast set on that. So with that being said, there's another 400 grand in reserve there. So that 1.2 could really be closer to 1.6. I don't know if you want to run it bone dry, but I don't think it's not as a hard, fast rule as the general fund. Although I just think out of just some fiduciary and being conservative, you want to keep a little cash in there. But I don't think it needs to be as great as the 90-day requirement.
Couple comments or question, Al. Number one, it's in the city commission meeting tonight. The CRA is going to have to absorb $137,000 on the new AC.
The air conditioning unit.
The air conditioning unit. And I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to bet there will be cost overruns on Susan Street. So I just want to keep that in mind. I just don't want to go spend all this money.
No, and I think
I like
those
having
are
the
probably,
reserves there.
and obviously,
with Susan
look,
Street primarily.
So the 532 in cash number, so right there, that 532 less the AC. So right off and remember that's as of April. So and that was a July expense. So you're already looking at the 130 grand lower than that.
Yeah.
So it's not destitute. The AC
No, we're in great shape financially.
I'm
just talking about Susan Street. If we're going to have surprises like we do, it's a major project. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention.
Those two funds, the Carver Heights CRA and the 44127 CRA, probably if we do, hopefully we don't have overruns, but inevitably we got to deal with them. Those would be the two places where we would go.
Question: the funding that was pulled from the CRA for Carver Heights, Montclair, I thought that was a solid amount. I didn't know that was in addition to overruns. I thought whatever was pulled from what was granted.
The amounts are fixed right now. I'm just anticipating cost overruns, which we typically have on almost every project. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. So could we rely on the CRA from 44127, or it's going to be both?
I would think you would. I think you probably want to look at both. If we're really going to split hairs, then we probably need to figure out, because remember that the Carver Heights CRA and the 44127 CRA line really kind of split the middle of that park. So I mean, if we're going to split hairs, then we almost need to figure out what dollars are on this side of the line and what dollars are on that side of the line, and then do a proportional adjustment. So roughhouse, I would think if we run over 100 grand. Then my suggestion to y'all would be 50-50.
Okay, fair enough. I was just saying, when you said run over, I was thinking that if any.
Well, I'm still hopeful.
Right, anything that
there
is not
isn't.
in planned, we just automatically go to CRA Carver Heights Montclair, because I'm hoping to really not, you want to do some new projects and things and put in place. And as far as the CRA, I know we'll discuss that in that budget for 27,441. What kind of estimate is given from what dollars from the TIF comes back to that each year? Do you?
The 44127, it hangs out around $3 million. $3 million total revenue, so that's $1.5 million from the county and $1.5 million from the city.
Okay, I was just curious to see.
And then the debt on it is around $1 million, so you generally have about $2 million. And I think we've spent that one down a little bit. I don't have that number off the top of my head because we've allocated a lot of that TIF towards the Susan Street project.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to point out also, I don't think the risk is as great as it was a month ago, but the CRAs were being talked about in Tallahassee with the risk threat of them going away in 1, 2, 3 years. We also, I don't want to forget about the debt service we have here. So, my whole angle here is I don't want people to see these reserves and just go on a spend.
Yeah, and I think on that note, it's probably important to talk a little bit about that, and I think I can be super brief on that. So when that CRA policy came out in the legislature this past session, the initial bills were to eliminate CRAs, period, carte blanche. And the only thing that was the saver in that was if you had existing debt, your TIF increment could still be paid and cover existing debt. But it was no new CRAs, no new projects. And so remember, anything you do in the CRA, I think by definition, is going to be a project. So home grant is a project. So the payment to the CDC would be considered a project. The money going to Susan Street is a project. And so the wording of that initial legislation was no new projects, which basically meant no new spending other than debt. That then got modified to, and whenever the state legislature starts defining a specific category, it means they're picking on somebody. So then that modification, that legislation got modified so that there was a specific kind of area. So they were picking on somebody and said, okay, no more CRAs can be started, was kind of how that manifested its change. And then it didn't go forward again. Does it come back next year? Probably. In what form? Anybody's guess. So my advice to you is just to be mindful that that legislation's out there. You're probably going to deal with it again next session. And yes, you probably don't want to spend everything. But most of that legislation was date certain. So start of a fiscal year moving forward. So what's in the hopper probably could stay in the hopper if they go back to something pretty draconian. But we'll see where it goes next year.
And I realize the legislature could change the rules, but I just want to be sure I understood you clearly. What you're saying right now, what was talked about this past year, you're saying existing debt, would that phase out the county's obligation? Would it?
Yes.
It would
phase out.
We wouldn't just lose half and have to pay out of our.
Yeah, we never got to interpretations of what that legislation meant.
Okay, and I realize it could change. I don't want to get bogged down here.
My interpretation of what it meant was if you have, let's say you have $1 million CRA, and of that $1 million that you're getting, total increment, $500,000 was debt. That would mean instead of getting $500,000 in an incremental payment from another jurisdiction, you would only get the portion that's the half of the debt.
That's what I understood as well. Yeah. I have just a little concern well, this is a big concern if CRAs go away, because it doesn't just affect, again, I still continue to say this, not just one CRA district of District 1. I think it will affect the entire city, and that's what I'm really worried about. And I'm hoping that this will all be gone away, and I'm being reassured constantly, but in the back of my mind, I'm understanding that we should play and be prepared to expect. And of course, if it doesn't, that's a great thing. We can continue another year. But if there is possibility for the CRA 441 funding, if we could consider some of the homes on the east side of town that runs on the corridor of the District 1 for that area, for CRA 441, to use that CRA budget to try to apply some of the home improvement grant, if we can get pulled from there.
For homes where now?
441 and 27, using that CRA for the east side of town, because there's no funding on the east side of town for CRA.
So,
in the district.
It is in the district.
So where I think Commissioner Berry is going back to is trying to find and fund the home grant program outside the Carver Heights CRA. So the way the city has it funded currently is the Carver Heights CRA is the sole funder of the city home grant program. So it's a citywide program, but the commission and the CRA boards have only funded it in the Carver Heights CRA. So as the program operates right now, that home has to be located within the Carver Heights CRA. There's a couple other areas that Commissioner Berry has talked to me about, ad nauseum, as well as the commission, and she has been seeking other places to expand the home grant to. And those locations would be kind of up there by John L. Johnson Park, which might touch into some areas of the 44127 CRA, some areas in kind of the, I'm gonna call it the East Main Street CRA, the Pine Street corridor area. So both of those areas don't have funding. And then of course, if you're not in one of the 3 CRAs, then the program would be eligible for the general fund, but again, that would be allocations that the bodies would have to formulate. So this body is obviously funding the home grant in the Carver Heights CRA.
Yes.
The Carver Heights CRA board, or the 44127 CRA board, which is the city commission, you all would have to do that. The downtown CRA, honestly, and with all due respect, that CRA is pretty tapped out with how we have the incremental funding to the CDC, and then the remainder of those funds go to run the division of the city. So there's really not a whole lot of money left.
I understand.
So to fund, and I'll double check, Commissioner, you asked me to look into this and I failed to do so. I think there's a tag of homes up there by John L. Johnson Park that would fall into the 44127 CRA, but budgetarily wise, to expand the home program to Eastern Pine corridor, you probably would then have to lean on the general fund. So I think this is, again, the commissioner's plea to this body to consider expansion of the home grant to other funds of the city.
Well, that's my reason for requesting, because I know the general fund was pretty tapped out and to the penny of what is expected, as well as what's remaining in reserve. That's why I'm asking for the CRA 441 to be a consideration for the homes from Newell Hill Road down to, I think it's right at Catrali East Street, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not many, but it's on, if you're traveling.
North side?
It's on the north side of, yes. If you're traveling on the north side, I think there's more homes to the right versus to the left. So that's just a consideration. I continue to get calls from constituents that live on the east side of town wanting and needing home improvements and asking when will this be on our side. When it was initially introduced, it was stated that the home improvement grant will be hopefully funded for the next year and the next year with potential chances for it to come across. So I'm just asking for the commission to consider. I know this is not the right board, but I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there of what I'm asking to consider, just thinking about the home improvement grant.
With that said, is there any more discussion on this?
I also would like to make note of, excuse me, I didn't know if you, were you saying? Okay. I also would like to make note of possibilities of amending the CRA general plan, if we could consider that amendment.
Say it again. What kind of,
Amending the CRA plan.
what kind of amendment?
Just to consider additional homes that have been built. I think the plan was last dated 2015, and just putting in, just considering the changes that have happened just from the economic development. We have more new homes in the Carver Heights area. There's other issues that we need to consider. We'll go in further detail, but I was just wanting to put it in the mindset of someone to think about.
Is that you?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Following.
So that we can't amend the plan?
You can amend. This is Commissioner Berry. Again, this is Commissioner Berry's plea with the commission. We talked about this last year, and this was putting aside some money for a consultant to update the CRA master plan. And in the CRA master plan, we outline projects and priorities of where to spend the money. We estimated, I think, last year that bringing in such a consultant would be about 50 grand to update, review, freshen up the project. Again, Commissioner Berry is asking this body to consider spending that sum to update, upgrade, and bring up a new priority list would be the hope of what the consultant would bring us.
It's just that we have new stakeholders now in the area to consider. homes have been built, so we have more affordable home, as well as expected building to come that has been approved. I don't know exactly when that would take place, for maybe 2026, but just want to just put it out there just to consider. And I could provide further details of my reasons why, but just for the sake of stakeholders in the area, the economy itself has shifted. The actual district has grown, more people. So just a lot to put in place.
The CRAs are working beautifully. I remember, I can't believe it's been a year. I remember the 50,000. I remember being vocal. I'd rather give that 50,000 to 2 more homeowners for home improvement grants versus just another piece of paper. That was my opinion a year ago. We also, a year ago, we talked about the downtown CRA gives 50% of the revenue to the CDC. I don't want to go sideways on that, but if you compare it to the Carver Heights CRA, about half is going to home improvement grants and half is operations, and to me, half is going downtown, but half is going to the CDC. So I suggested this last year. I can't tell them how to spend their money, but I think there's some involvement there, with the CDC on the homes. My last comment. If we're going to continue to talk about home improvement grants, and we're going to even begin to talk about the general fund, this has got to be opened up to the entire city. It's not fair just to focus on, 2 areas of the city when there are plenty of areas in the city that need beautification and home improvements if we're going to expand it. So that's my comments.
Oh, that is my goal as well. I'm talking the entire city of Leesburg. Preferably now, CRA is where the cash is available, and that's where the home improvement is working. But I would love to see this go across the whole city of Leesburg. That is my goal. That was my goal from the beginning.
Any other commissioner comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, we will move on to roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Berry?
That pretty much was the gist of my plans, and I can definitely talk further later on when we get into the actual budget planning.
Commissioner Connor?
I'm going to leave with the commissioners just a pre-budget thing. I want you guys to look at certain things that I want to kind of have added into the new budget coming up. So I have it, and I'll just disperse it out to you guys.
I think that would need to go to Al to disperse.
Okay, I'll give it to him.
Yeah, send it to Al, and then he can
All right.
disperse it.
Okay.
Commissioner Alderman?
All right. I have some things that I would like to send in, some ideas. I think we had talked about eventually doing a project meeting so that we can just discuss things.
Yeah, so I would recommend you get your ideas to the city manager, and then he can disseminate those to the whole board.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just like we talked about at the last meeting.
Yeah, just to bounce some things off.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Connell?
Nothing.
Commissioner Berry?
Nothing tonight.
Chairperson Reisman?
Nothing tonight. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Meeting is adjourned. The next meeting will start at 5:30. Everybody ready? Jimmy, you guys ready? Ready? Yeah, you ready? Oh, let me switch my meeting. We'll call the City Commission meeting for Monday, June 23rd to order. We have had the invocation and the pledge in the prior meeting. We'll do the proclamation. We have a Pride Month proclamation. Whereas Pride Month commemorates the June 1969 Stonewall Uprising in the New York City, which is generally recognized as the catalyst of the LGBTQI plus rights movements. Whereas the nation was founded on principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City of Leesburg calls upon all our citizens to embrace this tenet and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas the City of Leesburg passed Ordinance 15-20 on May 26, 2015, prohibiting discrimination based on race, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, handicap, or marital status. Whereas the City of Leesburg acknowledges and appreciates the cultural, civic, and economic contributions of the LGBTQI plus community, which strengthens our city as a whole. And whereas it is important for communities like the City of Leesburg to show support for all residents, to actively promote the principles of equality and acceptance, and to stand in opposition of intolerance and discrimination. Now therefore I, Alan Reisman, Mayor of the City of Leesburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Pride Month and encourage everyone to reflect on the ways we all can live together through mutual consideration and respect and understanding. Is there anyone here to accept that award? So we have the presentation and recognition of Canine Officer Joe Heuser and Canine Nick.
He's on his way up right now. He just went down to get the dog, and we were a little concerned with all the people
Okay, so
around.
I'll go ahead. I have a little thing to read. We'll read that while he's getting ready. So tonight we
telling me to slow down. Now I know what he meant.
Tonight, we are proud to highlight a major achievement by two outstanding members of the Leesburg Police Department, Senior Officer Heuser and his canine partner, Nick. This evening is a celebration of their second place overall finish at the Treasure Coast Police Canine Competition, an impressive accomplishment at one of the most competitive canine events in the region. I had the pleasure of attending this event and witnessed firsthand the level of precision, discipline, and professionalism required to compete. Senior Officer Heuser and Canine Nick stood out among top law enforcement agencies from across Florida and other states, making this recognition all more meaningful. Their performance reflects the excellence they bring to our community every day through patrol work, narcotics detection, and the unwavering commitment to public safety. We're incredibly proud of their achievement and equally proud of all the men and women at the Leesburg Police Department who serve this city with integrity, courage, and heart. On behalf of the City of Leesburg City Commission and all the residents of Leesburg, thank you. Employees, join me in presenting this plaque in your honor, and we'll give them a minute to get up here. Yeah.
I would just like to thank the commission for recognizing particularly Canine Heuser and Canine Nick. They've competed in several competitions, have done very well. They exhibit everything that we hope that our canine unit shows for the hard work and effort that they put in. They're a force multiplier to any organization, and they do a lot of great work for our city. So thank you to the commission for your support of the police department, and in particular here tonight for the canine unit.
Yes, sir. I hear them.
Here comes Canine Nick.
So on behalf of the City of Leesburg, I just want to bring this plaque to you. We're so proud of your hard work and your dedication to the City of Leesburg Police Department.
He's bigger than the chief.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll move on to public comments. This section is reserved for members of the public to bring up matters of concern or opportunities for praise. Please note that issues raised during this time will not be discussed in detail during the current meeting. They will either be referred to the appropriate staff or scheduled for consideration at a future City Commission meeting. Each speaker is allocated 3 minutes to provide their comments. I only adhere to this time limit to ensure equal opportunity for all participants and to support the efficient conduct of the meeting. Thank you. Are there any public comments? And this will be for anything that's not on the agenda. We'll allow public comments at the end for each item, but if this is not on the agenda, you can come up and just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Richard Tallman. I'm here on behalf of the Leesburg Shuffleboard Club. I'm a member there. I'm not a member, or I don't have an address I live in the Villages. I don't live in Leesburg. But I'm here on behalf of the Shuffleboard Club. A number of communications have been addressed with the city staff. There's been some work there and done there, cleaning up the benches and that, and we appreciate that, and a little bit of the work that was done at the through the hurricane, and that was taken care of. We appreciate that. What we need, though, is the courts resurfaced. There was quotes that were taken last year, and the prior year there was money in the budget, and then it didn't get done. Last year, after the quotes came in, didn't get done. If we have all the other work done and don't have courts that are sufficient to play on and host tournaments that are other players coming from across the state to play on, then it's kind of useless. But we need the courts resurfaced, otherwise they're going to get in worse shape. So I know that your workshop for the budget for next year is coming up, and we wanted to address this here. Could everyone here representing the Shuffleboard Club just raise their hands? Okay, we had a little bit of a light turnout today, but I'm glad we didn't have more. It's kind of crowded in here. We just wanted to bring it to your attention so that you can talk about this in your workshop. If you need any more information on it and what is needed, please contact our club president or our vice president, and we can get you all the information needed. But it is a city-owned facility, and it should be in the budget. I speak to you as a former city council member back in Minnesota. And I say former, you know, I'm not a city council member anymore. I did serve. And I'm just saying I know the process. And when you're going to start your budget workshop, we'd like you to have that in consideration for our shuffleboard courts. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments? Yes, ma'am. If you guys just would create a line, that way we can go right.
This is the same one.
If you're speaking for public comments, if you could start a line up there, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Carolyn Colucci. I'm a resident in the Plantations Development. As everybody should know, we have a new development going in next to us at our west gate. It's called Manor Oak. I just went to the Plantation HOA meeting to find out that the developers at Manor Oak want to use our property in order to have emergency services because they've only planned for one entrance, which means if an ambulance needs to get in, if the traffic on 33 is backed up, they're screwed. They do have the opportunity maybe to use the, I don't know what you would call it, the causeway underneath the electrical lines, or they want to use us. And that's not fair. If you keep building, the developers need to have the wherewithal to figure how emergency personnel can get there, if there's an evacuation plan, how people are going to get out of their facilities. If you know the area, there was flooding after the hurricane, there were trees down. Anyone in that new community and any other community that's projected that's going in, if they don't have the resources thought out, those people are going to get hurt. The Communities around them are being imposed upon to a thing that is impacting our safety, our resources. It's not right. Somebody needs to put a little bit of a thought process into it. If an emergency crew has to get into this new development, they have one way in. If 33 is backed up with all the dump trucks, person might not make it. And that's poor planning on the developer's part as well as the city. And anyone that would leave here to go to the plantation right now, you're going to take a 10-minute or a 10-mile process into a 30 to 40-minute traffic mess because of all the traffic this is generating without expanding roads, without expanding resources. So as a concerned citizen of the plantations, I'm also a concerned citizen of Leesburg. And I think it really needs to be addressed, looked at, and it'd be really helpful if there would be an updated map of what you've already approved, because when I asked for a map, it was over 3 years old. So there's a lot that you guys have approved without updating that map for the citizens to see. Thank you.
I will say that there is a development map on our website
Yeah,
of all the commercial and residential growth.
If I could add, there is an updated map. It's on the website. And as far as the emergency entrance, Dan Miller is floating around here somewhere. Is our planning and zoning director. That emergency ingress egress into plantation will probably not move forward because that subdivision in question has a boulevard entry. So there's an exception to the rule on that. So if you go speak to Dan, he can probably give you more data on that. So pretty much your whole concerns probably will be nullified on the staff level. There's Dan. You can speak to him to get more details on that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Gail Howell, and I am the president of the Leesburg Shuffleboard Club. I and many of our members have come to ask for your help in renovating our courts by resurfacing before they are ruined. The cost is $22,000. We have been requesting this for the last 2 years, but we're told it isn't in the budget. And it should be. It's always been in the budget because this is done every 5 to 7 years. Our courts are deteriorating to the point that the finish on them comes off every time we sweep, and they run very slowly and very unpredictably. Other city courts like Tavares, New Smyrna Beach, Coronado, and DeLand have all been renovated and glide like ours used to. Our members enjoy playing together, laughing together, and crying together, all because of the shuffleboard. 19 of us worked through the hurricane, raking out debris, carrying loads of metal and hardware off the courts, and even clearing the sewer so water could go down. We've painted, fixed, patched, taught, cooked, and gardened for Leesburg, as well as becoming good shufflers. Some good enough to be in the Hall of Fame. We have all kinds of shufflers. We have teens, a homeless man, married couples, widows, widowers, and singles, all of whom make up our club with ages up to 92. And the 92-year-old and I just made it into the Hall of Fame last year. So these people are not little slouches. So you see, shuffling is a wonderful sport for senior citizens, and we welcome all. I have asked Congressman Daniel Webster to look into a grant for us, but have not yet heard from him. We first need the $22,000 for the resurfacing for our courts to bring them back to a good playing level by October 1st. That's when we start our meets, and they can't be done afterwards. I was told that it might be done by then, but we have to have it done before. Then we would like to have roofs over all of our courts, not the nailed shut, rusty ones we have now. Thirdly, we would like toilets at work when we have tournaments. It gets embarrassing. Fourth, we would like the ceiling in the director's room fixed. I know the last three are necessary dreams, but the courts are of prime importance. Please help us.
Ms. Howell, can you state your address for the record?
1313 Moray Court, Leesburg.
Thank you, Ms. Howell.
Hi, my name is Carol Helfer, and I am the secretary of the Leesburg Shuffleboard Club, and I've had that position since 2016. I live in the Villages, but in 2006, Leesburg offered to let the villages have their senior games there, and I learned about your facility. It's amazing. I don't want to speak negative about the villages, but their courts are terrible. I have learned from them. I'm a pro shuffler, and I became a Hall of Famer because of the help that I got from the people in the Leesburg Club. We would like to expand our club to the city. We meet in the mornings, but we could do the evenings so people in the community could take a chance to be in and learn shuffleboard. Shuffleboard is a healthy sport. It's a mind sport. We have young people, we have old people, but we need to have your help to get this out in the community. We're willing to come in the evening to get our club to grow and let the community use it. I'd like to tell you real quickly how shuffleboard started in Leesburg. It was 100 years ago. They had it was a community event, and they had shuffleboarding. And then in 1950, the WPA made the Venetian Gardens, and they put 16 courts over in the Venetian Gardens, but it was real swampy and the courts deteriorated. So in 1971, our facility was made with the director's house, with our clubhouse, and 24 courts. Okay, it's 44 years old. Things get old, things need to be replaced. And Gail said some of the things that I'm not going to repeat that. But you've kept up with giving us new courts when we needed it. You've kept up with keeping the things in order. We just are asking for you to consider redoing our courts so we can continue playing and helping us find a way to get more people involved in the city. We are willing to work with you on that matter. I know you have a website for us, but not many people that work can come in the morning. So we'd like to expand our club, and we'd like to have your help to make it a better place. And I appreciate all you did to give us a club. Thank you.
Ms. Helper, would you state your address for the record?
Yes, it's 1841 Harding Path, The Villages, 32162.
Thank you.
But I come down here all the time.
Thank you, Ms. Helper.
Deborah Fred, 1205 Susan Street. On an agenda about a couple of months ago, it was something on there that they were going to put sidewalks on Susan Street. Just curious, you know, is it both sides? Because I just can't imagine that. But my most concern is we really don't need sidewalks. We need speed bumps because it's like a little curve, and I don't know if they be distracted, but they have knocked my mailbox down 3 or 4 times. And just this weekend, there was a 4-car accident because they just get distracted. So I'm asking if you consider, because we asked for speed bumps 4 or 5 years ago. We got an email saying wasn't in the budget, telling us how much they cost. But I would like you to consider speed bumps. And if I had to have a choice between the speed bumps and the sidewalk, we would rather have the speed bumps, especially with this new complex coming up pretty soon. Thank you.
Yeah, sidewalks was a CDBG application. I'm not sure which sidewalks it were. The grant application is pending. But if you see Cliff, I just saw him walk around in the back. If you speak to him about your speed bumps, he'll take some information from you.
Okay, Cliff.
Cliff.
Thank you.
Susan Street will be cut off to get some traffic going
Yes, sir.
into the facility.
Hello. Oh, shoot. My name is Jacob Sokol, and I'm one of the teenage members of the Leesburg Shuffleboard Club. So when I was 10 years old, I won my first tournament there, and that's when I became totally ambitious into playing shuffleboard. I've been playing since I was 6 years old, 7 years old, since I was this high and holding up a stick. For the past few years, if I've been a member, I've been seeing that the courts have been deteriorating. I know that they've already told you this. I'm just here to say that I'm one of the people who want to continue playing shuffleboard, and that this is not just investing into the next couple of years. This is a long-term investment that I can then continue playing shuffleboard, and my twin sister, Olivia, also plays shuffleboard with me. This is also for a whole bunch of teenage kids who could grow up learning this sport and then become Hall of Fame members like Al, who's here, or Carol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol.
My name's Al Dronsfield. I'm the first vice president of Leesburg Shuffleboard Club. I've been the president, the court master, president twice. I play professionally all over the world. And I can assure you, the Leesburg courts right now would not make it in international competition. They'd shut it down. I played on every type of court there is, from the NICO finishes to embedded bead courts. The Central District has many of those courts. That's down in Zephyr Hills, Lakeland, so on. They're enclosed facilities. They take a little bit more pride in their senior citizens and keeping them healthy, keeping them out of the sun, maybe cheating a dermatologist out of a little bit of their money. But these courts have got to be addressed, and they have to be addressed before we start the season October 1st. That's six months of our season, October 1st through the end of October. Our courts are supposed to be smooth like that tabletop. Right now, they're so porous that the beads we use to make these discs that we use run faster. It doesn't work. The beads are finding the little nooks and crannies in the porousness of the court. They don't do their job, and people are throwing the rotators and everything else out trying to get the discs down the courts. These courts have got to be taken care of real soon, like I said before, October 1st. I've worked with DC Modeling. I've worked with Jennifer, Amy, and now Cliff Kelsey. Cliff's a top-notch guy, and he's helped us out in many ways, getting our benches redone. He fastened down our sliding roofs to where we can't adjust those according to the sun anymore. But people are coming to Leesburg. They're not coming there to play dominoes and checkers. They're coming there to play shuffleboard. And without the courts, we're dead in the water. We'd appreciate you getting on that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. Routine items are placed on the consent agenda to expedite the meeting. If the commission or staff wish to discuss any item, the procedure is as follows. 1, pull the items from the consent agenda. 2, vote on remaining items with 1 roll call vote. And 3, discuss each item pulled and vote by roll call. Are there any items the commission would like to pull this evening? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Reisman?
Yes. Item 6, public hearings and non-routine items. During public hearings and non-routine items, the commission requests that those in attendance respect the process and maintain order. As such, in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, please refrain from speaking out, cheering, or applauding during these proceedings. Your cooperation helps ensure a fair and respectful hearing. I'm going to ask our city attorney that if anyone is here to speak on any first or second readings to please stand, and he'll swear you in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor said, if anybody is here this evening and plans to present any testimony or evidence on second reading items 6A3, Venice at Lake Harris SPUD rezone, 6A6, Barkey 2 PUD rezone, 6A9, Ritchie Road rezone, or first reading 6B3, Lake Margaretta PUD rezoning. If you would, please stand and raise your right hand so we can get you all sworn in. All right. Do you swear or affirm that all testimony you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Thank you all. Mr. Mayor, we're all good.
All right. Would someone please introduce 6A1, 2, and 3 to be read by title only?
I'll introduce, has to be read by title only.
6A1, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 8.77 plus minus acres, being generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Magnolia Avenue, lying in Section 2, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, provided that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the city of Leesburg, at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date. 6A2, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 8.77 plus minus acres from Lake County Urban Low to City of Leesburg Low Density Residential for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Magnolia Avenue, lying in Section 2, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A3, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 8.77 plus minus acres from Lake County C1 Neighborhood Commercial and R6 Urban Residential District to City of Leesburg SPUD Small Plan Unit Development to allow for commercial and attached single-family residential uses for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Magnolia Avenue, lying in Section 2, Township 20 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Andy. Can I get a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Dan, staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under the overall proposal for this property, it consists of 8.7 plus or minus acres. It's generally located east of U.S. Highway 27, north of Magnolia, and south of Corley Island Road. This is a request for annexation, small-scale comp plan, and rezoning. Under the future land use, we go from Lake County Urban Low to City of Leesburg Low Density. The zoning would go from Lake County C1, which is their neighborhood commercial, and R6, which is their urban residential, to City SPUD, which is small plan unit development. They're requesting future development of 26 attached single-family units, which are townhouses, and a commercial area on the west side there along US 27. Under the PUD requirements, as we stated, 26 attached townhouses, 2-floor maximum height, an area of commercial development which would be contiguous to Highway 27. That includes approximately 21,000 square feet of retail uses there. No other uses would be permitted in the proposal. All the units would be rear-loaded, meaning the garage is on the back side of the home. And so that would give you a shorter front setback that could be used in the design. The townhouse units would be 20 feet in width with 1,000 square feet minimum size and 2 off-street parking spaces for each unit. Extra spaces are also provided in the concept plan. There are design and architectural standards required, which would apply, and that's 5 features that must be selected from a list provided in the plan unit development. Dark sky lighting is required. There's significant buffering to the adjacent properties is provided in the site plan and the PUD with a 25-foot buffer tract around the property. There's also a 40-foot buffer required on the south side of the property. Landscape buffers are not part of the lots. They are separate and must be maintained by the HOAs, so they're not individually maintained. There would be a 6'5" privacy fence provided adjacent to the parcels on the northern and eastern boundaries unless the vegetation is opaque. In other words, you can't see through it, and of comparable height. We're requiring Bahia and Bermuda grass, 1 tree on between each lot, because these are townhouses. There will be signage consisting of decorative entryway feature, no greater than 5 feet in height on the entryway. Under recreation, there's a requirement for 5,200 square feet devoted to a separate recreation area, which has various amenities such as a pool, playground, trails, dog parks, pavilions, etc. The recreation area must be constructed at a time the 13th unit is completed. That's 50% of the structures there. And finally, we have the standard phasing clause, which allows 4 years to reach substantial commencement, or there's automatic reversion to the RE1 zoning standards, which is 1 acre per unit. All the development has to be on city water and wastewater. Lake County Public Works has given their comments, including drainage and flood study, stormwater management basin study, and traffic study, and requested that the applicant meet with Lake County Public Works. We did receive significant public response to this request as a part of the original sending out of the surrounding property owner letters and advertisements. Summarizing those comments, they included concerns regarding the wetlands that are present on the site, flooding, water contamination, trees, traffic, and wildlife, and that's just a summary. The residents also provided a petition, which I believe has approximately 80 signatures on it, which is in your packet. Staff did request that the applicant would conduct a neighborhood meeting to speak with the neighbors, and staff wanted to thank the neighbors and the applicant for participating in that. Both the applicant and the neighbors have presentations tonight, which I'm sure they would like to bring to you today, Mr. Mayor. And finally, Mr. Logan Upsall from the firm Lowndes Cantor in Orlando is here to answer any of the questions that you may have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any comments for Dan before we move to the developer presentation?
What was the planning commission recommendation?
The Planning Commission recommendation was 2 to 5 in a no vote. They recommended a denial, basically.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll move forward with the developer presentation. Is the developer here? Yes.
Had a hike today. Good evening, Logan Opsall, 215 North Yola Drive. Good to be with the commission. I'm going to grab the clicker. I see it here.
Do you have their presentation, Ms. Anna? We do not have it.
It's from the May 12th. No changes.
We don't have that. Yeah. It should have been re-brought to us.
Sorry?
Hey, they don't have the presentation. I don't know.
It should be, it's in the main quote. Should be brought over.
Here comes Mike. Sorry. Thanks.
That should work. May 12th.
Thank you, Ms.
No
Anna.
problem.
and
Thank you
Mike.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone's patience. So I'll be brief because Dan went through this. We are here tonight on second reading, so I want to touch on some of the specific details, particularly what we heard from our neighborhood meeting and some of the changes we've made in light of those. So I'll move forward with this in haste and then at some points cover more substantively. But here's the subject property. It is an assemblage, and what Dan noted to you previously was there is some split zoning, although there is a consistent future land use there in Lake County. Here's a look at the future land use map. We are urban low density, consistent with the area around us. There's urban medium across the street, and you have some denser development there to the south. Current Lake County zoning designation is C1 and R6, again, consistent with what's around in the area. I want to pause here just a second because what's unique about this project is we're here with you tonight and virtually identical entitlements standpoint from unincorporated Lake County to the city. Of course, we're here because the interlocal service boundary agreement designates this property as being annexed into the city for the provision of utilities. What's being accomplished through your PUD process is a mixed use of C1 retail commercial, which I have some renderings we'll get to, and of course the site plan. And R6 is consistent with the R6 zoning. However, what's being proposed to you today is a total of 26 units. So in Lake County, because of the underlying future land use designation, we have R6 zoning. But because of the underlying future land use designation, we're capped at 4 units an acre. What's being proposed to you today equates to 2.96 units an acre with a commercial component, again, consistent with what you see today. So this is the previous concept plan. This is not what's before you tonight for approval. This was what was proposed at the neighborhood meeting and working with staff. It shows the townhomes, which had, this equates to 46 units and a smaller retail component. In our discussions with your city staff and what we've heard from the neighborhood meeting is a reduction in the unit counts would be appreciated. Other topics we'll cover as well. What we've heard somewhat consistently at the neighborhood meeting, at first reading, and from staff is that the retail's out there. We understand that Highway 27 has significant commercial, and that there's not a large issue with the commercial. It's the retail component. This is another look at the previous plan. And so what we did is provide for approximately 40% reduction in units to allow for 26 townhomes. What you see here is an improvement of the open water, which connects to Lake Harris. You also have a significant retention pond on the northern portion of the property to accommodate any flooding, any runoff, and all the stormwater as required by your city code. What you'll also note is it allows the retention of a whole lot of natural vegetation and buffering, particularly on the east side with the recreation. You can see a tree preservation area. It's pretty heavily wooded at that portion of the property. And so Dan mentioned in his initial presentation that we can maintain that vegetation or provide fencing. What we've heard consistently is as much of the vegetation we can preserve, the better, to allow for that buffering. So significant buffering, and of course, a whole lot of capacity for storm water and again, that open water, which US 27 drains to. If you'll indulge me very briefly, I want to call up here Mitch Collins, our project engineer. He's going to spend just a minute talking about the retention pond, this open water area, and specifically some of the concerns we heard about flooding and runoff. So, Mitch.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Mitch Collins, 801 East South Street, Orlando. I'm the project engineer. I just wanted to give you a broad overview of some of the permitting requirements that if we're fortunate enough to move forward after tonight, we'd need to work through in order to get under construction. This project's a bit unusual in the amount of permitting, site-related permitting that would be required. We would have, looking specifically at stormwater, we would have 2 local agencies, 2 state agencies, and 1 federal agency that would be reviewing the project. And again, that's just regarding stormwater. City staff would review to make sure that our pond is sized large enough and that we're not affecting any existing drainage patterns for neighboring properties. Lake County Public Works, both because of our driveway on Magnolia and our stormwater work and any modifications to this canal, they would also be reviewing the project. I believe they're already aware of the work. We have a requirement to have a St. Johns River Water Management District permit. They're going to be reviewing the project as far as stormwater, drainage, as well as any wetland impacts. We have a Department of Transportation permit that we need to get as far as any impacts to the canal. We normally need a permit for any ponds that drain to the department. In this case, we actually have the department draining to us on its way to Lake Harris. So we've had meetings with them, and that will be a very complicated and detailed review. If everything goes fine with that, we have some flood zone impacts that would be proposed. That would need to be approved through FEMA. So that would be the federal agencies. So in total, there will be 5 agencies reviewing this. So if we are fortunate enough to move forward tonight, I just wanted to provide that assurance to you that there would be several agencies reviewing the project, and that's specifically with regards to stormwater. Thanks.
So appreciate that outline, and of course there is a whole lot of permitting that goes into this, which we know and expect for a project of this caliber and in this particular area. I want to outline those because we're here tonight at zoning. We're coming to you on the annexation to avail ourselves to your code and your requirements, your design standards, which we're happy to have reached a really successful resolution here and in working with the neighbors, but also to outline that at this stage, this is the concept plan, the unit count, the layout that we would be committed to. But as we move forward to engineering, we have full confidence in your staff, third-party consultants, and of course, federal, state, and your agencies to effectuate a fully engineered plan that handles appropriately the stormwater runoff for the site and for the area as outlined by the project engineer. This is just another look at the proposed concept plan, which shows that it's capped at 2 stories, a little bit more detail on the layout of the parking and where things will be located in relation to the aerial we just saw. Just some future land use and zoning maps for your reference. So I think this is a helpful slide because it outlines what we've been able to achieve in hearing some of the concerns, some of which you'll hear tonight. There'll be 2 phases of the project, the retail commercial component and the townhome residential component. What was initially proposed was 42 townhomes. Tonight for your approval is 26. Again, that's approximately a 40% reduction with significant buffering, setbacks, landscaping, preservation of natural vegetation, and of course the retention and improvements to the open water for the stormwaters. Expansion of the retail commercial component to better service the area, which was feedback we heard both from residents and the city. And of course that equates to a big reduction in density to under 3 from where it was at 4.79. Again, in the county, it would allow 4 dwelling units an acre. And keep in mind as well that what's being proposed from the county C1 to urban low to, again, in the city, a reduction in density, commercial and residential, while being able to achieve these significant setbacks and a minimum of 35% open space, which is in the ordinance before you. Here's a conceptual rendering of the townhome. This is the residential component with some unique architectural details that will meet or exceed your city code. And commercial. This is the commercial build-out concept plan, which shows the elevations for what would be built out on US 27. We do have a recommended approval from staff. I will tell you we've done a number of things. I'm going to go back just a few. We've done a number of things in working through this process. It's been over a year going through this process and working with your staff, providing things like the recreation area, tree preservation, extensive buffering, reduction in units by approximately 40%, improving the open water, the canal to allow for better flow. There will be a boat ramp there to accommodate kayaks only, not motorboats. Improvement of the open water and retention pond area to alleviate some of the flooding that, quite frankly, happened during the hurricane, and we can appreciate those concerns. This keeps all of those capacities in mind, fully amenitized with a small trail and a courtyard before you. So quite a number of list of things we've been able to accomplish, and I just want to thank your staff, your time, your resources, and particularly those folks who are here and some of which remain in opposition, but I want to thank them for their time and thoughtful feedback and represent to you that those have been heard and effectuated to the best of our ability. I'll reserve a little bit of time to respond to specific comments, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any comments for the developer?
I know in the first reading, we heard a lot of comments on the wetlands and all these drainage concerns, and I don't think everybody understands the process. I think you touched on it, and I appreciate that, how there's, St. John's, all these other people with oversight. But I guess if you maybe, we're going to hear the opposite from them. I guess if there's any more you could add to that, maybe you want to include in your wrap-up. I just know that's been a big topic, and I do understand it, that projects have to be self-contained and so forth. I mean, it is a low-lying area.
Sure.
I have concerns, but I guess that's not really my role. I mean, I'm not here to manage the wetlands. that's other agencies. But if there's anything to add to that, maybe do it in your wrap-up, maybe now. But I heard so much comments on that in the meeting and outside the meeting.
Yes, sir.
And
I'll be very brief because I know we want to get to public comment. Yes, that's a good note. There's open water. So we understand the topography is rather low in relation. The open water will remain. There are some impacts to a wetland area around the water. Most open water has wetlands surrounding them. Mitch, maybe you can briefly talk to the fact that we have to self-contain the drainage very briefly before we move into public comment, what that requirements are.
Sure. Of the 5 agencies that review this, when FEMA reviews it, they'll be looking just at the flood zone issues. Basically, the city review, the county review, DOT, and especially St. John's, the 2 main items they look for is, are you retaining the stormwater you need to retain before you outfall to someone else? And the second item would be that you're not affecting any existing drainage patterns of any neighbors. So both of those items are going to be looked at by 4 different agencies, primarily St. John's and Lake County. But those are the 2 main things that we'll have to adhere to, and that will be reviewed by several groups. So will be looked at by, like I said, 2 local agencies, 2 state agencies, and then also FEMA. But all of them will be looking, or 4 of them will be looking specifically at, are we providing enough stormwater management facilities on site? And number 2, are we make sure that we're not affecting any existing drainage patterns for any upstream or downstream neighboring properties?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner
And
Peterson.
we're happy to cover
thank
any
you.
specifics as well. Thanks.
All right, any other comments before we open up for public comment? We're going to open it up for public comment now, if you would. This is for people who were sworn in. If you would come up to the microphone and create a line, and everyone will have 3 minutes, and don't forget to state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Michelle Norbay. I live at 4243 Corley Island. I was here for the meeting before last, and I wasn't able to speak last meeting, so I know you've heard a lot of what I want to say also. But what I want to reiterate is the way that the neighborhoods are designed, we're elevated, and everything runs down into this wetlands. It works 99% of the time, except when we get overrun by a hurricane. If you look at the original slide of this proposed area, it's heavily, heavily wooded with mature, beautiful trees that drink all that water and keep that area level, if you will. When those trees are removed and concrete and asphalt and recreation areas are put in, there's going to be no balance. It's going to be a concrete playground. Those wetlands are alive, too. There's so many animals in this whole area. Gopher tortoise, eagles, turtles, frog, it's its own environment. And our neighborhoods are used for owls. If this development goes in and those lights are put in, then we lose our owls too. So please take that into consideration. I appreciate your time.
Any other public comments on these items? Yes, sir. Did you get sworn in, sir? You did? You did not? So we'll do it one more time. If you're here to speak on any of the items, you do have to stand up and get sworn in.
Okay, yes, thank you all. Anybody else that was not sworn in previously, if you would stand up and raise your right hand so we can get you sworn in. All right, do you swear or affirm that all testimony that you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you can come up.
I'm Lauren Liston at 29213 South Corley Island Road. My house will be on the very back side of their recreation area. I've lived out there my entire life, which has been 75 years so far. My grandfather bought that property back in the 20s. So where the townhouses are at one time was a pond. My grandfather dug a drainage ditch in there and it drained it out. So that's why you see it the way it is now today. And They crossed Corley Island Road, where Dr. Littinger's office is now. There were 3 small springs that fed under the road through there into that where you see the pond there. 2 of them have been covered up. 1 is still working. And so basically where the houses are was a pond area that we drained out for cattle at the time, back in the 40s and the 50s. That's before a lot of you people were around. But I'm not too happy about the recreation area being built right beside my house. But that gives you a little more idea of where that was. That was all a pond at one time, not a retention pond, but a pond that was a natural pond. So that's all I've got to say.
Hello, my name is Victoria Williams, 4227 Corley Island Road. I have lived there now 16 years with my husband, Jack Jr. My father and mother-in-law could not be here. They're Jack and Deanne Williams. They are dealing with some things right now, but they have asked me to speak and to ask, please do not allow this to go through. I understand there's growth. I understand people want it, but right here, this is not it. There is a lot of wetlands back there, and once you take out all of that, it is, like Mr. Liston said, it is literally going to be like a sinkhole city back there. And I understand there's going to be fill dirt or whatever brought in, but if you look at all the different subdivisions and things coming in, there's a lot of places getting sinkholes because too much is being put and strained on the resources here. I know a lot of people spoke about water runoff, storm runoff, and I can attest to it because several hurricanes were up to our knees, if not more. And my husband and I live on a higher elevated part, but the house that my in-laws live in, it is up to their door almost. We do not want this. I know they do not want this. Our whole family does not want this. And the nature that's also behind there and the canal is, it's going to be devastated. And we really would appreciate if you would vote no for this. Thank you.
My name is Mark Staler. I live at 4246 Land's End Lane. It's right off of Corley Island Road. The only thing that I want to bring to light is when you guys make your decisions as far as what's going to be built and what's not going to be built, I understand that there has to be certain amounts of fill brought in to build on. When you do that, you're bringing up that elevation, and there's absolutely no way you can tell me that that's not going to affect the neighborhoods that are in place currently. Number 2, if they go to build this, how are they going to get their materials in there? Are they going to build that bridge right away when they're not going to build the rest of the recreation facilities right away? How are they going to get all that material in there? Most likely coming down Corley Island Road, through the back end of the property, and in. Right through our neighborhood. That's 3 years' worth of aggravation. And then we will have what we have, which will be probably, most likely, flooding. You can't do it without it. I mean, I know I watch the news at night, like you all do. You see the flooding after storms. The best minds that were available at the time said, well, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. It still happens. I can't see where this has to be squeezed in to an existing neighborhood that all of the things that they've done still aren't going to address the main problem. That you're taking a natural wetlands and you're building on it. Simple fact. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Queen Roosevelt. I live at 29411 Jesse's Lane. I have lived in this neighborhood for nearly 40 years. I've lived there pretty much my entire life. I am extremely blessed to have a daughter who I just had. She is now 4 months old. I would like to introduce you to her. I bring this up because I was blessed enough to grow up in a neighborhood that we were able to ride our bikes through the neighborhood. I knocked on the door of pretty much everyone there at some time or another. The Williams family, their grandmother, Mrs. Carmichael, I regularly visited. Someone lives in Mrs. Goodrich's house now. I say this to help you guys understand we are a family. We're not neighbors, we're a family. My daughter, we refer to my next door neighbor as Mimi. Mrs. Williams, we refer to her as Aunt D. We are bringing in additional people, doubling the population of our area. She has input too. I'll be taking her 3 minutes now. So doubling the population of our area is not the way to go about building our family. All it's going to do is tear us apart. I do want to bring up also that in all of this development, everyone out there is on wells. What will this do to our wells? I know living on the lake, we already have enough issues, well issues, drainage issues for those wells and those septic systems. What is this development going to do with the pre-existing and, in most cases, very old structures that are already there? I know when my house was built 40 years ago, or 38 years ago, we still have all of the plumbing and everything from that point. Advancements have been made since then, but I really don't have the $50,000 that it would take to make those improvements to make this a viable option for me. I do want to touch on what Mark was saying about bringing in dump trucks and things like that to access the back of the building or the back of the property. So the average SUV is 85 inches or just over 7 feet, not including the mirrors. That's the axle width. The narrowest area of our road, of Corley Island Road, is 112 inches or less than 10 feet. So in other words, this is not including mirrors. If you drive through there, you have less than 1.5 feet on either side. Again, not including your mirrors. What are dump trucks gonna do?
Any other public comments? All right, yes, ma'am, sorry.
Hi, Angie Liston, 29213 South Corley Island Road.
Can you pull the microphone down just a little bit? There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Hope I can remember. We're, as my husband said, right next to the recreation center. That little piece of road that's owned by this development that comes out into the Funky T, I have concerns about that and the 6 or 8 houses that properties accessed from that road. I've expressed concerns before. I've never heard answers. I really would like to know, for these couple homes, if this goes through, is there any chance of something coming in the future that the development could limit or interfere with our access on that road? Is there anything where they could claim they need to do something, they need easement, and they take easement off of our property, that our lots are then reduced? Who maintains this little chunk of road if this is zoned in the city, because these few homes are now only accessible on a city-zoned road? Would we be forced to go onto city water, city sewage, anything at all? Or are all these just crazy fears that I can totally ignore? Or is there any legitimate concerns for anything? And that little chunk, years ago when the county paved that road, they forced us, the executrix of that Liston estate, that was all of that property. She had to sign that over to the county. That should have been under county rule, I don't know how that ever ended up in the development, but it is what it is. So what happens now? What are future negative impacts, if any? So, thank you. If anybody's got answers, I'd love to know them.
Any other public comments? Yes, ma'am.
I can't stand up, but I just want to say there are no curves at any, part that is part of this. And backside, they're saying that this is not going to have a fence on the west side. And we own the property that backs up to this area that they're talking about parking cars for overflow, and we're right next to it.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you say your name again?
I'm Diane Kelly.
Diane Kelly. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we're going to close public comments, and we'll give the developer a chance to answer any of the questions from the public.
Thank you all again for your time. I would take a note, so I want to address all of them. I'll kind of go in reverse order so it's fresh on everyone's mind. First, there is a portion of the roadway. It's indicated on your screen as a private roadway with easement. That's not going to be impacted by this site, and so I want to just state on the record for your comfort level as well that that will not be interfered with this development. In fact, there is a legally binding document that allows, that runs with the land, that allows access to those roadways. We would not be interfering with that area, and if it would be helpful to make that as an additional condition, we're very much comfortable with that to ensure that that will not be interfered with. The fencing that was just mentioned, the tree preservation area is heavily wooded. And my understanding is preferred not to interfere with that by virtue of installing a fencing. However, I believe that the PUD ordinance accomplishes that already. But again, if we want to put in there that fencing be required in that area, in addition to the tree preservations, to make sure that any glare is accommodated for or other issues raised, we're in agreement with that as well. Again, we talked about flooding. We are mandated to accommodate flow both before and the after. We've addressed the topo, and actually the history lesson was really enlightening that this was previously drained, but I want to be clear that there is a significant portion of this property that is upland. That is where the residential's going. I noted at my case in chief that there are some wetland areas around the open water. All of those will have to be fully permitted, go through all the proper jurisdictions and permitting agencies. That open water area will remain, will be improved, allow for the flow of water into that drainage basin, into that open water, which the surrounding area would benefit from, particularly in instances like a hurricane, to allow that flow fully engineered in the after condition, which again, we're legally required to do. Phasing, access around Corley Island Road, I can completely appreciate that. Infrastructure will begin on a horizontal basis, so it will accommodate the access roads first. If we need to come up with, again, a condition that relates to access, we're comfortable with that. We do not want to disrupt this neighborhood, particularly folks that have lived there for decades. And I will say thank you again to this group. Their feedback continues to be positive, substantive, and things that we can address. So I thank you. I've actually enjoyed getting to know them, and please give my best to your mom and dad. I've really enjoyed getting to know your mom and dad, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, as well, too. Now, in conclusion, I will wrap up this time with where I started. This is a unique project. What's being proposed to you, why we're here, why I'm at this podium in the first place, is by virtue of the interlocal agreement that was negotiated and executed by the city and the county to allow for the provision of utilities here. The silver lining in all that is we avail ourselves now to your performance standards, your design criteria, your requirements, and the conditions that are in the PUD and the ones just offered to make sure we're providing the best project we can. This is not a whole lot of concrete. That's a whole lot of preservation of tree areas and open water and a retention pond. why I keep saying this is unique is because this isn't agricultural land. This is not, we're not creating entitlements out of nowhere. This is zoned commercial, and it's zoned R6 in the county. What we're providing you is the same development program, but with far less density, and again, to your city's standards and requirements. And no matter what we do today, those entitlements exist, and I just want to be clear about that for everyone's purposes. Those who have been sitting with this for a year and providing all this feedback deserve to know that. And I appreciate their feedback and how we've been able to address it with your staff, which is ultimately recommending approval. Thank you for your time.
What is the width of the road to get back there?
The proposed,
Of the asphalt?
the proposed asphalt road is, I believe, 35 feet. Is that correct, Dan? It's in the PUD. I'll pull it up.
Are we talking about?
This would be the road on
You're
the
talking about the
development.
boulevard entryway, Commissioner.
I'm talking about to get back to your subdivision.
This one right here on the north, Mr. Conrad?
That doesn't exist.
Okay, we're going to.
The proposed width, I
The
believe.
public.
Yeah.
That would be a new road, and it would have to be built to city standards.
City standards, so it looks like 30 feet when it's back, and it's 50 feet of right-of-way at the mouth, 40 feet wide. Thank you.
And, well, just curious, your roadway is going across, I'm assuming the blue is water?
Yes, sir. It's an existing canal into Lake Harris. It's open water.
So you building a bridge, or how are you getting across?
There will be a bridge over that open water.
Okay, and the bridge will be the same width as the,
The bridge will be 30 feet.
Yes, sir.
I just heard some comments in the back. I don't know if they can hear you or they clearly understand, but what I heard you represent to me is this is your only entrance. It's your primary entrance, and I just heard you say the site work will all be done first. So I just want them to be clear the road will be built.
Sure, and I can let Mitch confirm. This is the boulevard opening there is our main access point, and there is an exit on Magnolia as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that there would be a second access point on Magnolia that's proposed, so it's not 100% just on US 27, but just at the bottom of the screen, there's the access to Magnolia, which I believe is a county roadway.
Do you need a second exit for this size? I don't see it, number one. Number two, I didn't think you needed one.
Sure, let me handle these in kind. The canal doesn't go that far south where it's being shown on Magnolia. That's all.
The canal goes all the way to the lake.
Yes, sir. Do you?
So how do you get access to Magnolia?
So on the bottom left side, that's all part of the upland portion of the parcel.
After you come off?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what you're saying, okay. I thought you were referring to.
I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah. Thank you. That helped me too.
Thanks.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, seeing none, we will do roll call on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. 6A1.
well, I mean, I thought you meant for him.
Oh, no, yes,
Comments.
sorry, go ahead.
I just think this is a really bad location for any type of development. I just don't think we should be putting those type of units, two-story units down here in this area. I'm sure most of it is sensitive, but with vegetation and everything else. But I just think it's a bad location to be put any additional development. And, you know, I've heard several times, we can do this in the county. Well, then, how about this? Do it in the county. Because they're coming to us because the county's not going to let them do it. Let's be honest. I mean, that's why they're coming to us, because if they can do it in the county, then let them go to the county commission and get the county commission to approve it. I don't think we should approve it. I know the zoning and everything else, density they're talking about, well, they're coming to us for a reason, because the county's not going to let them do it. I don't think we should have let them do it either. So I think we should deny the annexation.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, we'll do roll call on 6A1.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Mayor Reisman?
No. So with that, the project fails in 6, 2, and 3. fail as well.
Yeah, 2 and 3 would become moot, Mr.
Become
Mayor.
moot.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move on to 6A4, 5, and 6. If I could get someone to please introduce those. We'll give it a minute for the room to clear. Thank you. If you guys could remain quiet. Did we get a motion to introduce yet?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so if we could get someone to introduce 6A, 4, 5, and 6.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only, please.
Thank you, sir.
6A4, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 39.05 plus minus acres, being generally located north of East Dewey Robbins Road and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, provided that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, provided that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date. 6A5, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 39.05 plus minus acres from Lake County Rural to City of Leesburg Estate Residential for property generally located north of East Dewey Robbins Road and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A6, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 39.05 plus minus acres from Lake County A agricultural to City of Leesburg PUD planned unit development to allow for residential for property generally located north of East Dewey Robbins Road and south of Dewey Robbins Road, lying in Section 5, Township 21 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Handy. Can I get?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. This is the Bar Key 2/Grace Groves property. It's a request for an annexation, small-scale comp plan, and rezoning to PUD. Property as indicated is 39 plus or minus acres, generally located east of US Highway 27, south and south of Dewey Robbins Road, as you can see on the map on the screen. Project is surrounded by the existing Bar Key Grace Groves project and is proposed to, in the end, be a part of that project. Project was not under contract at the time the Bar Key project was reviewed and approved by the City Commission. So it's basically just going to be integrated into the overall Bar Key project. Future land use would go from Lake County Rural to City of Leesburg Estate. The zoning would be Lake County Agricultural to City PUD planned unit development. The request is for future development of 156 single-family units. Does not add to the overall density of the existing Bar Key project. It simply becomes part of it. 2-floor maximum height under the PUD requirements, I should say. You have 156 single-family detached units, 2-floor maximum height. It will be a platted subdivision, so individual units will be sold just like in the rest of Bar Key. No other uses are permitted in the proposal. They are the standard design and architectural requirements that require listing 5 features, choosing 5 features from the list of architectural features. Again, 35% in open space, which is exceeded. The dark sky lighting, significant buffering is provided to adjacent properties in the PUD around areas that are not directly bounded by the Bar Key development. So if they're adjacent to the existing Bar Key, that they become part of it, they don't have to have that buffer. There's an open style fence or a landscape berm which will be required along the eastern boundary of the site. Landscape buffers are not part of the lots, as always. We are allowing Bahia and Bermuda grass instead of St. Augustine. The standard sign requirements, no more than 5 feet in height at the entryways. And we did receive a letter from Lake County requesting that we work with them on taking over some roadways in the area. Staff is working with the city manager in Lake County to in that regard, and our PUDs are written specifically to support any roadway upgrade requirements that Lake County has, so we will add that. We will work with them on that. And then finally, there is a phasing or expiration clause, which you have heard before, that allows the 4 years or going back to RE1 zoning requirements. And Ms. Cindy Terrapini of Terrapini Planning Strategies is here to represent the case and answer any questions you may have. The Planning Commission did recommend approval on this project.
Dan, I have a question for you. Yes, sir. What was the reason this 39 acres didn't come in?
When the Barkey property was originally brought in, it was not part of it was separately owned. That was a couple of years ago. And
So they're continuing to add property to the subdivision?
Yes, sir. This one actually is surrounded by the Barkey property. It was kind of a hole in that PUD, and they were ongoing negotiations going on for a long time. So.
Any other questions for Dan for the developer presentation? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Cindy Terrapini with Terrapini Planning Strategies. I represent the applicant Culture Development. Just to add to Dan's comments, Commissioner, this case today that you're hearing today, we're calling it Barkey 2, really, original, as compared to the original Barkey 1, the larger property. It's completely separate ownership. It wasn't available, wasn't under contract at the time that the original Barkey went through. It has subsequently been put under contract, and that's why Culture is here today to add it to the rest of the Barkey project. Some of these, is there a?
Yes, right there on the side.
Just briefly, you've heard this before. I'll just outline our staff that's here with me today. From Brookfield Culture is Eric Morissette, the Vice President with them. Also Tom Daly, who's the landscape architect for the project. Our civil engineer, Brett Tobias. Our traffic engineer, Ayman Saidi. And biotech is the environmental consultant. They're not with us today, but they're working feverishly, I'm sure, back at their office on all these projects. Culture's been around since at least 1997, over 28 years. They're building communities in these 5 states. They have 100+ active projects, and they have recently done a project with similar size and scope and complexity in Lady Lake. This is just a master plan for that project, really just to illustrate that Culture has the capability financially and management-wise to be able to do projects of this complexity and size. So as Mr. Miller mentioned, the site is kind of the hole in the middle of the donut. The blue outline there is the original Barkey that was approved, you all approved in November 2022. The yellow 40-acre outline, so you can see it's surrounded on 3 sides by Barkey. The east side, to the east of it, is the Anthony property that is always also approved for residential. This is the original concept plan for Barkey 1. And this is the master plan for Barkey 2, the parcel we're talking about today. It will access through the lighter yellow-colored parcel and then onto the loop road. It is landlocked today, so really Barkey is really the most logical developer for it to be added into. It's only 39 acres, has no road frontage at all of any type. The maximum proposed development is 156 single-family detached units. And again, as I said, they'll access through the existing Village 10 of Barkey. Yeah, I'm sure you all remember the access road, the loop road for the project is a pretty major feature of the project. The project has 2 major entrances, one on US 27 and the second one on the north side at Dewey Robbins Road. The loop road that's shown in the dark orange on this map shows how the project will be completely interconnected. You can go from one village to another without having to go on the local roads. You can also get to the commercial shopping center, which fronts on 27. It's the west edge of the property without going on any local roads, just through the loop road that is proposed. Actually, that part is approved. And a phase 1 of this project has been approved by the city in March of this year. It includes 546 units. The original entrance, the big entrance on US 27, the secondary entrance on Dewey Robbins Road, and the community amenities center on the lake. So all of those are part of the first phase of the project. This new Barkey 2 portion, the 40-acre portion, will be in Phase 2 of the Barkey overall development. Again, just to show you how the project would be lotted out, and again, show you how that new Barkey piece is added in. The orange is the parcel that we're talking about today to be annexed and added into your comp plan into your zoning code. The blue is an estimated size of the stormwater management area. Just one quick slide to show you, we have just slightly under 1 acre of wetlands, 0.8 acres of wetlands on that little blue dot in the very southern portion of the property. We are asking tonight for a voluntary annexation into the city of Leesburg. As I mentioned before, the site is surrounded on 4 sides by city property. 3 sides of those are Barkey 1, the 4th side being the Anthony property. We're also within the ISBA area for the city of Leesburg to annex. The plan amendment requested is the same plan category as exists on the Barkey 1 and exists on the Hodges Reserve to the north, the Anthony property to the east, and Lake Co to the west. So it's the same plan category that you have in this area. And the rezoning, all of those projects I just mentioned are also in the city's PUD zoning district. Of course, each one of them has their own master plan, but they also are in using the PUD district, which the benefit to you all and to the public and to anyone who buys in that project is it's what you see is what you get. The only things that can be built within that project are exactly what is shown on the master plan that you all approve. And if you approve the second portion, this Barkey 2, same thing would apply. It's exactly what you see is what you get. No major changes can be done to either this part or the larger original Barkey 1 unless it comes back through the public hearing process. Again, this is just what I was mentioning. All the surrounding properties have the estate residential plan category. Just a couple of quick notes about different comp plan policies with which we are consistent. Within the 45-foot lots, both in Barkey 2 and the original Barkey, we are adding additional parking at the ends of each blocks to account for overflow parking, parties, holidays, things that, where there might be a need for additional parking, where your family comes over for a big event. Want to make sure that didn't overflow into the streets, so these would be parallel parking spaces at the end caps of the blocks. And as was required by your code, we're happy to present these architectural elevations. They are the same models that will be in Barkey 1. There are 4 models. 3 of them are 1 story, as you can see. The fourth one is a 1 story. They range in size from 1,500 square feet to 2,400 square feet. So we think they'll be very compatible with the neighborhood and with what's going on in that particular area. Before I finish, and then happy to answer your questions, I just wanted to mention I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Miller and his staff, Ms. Harper and Ms. Van Allen now for, almost 6 months, I guess. It's the second project we've worked on with them. I found them to be extremely professional. You're very lucky to have a really great staff. They're professional, they're thorough and fair in their evaluation, and they're genuinely nice people, and they return your phone calls, and we appreciate all of that. So I just want to give Dan a shout out in public. We do appreciate that. I'm going to stop here, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. And again, if you have more technical questions that I can't answer, our engineer is here, as is our landscape architect and our traffic engineer.
Any
Thank you so much.
questions for the developer? All right, thank you. We'll open public comments. If you're here to speak on these items, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
I feel like I should live here. Michael Ann Hewson, 8601 East Dewey Robbins Road, technically in Howie. But I want to just say, you have already approved, just on Dewey Robbins Road, in case you aren't aware, 3,440 homes on just Dewey Robbins Road. That road is what, 2 miles long? Now you go down South Dewey Robbins and there's another 1,000 homes going on South Dewey Robbins all the way on East Dewey Robbins to 27. How many cars do we have to put on these roads to make it totally inhumane to be there? People are selling their homes now. Nobody wants to live near this. I'm sorry. If I wanted to live in the villages, I would have bought in the villages. You have destroyed the entire neighborhood, everything out there. There is no farmland. We just came from Lake County City Council. They know that farmland and agricultural land is being thrown to the wolves constantly. They're working hard. Actually, amazingly enough, Lake County City Council is against all of this. They actually want to preserve agricultural land. They want people to be able to drive down a road or ride a bike down a road and not get hit by cars going by you. Also, since none of you care, this is the road that they use when the turnpike blocks off. And they have to divert traffic. I can't even get out of my own driveway because they divert the turnpike onto 19, East Dewey Robbins, South Dewey Robbins, back up to 27. This is not just your housing. This is also an emergency road. But go ahead, put 20,000 cars out there and don't think anything about it. You've just made the whole neighborhood just the worst. I mean, is this the intent to really, we are the people that, well, I don't get to vote because I live in Howie, but the people who voted for you didn't intend for you to make every square inch of Leesburg concrete. Nobody in the world would want that. Would you please stop? They really need another 100, and funny, that number wasn't even in your little bylaws thing, but it was in your listing. They really need another 147 acres or 150 some homes. Seriously? Can we just stop for a minute? Why don't we stop and see what happens with what they're doing? All of this destruction out there is going to cause a problem. Do you have to say, okay, do it, do it, do it? Can you just stop? You're creating a snowball. You aren't prepared to stop because you're doing it, Howie's doing it, and Groveland's doing it. And all three of you have access to these roads. It's really shameful.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comments. Would the developer like to say anything in regards to that?
Well, what I will say is all of the roads within our development are required to be, they're the obligation of the developer, of course. Number two, any improvements to Dewey Robbins Road that's required by the county, which will be required by the county, are also the obligation of the developer. A separate developer is is obligated to put a light at Dewey Robbins Road in 27, not our developer, but another developer on that road. And if and when the project triggers a traffic signal at its main entrance at US 27 and the main entrance to the project, we would be obligated to put in the traffic signal at that point as well. So we're regulated by FDOT, of course, and by the county for Dewey Robbins Road, and of course by you all for your development as well. We really feel like with two major entrances to a project, that we will be able to handle all of that. But again, we're not talking about Barkey 1 today. That project has been approved. We're only adding the 39 acres with the maximum of 156 lots to the Barkey project. That's what we're asking you to do, is just that last 39 acres to be added. I'd be happy to answer any more questions that you might have for me. Thank you so much.
How many lots does Barkey have in it?
1,700 was the maximum approved on 717 acres.
Any other questions? Any other commission comments? Seeing none? Yeah, that's what, yeah, this is what this is for. Please go ahead.
I agree with some comments made today. As I've discussed many times, we have over 30,000 lots already approved out here in the city. There's already 1,700 already approved for Barkey. Do we really need to add another 156? I don't think we need any more lots. You've got a slew of them. It would take the city 30 years to build out what you already have. I don't think we need to keep adding to, in my opinion, an existing problem we already have. I think we need to consider this and not move forward. I mean, they've already got 1,700 lots to build on. It's already been approved. I don't think we need to add plus or minus another 150 to it.
Any other final commission comments? Seeing none, we will do roll call on 6A4.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Reisman?
Yes. 6A5, roll call.
Need a motion?
Motion to approve. Yeah, we need a motion.
Motion to approve 6A5.
We have a motion and a second. Any final discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Reisman?
Yes. Would someone please make a motion for 6A?
Yeah, motion to approve 6A6.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
No, not on the density.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Reesman?
Yes. I did want to say one thing, and I think Al touched on this. Paragraph 3E of the 2014 ISBA agreement between the Lake County and the city ensures that all current and future roads are brought up under the city dedication. Can we do a study to see which roads need to fall under that? Do you want to take that, or?
Yeah, we'll speak to that. The agreement stipulates that if the city accumulates a certain percentage along roadways, then that roadway becomes the city's with some maintenance requirements. That paragraph is a little tricky for two reasons. The reason number one, how do we calculate 50% of the linear roadway? Because the paragraph stipulates collector roads. So we're probably going to have some issue, or we need to have some discussion on what the definition of a collector road is going to be. So for example, Dewey Robbins, a collector road could be the 50% of the linear frontage from collector roads, which would be 27 and 19, is any little intersection along 27, a collector road, for example. And then the second one is the last sentence of that paragraph has a however clause that kind of then unwraps the maintenance requirements. As you all know, I sent an email to the county to talk about some JPA issues, roads being a primary one. So we'll have some initial discussions with the county on how we go about firming up our portions of the ISBA agreement. But as far as your adoption, I don't think what we added this evening complicates that issue any more than it's already complicated. So,
All right. Thank you, Al. Would someone please introduce 6A, 7, 8, 9, and 10?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only, please.
6A7, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately .81 plus minus acres, being generally located west of Ritchie Road and south of West Main Street, lying in Section 28, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, provided that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, provided that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 2, and providing an effective date. 6A8, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing .81 plus minus acres from Lake County Urban Medium to City of Leesburg General Commercial for property generally located west of Ritchie Road and south of West Main Street, lying in Section 28, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A9, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately .81 plus minus acres from Lake County R6 Urban Residential to City of Leesburg C3 Highway Commercial to allow for commercial uses for property generally located west of Ritchie Road and south of West Main Street, lying in Section 28, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6A10, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, adding a PDO, Planned Development Overlay, to the C3 Highway Commercial zoning on approximately .81 plus minus acres to allow for outdoor storage uses for property generally located west of Ritchie Road and south of West Main Street, lying in Section 28, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Motion to approve 6A7.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you, Andy. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This site, as indicated by our city clerk, is .81 plus or minus undeveloped acres. Part of it's undeveloped, the backside, I should say. The request is basically in 4 separate parts. One is an annexation, one is a small-scale comp plan, one is the zoning. which is standard. Then we added one more, which would be a planned development overlay. Under the future land use, it would go from Lake County urban medium to City of Leesburg general commercial. The zoning would go from Lake County R6, which is urban residential, to City C3 general commercial. Under this very simple PDO we put together, it would allow for the standard C3 general commercial uses, along with, and I want to point out the property right here. There we go. You have the 301 Ritchie Road, which is the existing building, this property down here, and there's a fence running along the east side, the south side, and the PDO requires a fence along this side as well. And that's where they wanted to have the RV storage. So there's nothing on there now. They wanted to add RV, boats, those kind of things, to storage there. There's no other, it's a straight zoning other than that. Standard C3 zoning like the rest of the property in the area. So the sundown provision is not applicable because it just goes to a straight zoning. We didn't have to put much into this. The proposed use is consistent with the zoning standards and comp plan. We received no comments from Lake County Public Works, and we got an approval from one neighbor as long as there was a fence. So it's really just annexing a piece of land, zoning it C3 like the property. And there may be a zoning map in there, Anna, I believe, on one of the next pages, I hope. But that'll show you it makes it consistent with the zoning in the rest of the area. Yes, sir.
I thought I saw something, one of the neighbors wanted a higher fence? Or
That's correct. The
did
neighbor
they meet that criteria?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He wanted, and what we did was put in the PUD that it could be from 6 to 8 feet, anywhere from 6 up to 8. So if you want us to require the 8, we can do that.
Would the 8 be only on the Ritchie Road portion, or?
No,
The
the
8 can be wherever you want
Okay.
it, sir.
Because I know do they already have a fence on the back
There's
side?
there's fence on the south and the west side. I think I might have said east earlier, but it's on the west side and the south right now, here and here.
Okay.
But we can make that requirement if you like, sir.
Yes, I would like to see it
Okay.
at 8 feet,
Okay.
especially with RV and
The height of those?
the height of things.
Yes, okay.
Taller fence.
I would like to ask, will tractor trailers be included in this, or is this just
Any kind of outdoor storage would be possible, yes, ma'am.
and anyone can utilize this property
It would
for
be open.
storage?
It would be open to the public.
And
So as
then-
long as you paid your monthly fee, yes, ma'am.
And then this would be protected and secured for security reasons for anyone
The
breaking
fence would be
in
the
and
security. I do not know if the applicant plans to add any further security measures, but at least the fence would be there as a
stuff?
security
Could this be
measure.
possibility for jobs for people, for security?
I would hesitate to say yes on that because it's just a fenced area. If they wanted to hire someone as a security person, they would have the option to do that, but I'm not sure it would be needed. It's a small space. It's point.
Is there anything in the language that when they put RVs or semis there, that no maintenance can be done on site?
We can add no maintenance.
And how long are they allowed to sit? I mean, how long to be there? I'm thinking of RVs that you roll out to put in.
Yes, ma'am, that's
But
correct.
is it all specific for each vehicle? A storage, someone pulling something, RV, a tractor trailer, a boat? I'm just curious of what it would be. Somebody might pull their boat out summertime, so it's out every weekend, then back in. Wintertime is there. Is there a term to say 6 months, 8 months?
That would be whatever they wanted to do in the contract. Yes, ma'am.
It's like a storage facility,
Right.
only it's a parking lot. You're renting a little place
But
to
I'm,
put your
I'm,
boat.
Right,
my
and
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, I think there is some difference potentially in terms of how long the person might be renting their space. I think that if it's 6 months or lower, I believe they're considered a transient renter, and so that's a little bit easier for the landowner to deal with removal of those types of folks. A little bit more rights come the longer you're there. If you hit that 6-month threshold, then you get a little bit stronger protection, I believe, is my understanding of that. So it very well could vary depending on whatever the owner wants to do with their sites. And, someone may have an RV, like you said, that's easily movable, and someone may be storing something that's a little more difficult.
And this could be done with any private property in a commercial zoned area, or, I mean,
If they.
because we are having other things going
Potentially-
forward. I'm thinking now food
Yes, ma'am.
trucks.
In terms of the food trucks, we've got an item coming up about that. And I think the answer potentially is yes. It depends on the individual site. But I believe that something like that would be possible. On
Dan, I
this-
thought this was a permitted use under C3.
Well, I did too, until we found it wasn't.
Okay. I mean, I mean to question you. I was just.
No, that's
I mean, at least it was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
My last comment, and we talked about it when we did our ride-along.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything to add? It can't be an immobilized vehicle. The vehicle has to be running. I know there's trailers, but like a junkyard. I just don't want it to become like a junkyard of dilapidated vehicles.
We can add under, it would be required, everything that's allowed under the C3 zoning would be allowed. We can call out that it cannot store junk vehicles, it would have to be something like that.
Okay.
I believe that is called out in the C3, but we can add that as a particular that must be licensed, registered, something like that.
I would think, I'll just say, I don't have any problem with the annexation, rezoning, whatever. I have my concerns with outdoor storage. Lord knows you drive down the roads, we got enough junk already we're staring at. We don't need to keep adding to this problem.
Well, this one's set well off the road in an area I would call heavy commercial, light industrial. So it's a pretty good fit.
I understand it's not on the main drive, but still, I just don't want to continue to add to something I think we already have a problem with. I would think anything that's stored out there, I think it needs to be very limited. I think we need to have a real scope of what is allowed. I agree with you, Commissioner Berry. Tractor trailers, I don't see it. If we're going to limit it to boats and RVs, then I think it needs to say boats and RVs. And I think anything that's there needs to be properly registered and tagged. This isn't just a junkyard, drag in some old piece of junk and I don't really want to do it, so I'm just going to leave it here for a year and I'll figure it out later. No problem with the zoning annexation, but I don't know we need more outdoor storage, but if we're going to do it, I think there's need to be some major restrictions on it.
Commissioner?
I disagree. I think we're grossly overly complicating an outdoor storage area for the applicant.
Have you seen some of the other stuff in town that looks outdoor storage?
I would not approve this on a major thoroughfare. This is a good location for this type product. I'm just trying to be respectful to the applicant.
Well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, I just don't think this, I'm not saying it's a bad fit. I'm just saying it needs to be some high restrictions on it if we're going to allow more outdoor storage in this town.
I would like to add, please, I don't want to see this on a major thoroughfare as well. I agree to this area, but I'm just concerned now that with what's in yards that need to be moved to an area to be parked here. When you ride through neighborhoods that aren't on an HOA or have nothing but my personal property, you have a boat or RV, and now you're going to have maybe possibly a food truck. I'm thinking that we have to have something stronger restrictions put in place, the length of time, the in and out, security, something just to provide.
I respectfully disagree with all that. We're about to talk about an ordinance, that addresses food trucks have to leave their, basically moved out every night. So that's, you can't go block storage areas in town. I guess I'm missing something.
So would you go to your home?
We won't let them store it at their house, so they're going to have to resort.
Where would they go?
They go to this place if we would approve it.
Exactly. So
Which
I'm
is a
in
perfect
agreement.
fit.
So
It's a perfect.
that's an in and out. That's what I'm stating.
That's what it's for. That's what.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not. That is what I'm saying.
I stand on my comment. I think we're overly complicating it. I'll try to be quiet.
There's no restrictions on what they can store. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
In this area, okay, first of all, it's only 0.81 acres. You can only store so much. I don't want to be we're not approving a junkyard. That's a different zoning category.
If it's not tagged and registered, it's probably junk.
I'm not going to argue all those points. I just think we're overly complicating it. We don't want a junkyard. I agree with that. The tractor trailers, I don't think that's what his intent is, but.
I don't think the property's big enough, but so we can
yeah,
put a
but,
restriction on it.
That was just a question I'm asking. It stated RVs, boats, and I was asking if that's included.
That's what I think of.
There
I
is a
mean-
problem with tractor trailers being parked on sides of roads in community, in residential areas. This is needed.
And that would be in
I
the
don't
county,
want it-
by the way. In the city, that would be prohibited.
Yeah, so that's a code violation.
Exactly. So not only are they on the side of the roads, they're also backed against the side of their homes. So that is my concern. I'm not disagreeing with the zoning. I'm supporting, I'm hearing what you're saying, but my question, I'm just concerned as, will there be more of these? Will we have to hopefully get an area to store things if we have something coming down the pipe that will make food trucks move? They can't go to their homes.
Right.
Trailers that drag yard landscaping industries, they can't park their trucks on the side of somebody else's property or on the
Something
side
like
of
this
their
would be
house.
ideal for a landscaper
Yes.
to park. Boats, RVs, landscaper. The owner and applicant is here if you'd like to hear from him. That's,
But I do have a question. Why can't we limit on what could be stored there?
As long as we're reasonable, I mean, let's talk to the applicant. I mean, tractor trailers, I don't think he cares. I don't think that's his intent. I think.
More airplane parts.
I know you're going with that. I just got through saying I don't support it on a major thoroughfare, so I don't need that
Let's
kind of
talk to
badgering.
the applicant and see what his thoughts are. Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Kelly. I reside at 4525 Myrtle Street in Edgewater, Florida. And first of all, I want to thank you and also thank staff and Dan. They did a great job in helping us go through this process. This was sort of an evolution overlay. Initially, we didn't really have any kind of a storage facility in mind. We still don't. Our first preference on this property actually is to put a warehouse that meets all the setbacks and possibly have some outdoor storage, because there's some types of businesses that like to store, for instance, PVC or something if they're in the sprinkler business or whatever. So having lay down space, as they call it in the industrial storage or in the industrial business, having that as availability could make that a little more marketable. And I think what Dan and his staff was trying to do was to not have us come back before you with something that didn't meet what your requirements were under the zoning that you have. So this is sort of evolving into something that it was never intended to be. Our first preference really is not to store boats or RVs or junk or any of that stuff. Our first preference is to put some sort of a warehouse, and we have talked to an engineer locally here in the city, I think has done several projects with you guys, and have them do a conceptual plan, because it's not part of a stormwater retention system that's in place for some of the other properties around it. So we'll have to come back. We'll have to store water to do a development, and it would be small, but we're sort of just trying to not have to come back before you for a second time. And I'm sensitive to the comments that have been made about what's happened on Main Street. I've seen it. We don't want to be a part of that either. Our intention is to have a very clean, nice warehouse with possibly some outside storage. If that requires going from 6 to 8 feet, there's already a nice white vinyl fence on two sides. We keep it mowed. We're doing our best to be good neighbors. We own the warehouse that's immediately adjacent to it to the north. And we're just looking for options, development options, and just trying to keep the door open to do something that's going to be beneficial for that property and for the city, and just a good business move. So we're open to your suggestions. I certainly have no issues with junk and cars and boats that aren't registered and all of those things. We would not entertain doing that anyway. And to be blunt with the commission and you, Mr. Mayor, we really don't want to get into that business, but I think Commissioner Conley before has said, well, if it gets approved, it rides with the land, and he's absolutely correct. So I'm sensitive to what your wishes are.
So gauging the commission, you're okay with the 8-foot fence restriction, registered and titled vehicles, and then is the commission want to just put a restriction on no semis and then allow the other ones? Is that, are you happy with Commissioner Connell?
I would like to include, I mean, I know the space is limited, but, Mr. Kelly, I think this is a great idea, and I think it's much needed in the city. I just had questions, like, how would they enter in and out? Do they just drive in freely? Is it an automatic gate?
Well, again, to answer your question, we're really not interested in doing that product at all. Our first preference is to put a warehouse, and in some cases, those types of businesses, like if they're, I could think of one that was in Sanford. It was a sprinkler supply business, and they had the warehouse where they stored a lot of their stuff, but then they also had racks outside where they kept a lot of the PVC, like for instance, if it's a plumbing business or something like that. So it's outside storage, but it's not RVs. And in some cases, businesses need to, if they're in the they do land development, they might have pieces of equipment like skid steers or something. They need to put those in a place, and so that might be considered outside storage. So it's in conjunction with a warehouse concept. I don't think that we're really anticipating going into the storage business with it being a standing boat or RV, although Dan and his staff has brought this because it's not part of that zoning wording. So, but again, to be sensitive to Commissioner Conley, we're, once you vote on it, you voted on it, and if we sold the land, then those entitlements run with the land, and we're sensitive to what you guys want to see longer term.
So, okay, so it's a warehouse that you're putting in?
That's our objective.
Okay, well, it stays here, boats and
That's
RVs.
that's their final objective.
Okay.
They're still working on that. So right
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
they're wanting to do storage. Their ultimate objective is to do a warehouse later down the road. But right now, they're with us for storage.
Okay, I
So
did
take the
not
warehouse
read
out of the
that.
picture.
Okay,
Right now, we're
that's what I'm
focused
saying.
on storage.
Okay.
So we've had discussion. If someone wants to make a motion, Commissioner Cannell, then we can move forward.
Well, I mean, I just want to clarify, because now
Yes, sir.
he referenced possibly PVC piping and everything else. Now we're getting them completely away from vehicles.
Correct.
I mean, so what is it? I think if I'm going to pass it, I mean, I want it listed on what is permissible to be stored there. If it's just going to be an open-end storage, that they can just kind of put whatever they want out there, then I'm an absolutely no.
What, if I may, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
Mr. Miller.
I didn't explain it correctly to begin with. I apologize for that. He wants to come in and use the C3 uses, basically expand the existing warehouse or add another warehouse. The PDO is simply to add an option for outdoor storage if it is necessary once the project is annexed. For example, if a plumber, someone does sprinkler systems, as he was saying, they're going to need that storage area to lay out their pipes, and they need large amounts of storage. When you have outdoor storage, you can easily get into vehicles. That's not his primary consideration. The primary consideration is to warehouse, either a new small warehouse or expand the existing one. But the PDO is simply to say if outdoor storage is needed, then you can use it for outdoor storage. But if you use outdoor storage, we have to take into account that people may want to rent a space for an RV, an old car, whatever. And if you wish to restrict that to say no semis,
Well, let me ask you this.
that would be fine, but it would be a great place for the food trucks.
Can we do the annexation and rezoning tonight, not do the PDO until we get a full list?
Easily.
Of what would be allowed underneath it, and then come
If
back
you'd allow
with
us to
that
put
list?
it off for, we could do that, sir.
You have to do the PDO.
Yes, but
Yeah.
then we need to reschedule tonight when you want to hear the reschedule.
As soon as staff can get it ready.
That's all. It'll work.
Well, actually, isn't it just an overlay for 10? So
It's a
that'd be a
separate overlay.
separate zoning, so I don't think we need to.
When we advertise that public hearing. So
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. So we'd need time, date, and location.
We can bring back the list at that meeting. We can, if this is first, this is second reading. So if we continue it,
No, so we'll annex it tonight,
do all three.
and then when you get to the zoning and the land use, we just make it a time certain.
Okay.
Just the PDO.
piece. Just the PDO?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that would be great. We can make that work. We can get a list for, ready to go.
Just to kind of give you a little history on it before you do your vote, there was 50 feet that was owned behind the existing warehouse there. When we purchased that warehouse, we added another 50 feet from the owner to the south. And none of that property, that .81 acres, was still in the county, but some of our tenants that are leasing that space in the warehouse were using that big grass field to park trailers, and they were parking Lynn Cares there. They're parking some of their trucks. So actually, technically, they're parking on county property, and they're using it to park a couple vehicles there. So we acquired the extra 50 feet, and then we realized we got to bring this into the city, and we've got to change the zoning so that we meet what your expectations are as a city. So that's how this all sort of began. We actually do not have any kind of a business plan for that property. It may stay a grass field for quite some time, but at least the 2 or 3 cars that are there, or if we have a tenant that has a trailer that they need to park behind the warehouse that's there, we'll have the fence up, and at least we'll be in compliance with what the city would want us to be. So,
Well, may I ask? May I ask then, and you come back, can we have a business plan or what you are looking to do with this?
Doesn't.
Okay.
Temporary storage. Ancillary to the primary, to the warehouse. Right.
Okay. Wow. Any other commission comments before we open it for public comments? Any public comments on these items? All right, seeing none. So we're going to vote on 6A7, which is the annexation of the property. Yes, sir. And you already made a motion and approve.
I'll second it.
We already had that.
Okay.
So any final comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Eastman?
Yes. All right, would someone please introduce 6A8?
No, you just need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, sorry.
We already
Yes,
introduced it. So
you're right.
motion to
I
approve
apologize.
6A8.
You're right, sorry. So
So,
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Mayor Eastman?
Yes. Would someone make a motion to approve 6A9?
Yeah. Okay, so moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Eastman?
Yes. 6A10, would someone make a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion,
Second,
and then
but we're going to amend that?
Motion to table it.
someone make a motion to table it till
I move that we table this 6A10 until, is it 2 weeks?
July 14th.
July 14th, when we have more information to consider before voting.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on that motion? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Burry?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Eastman?
Yes. Would someone please introduce 6A11?
I'll introduce, has to be read by title only.
Yes.
We're okay just by going to the table with that, right? Or do we need,
Do we need a,
yeah.
We didn't deal with 10, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but
you
we
made-
amended the
you made a
motion.
motion to
Oh, yeah,
table.
yeah.
Table 10.
So the
That's
yes
right, yeah,
vote,
yeah.
Just to confirm, Andy, the yes vote was a motion to table item 10 into July 14th.
Correct.
yes.
And that passed.
That's all we
So
need.
We're on item.
Okay. All right, would someone please introduce 6A11? You did? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. Introduce in a second. Give Andy a second to catch up. You're
Okay.
good, though.
6A11, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances, Chapter 25, Section 25-292, parentheses 18, mobile food vending, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted in the June 9 meeting, there has been a significant increase in the number, excuse me, food trucks in the city over the last few years. Under the city's current ordinance, technically, they're required to get a permit and meet specific standard listed on the permit, specific standards. The Florida legislature preempted permitting on food trucks under Section 509.102 Florida statute, which included that we can't require licenses, registrations, permits, and fees. This is the case with food trucks, tree permits, group homes, business tax receipts, other functions of local government when the legislature chooses to control those. Because of that preemption, staff is charged with updating the local codes to meet those state requirements. And under the ordinance that is being proposed for you, I'm just going over this real quickly. There'll be 3 options to allow for mobile food vendors. One is to require a letter of location compliance, which we're allowed to do under the state statute. That's not a permit, that's just saying this location in particular meets the requirements of the ordinance and the statute. 2 would be to allow them 2 times per year under a temporary use permit. That's if someone comes in and says, I want to try this spot, see if it works. Then they could come back for a permit if it worked. Excuse me, for a letter of location compliance. And finally, would be allow mobile food vendors in conjunction with a special event such as Bike Fest, Art Fest, and those kind of things. So at the June 9 meeting, Senior Planner Max Allen gave us a presentation about the proposed changes to the mobile food vending ordinance and answered some questions from the commission, and she is here tonight to go over the revisions of that ordinance with you as requested by you last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Good evening, Commissioners. Today, staff is providing an update from first reading on the Mobile Food Vendor Ordinance, City Code, Section 25-292, parentheses 18. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. So the first section that was amended was Section I, Location Requirements. We added no active unresolved code enforcement cases as a requirement for an eligible location. That was per commission wishes. We have also added no mobile food trucks within a 200-foot buffer from a brick and mortar restaurant unless express written consent is provided, also per commission wishes. This secondary location requirement that I mentioned is based on the following research. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. So we conducted some research looking at 500 feet, 200 feet, and 100-foot radii. We were looking at this particular location, and we measured from food truck to property line, in this case for this study. So the 500-foot buffer you can see is quite large. We have 4 conflict areas that are showing up here as brick and mortar restaurants. The yellow dot in the center is our mobile food vendor, and you can see that the larger yellow circle, the buffer, crosses North 14th Street and beyond. So our research shows that for the 500-foot buffer, we're dealing with a very large radius with the potential for many conflicts, especially when it comes to smaller parcels with single mobile food vendors. Next slide, please. The 200-foot buffer is a more medium radius. In this case, we found 2 restaurant conflicts. It still crosses across North 14th Street in this case, so we are still picking up a good area. It's not so much radius, however, to pick up extraneous conflicts. This is Planning and Zoning's current recommendation based on the research. Backing up a little bit, this research involved plotting the current mobile food vendor permits on a map and then running this buffer to create the circle radius. So that this is just one case example, but we did do this for every permit going back to 2023. Next slide, please. The 100-foot buffer, staff feels is small. In this case, we did find 1 restaurant conflict at this location still, but it did not sufficiently cross across the street as the other buffers have. This is highly dependent on where the mobile food vendor is parked on the property if we are measuring from food truck to restaurant property line. So that was our major concern with the 100-foot buffer. Next slide, please. Moving on to Section K, operational standards. We clarified special event permits would allow overnight parking in the case of weekend-long special events, such as Bike Fest. We also added all state licenses must be clearly displayed to customers in the window of the mobile food dispensing vehicle during operation, per commission wishes. Next slide, please. Next section was Section L, grounds for revocation. Clarified the police as the backup enforcement agency outside of city code enforcement operating hours. We also added no unresolved code enforcement cases for mobile food vendors, vehicle, or principal business. So this is another area where we're clarifying that. Yes, sir.
We wanted to add that those changes came about as a result of the conversation from our last meeting, so they're all specifically taken from what you asked for.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Miller. Moving on, we discussed at the last meeting a food truck alley. So staff went ahead and identified 3 sites, 1 publicly owned, 2 privately owned, as potential options. The first being this portion of the City Resource Center property highlighted in green in the top. This is a city-owned property. We would need to work out some sort of mechanism for food truck leases. And we felt this was an appropriate area because there was a lack of restaurant options surrounding there, so this would fill a need at this particular site. Next slide, please. Another option, privately owned, would be a portion of the Lake Square Mall. We've had interest from both the mall and planning commission to have multiple food trucks at this site. So we feel that this may be an appropriate location to look into multiple vendors. Of course, we would have to work with the property owner, draw up some sort of agreement, perhaps a plan development overlay to get that to work. Next slide, please. Site 3, we discovered on our ride around, mapping the mobile food vendors around the city. There's a vacant property across from Yellow Jacket Way, which is currently privately owned. It's off of US 27, so it's off a major thoroughfare. Of course, we would have to work with a property owner in this case, but it is a vacant property that could be developed at this time. And that is all I have for today. I'm available for any questions or clarifications.
Thank you, Bex Van Allen. Any questions from Ms. Bex Van Allen or Dan?
Yeah, I do have one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying staff's proposing 200-foot radius?
Yes, sir.
So that 200 foot's from the location of the food court?
From the location of the food truck to the property line of the property with the restaurant. We are open to amending that based on commission wishes, if you have some thoughts.
Okay, so I just want clear. So the
Yes, sir.
location of the food court to the actual brick and mortar building or to the property line that the brick and mortar building sits on?
The property line that the brick and mortar sits on.
Okay, but if you pull it off the food court, how do you know it's going to be parked the exact same location every day?
That is something we could look at.
Versus versus 200 feet away from the property line that the cart's sitting on to the property line the brick and mortar building's on. I mean, to me, if you do it off the food court, they're mobile, so it may not be parked in exactly the same spot. It may, if it parked in say Palm Plaza, I mean, that's 200 feet across the parking lot, so it's in Palm Plaza, but now it's much closer because it's parked, way farther to the north this time than what was shown yesterday, that it's parked further to the south. I just want to make sure if we move along with this, it doesn't become a problem for staff trying to keep track of where these carts are exactly parked at every day.
Absolutely. There are 2 ways I could see to address this. One would be doing property line to property line. The other is adding a site plan as part of that letter of location compliance, where they show us where they're going to be parked, and that would be part of their location compliance. We would add it into some of the language saying a site plan would be needed to be compliant. That's something staff could investigate, or we could switch to property line for that measurement.
Thank you.
In the last meeting, we discussed, we debated, the 100, 200, 500. And I think you just alluded to it. In this example, this guy's out of business. Well, I guess he could move his truck on the property, but we put this guy out of business, period. My question is, at 200, what percentage or how many food trucks are we impacting in the city?
Sure.
I'm not looking for an exact number. I'm just trying to get some kind of idea.
I would say based on the mapping, I did probably roughly about a half. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And how many do we have roughly? I'm not looking for exact numbers. I have no idea.
We probably got close to 20 right now.
Okay, I would have guessed 20, 30. Okay.
Right, there's quite a number. The food trucks would, if they're within that buffer, then they would have to get permission of the property owner, saying that they didn't mind they were there, of the restaurant, I should say.
And one question, please. It's one per property, so whatever, it's one truck on that property.
Correct.
And does that rotate if another truck wants to come another month, or that's one forever?
That is one per property until written revocation is provided, saying that this vendor is no longer here. Then the new vendor could apply for that location, but we do need it in writing to say that the old
And what would
vendor-
be the time frame for that?
1 year.
Oh, 1 year.
Or would it be based on the principal business, of how long they want them to be there?
But what if the vendor decides after 2 days they weren't successful with revenue and they don't want to be there? So they have to wait 1 year before they can go anywhere else?
The 1 year is the letter of compliance. So on a permanent basis, they re-up every year by coming in for their letter of location compliance and providing that packet. And then in addition, if they wanted to leave and go somewhere else, then they would provide that written paperwork to us. And
So
then
they have an
could-
option?
They have an
Okay.
option where they could say, hey, this site didn't work for me. I'm going to revoke here. And this new site doesn't have anyone there yet. Let's try my fortunes here.
Commissioner Berry, I think if they try option 2, which is the 2 days, 2 times a year, to test the site, to see if it's revenue generating, and then if that is, they could go back and apply for the letter of
Certainly.
compliance, which gives them the year long. So,
Yes, that is correct.
Commissioner Berry, did you have something?
So the state of Florida, do they require a 200-foot on these? Do they require that the food truck has to leave every night?
They do not.
So we are putting restrictions on folks that are operating businesses.
And putting half out of business.
I would say more than that.
And not only.
So just be aware of what we're doing. You know, I'm not really in favor of this.
Commissioner Burry, not even to mention the out of business, we're also taking residential areas, making parking lots in the front yards for the food truck to move the next day or whenever they go out. And that's what's happening now. It's not a good look at all.
They can't do that.
That's what's being done.
Well,
so
you just
they
call
can't
code
leave it
enforcement.
And then what?
Well, I'm just saying, okay, I was being a little bit smart about my last
No,
approval.
but listen, we're coming out with a plan, but we don't have a plan. I mean, no offense, I'm saying we need to think this through, because now you're telling a truck that they can't sit at the auto station, you gotta move your truck. Where are they going? Home. They live in a residential area where it's not allowed. Where will the truck stay?
Or they go to a storage facility like U-Haul or something like that.
That's what I'm trying to say, but who's gonna go there every day if they don't know that? We have to give a plan, a time frame, I think, to say.
There's lots of businesses that store their business property at a storage facility and go there every day to get it and go back and
there's
forth.
also, that's my point. I'm trying to figure out what will be our plan for providing a storage area for someone to go to. I know the city's not into the storage business, but we have to consider this when we say no.
We just tried to approve one, it got very complicated.
Well, it wasn't complicated. It wasn't clear what was being presented for me. And then, as we see, he didn't have a plan. He's saying, we're not going there. We're talking about the food trucks. I'm just trying to be clear. How can we be fair for these people who this is their income, feeding families.
Yes,
Most
ma'am.
families are working these food trucks. I can't see us just coming in saying this, but we don't really, I do know that we don't need the eyesores of the food trucks sitting right on the streets. We don't need them next in front of restaurants or businesses where we want people to patronize. But just remember, some of the five-star restaurants started on a corner in major cities that are now have a restaurant to sit down. So I just want to be fair, equitable across the board, and not just hastily make a decision when we haven't really thought it through. That's all I'm stating, so.
I brought it up 2 weeks ago on the food truck issue because I want to make sure that these food trucks are not harming our brick and mortar restaurants. And I think it's fair enough, the proposal, the 200-foot distance, but if the established business, if they don't have an issue with it, they can release it and the 200 feet goes away. I think that's fair to our business owners that, hey, if you don't think it's affecting your business with this food truck sitting right, practically in your parking lot, then sure, sign the waiver and let them sit there, and I'm fine with that. I'm trying to give our business owners some protection here.
I agree with you.
I agree.
All right, so are we good with comments? We'll open it to public for right now.
I'm fine.
All right, thank you. We'll open public comments. If you have any comments on this, you have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Afternoon, evening, I guess now. Gary Custer, 8909.
Hold the mic up just a little bit so we can hear you.
8909 East Treasure Island Avenue, Leesburg. I'm in the county, so this really doesn't affect me, but I do have a food truck on my property. I rent spaces to park big trucks. I rent spaces to park boats, and it's all through the county. But you are, in effect, they are businesses, Jay. They're a business too. These people are providing jobs. Some of them, in the case, 4 different people work for them on a food truck. So they're making money for the family to live on. I understand. I understand your.
There's a difference between a food truck and a brick and mortar established restaurant.
If a brick and mortar restaurant who has air-conditioned place, now, there's another thing. You've eliminated having tables and chairs at a food truck. That's in the old ordinance. You took a 4-page ordinance and made it 8 pages, and now they just added some more. Yep. But you got a brick and mortar restaurant with air conditioning, wait staff, and if somebody wants to go to a food truck to get food, they're going to go to a food truck because they don't want to go in a restaurant and sit down. These are the people that mow your grass, the people that paint your house, that put your roof on. They want to eat food quick and easy.
We're not eliminating them.
You just eliminated half of them.
Eliminating the location.
Well, yeah,
but if the restaurant doesn't think it's not, if the restaurant doesn't think it's affecting them, then they can sign off.
But if a brick and mortar restaurant can't compete with a food truck with wait staff and an air conditioned facility, then they need to step their game up.
Well, I respectfully disagree with you, Gary.
Well, I don't. I agree with me.
I'm sure you do.
I just cannot believe that you want to put these people out of business. Now, I went around and I talked to all of them. That's what you ought to do. Most of them are minorities that are running these places. So if you put them out of business, what are they going to do? They got to go somewhere, and you just don't have a place for them to go. You want to put them on an alley, a food alley, or in the mall. Not everybody has access to the mall. You know, it's close to me where I live, but it's not close to everybody. You know, that's why they're spread out, because people work in different locations.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Colon Robles. I'm the owner of Super Tacos Truck in 441. First of all, there have to be some special provisions. I'm the owner of the plaza where my food truck is located at. So I'm not renting a space or something. My parking lot is where it's registered to through the same corporation. So if I have to move it, where I'm gonna move it, from this parking lot to the next one? To start, I got 5 families that are supported by this food truck. I don't believe it's any business, any restaurant is gonna allow, gonna give me a letter saying, it's okay, do it. That's
just not a thing.
ridiculous. I mean, if you put that clause, nobody's gonna accept that.
So you own your property, and this
Yes.
ordinance will put you out of business? The 200-foot rule will put you out of
Yes,
business?
it
Okay,
does.
no, I'm sympathetic to that. Okay, no,
Yes.
thank you. I
Just-
didn't mean to interrupt you, I was just seeking clarification.
Thank you.
I know where your business is. Which restaurant does it conflict
You
with?
got Ranchito. You got now a new breakfast place, and I heard some complaints about us because we are.
Yeah, I know where it's at.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they're China one, but they okay. But I mean, nobody's gonna say yes. Here's a letter.
So
please,
if you're the
your
property
business.
owner, though, you can get you're authorized to put it on your property, though, right?
That's what I say. I mean, if I have it in my property,
Got to
I'm the
move it,
property
it
owner.
says, though, too, every
Yeah.
night.
You gotta move
Well,
it.
It's your property.
I agree, but he also, and I'm not picking on you, but you're also storing 2 food trucks there, an RV and a boat.
That's correct, but
So-
they are.
so-
I'm constructing right now.
And I understand that. It's been that
they're
way for a
gonna be
couple
gone.
years.
Those are gonna be gone. They're not gonna be there.
And when I talked to you months ago about
Yes,
this,
yes.
I brought that to your attention.
Yes, correct. And I've been working in the roof. Put a new roof in
and
the building. It's a,
I respect it, and
a
you're-
big
you are cleaning the
investment
place
that I'm
up.
doing. Yes.
But I just, is the buffer what's catching everybody? Or,
I mean, I chimed in when Jay brought it up. I think the intent is good, and I fully understand the intent, but when you get into the weeds here, I just don't like that we're putting people out of business. I'm troubled by that. I'd like to slow this down and maybe let staff work on it a little bit more. I don't have the answers tonight. It's a tough one, but I can't support a resolution that puts 10 out of 20 food vendors out of business tonight. I mean, granted, they could move and this and that, but it just troubles me a little bit. And Jimmy brought up a good point. I mean, the state has regulations on this. It's a complicated issue. Well, it is and it isn't. I'd like to slow it down just a little bit. I mean, but I don't know if we're going to accomplish anything by
is there a
slowing
way
it
for
down.
staff to tell us how many of these food trucks are on code violation facilities?
Now, that's a whole different issue there. I didn't
Yes,
mean
sir,
to take your time.
we can do some research on that. It may
Because
be a good idea.
a lot of them are
to
at like,
slow it down, because there is I'm sure there's plenty out there that are not permitted.
yeah.
Well, I think
we could only count
that's
the
what we
ones
should
that were
start
permitted.
with. I didn't mean to talk.
As I
You're
should
fine.
say, letter
I
of
like the
compliance.
dialogue.
I mean, you know, the ones that aren't properly licensed, the ones that have code enforcement issues, I think we need to toughen up on them. But the
They're just-
hardworking gentlemen like this, I don't feel good. But this guy owns his own property. That even compounds it.
So-
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just saying
If
it's a
we-
tough issue.
If we go with the recommendation of putting areas that was suggested for the trucks to sit and let that be a known area that vendors can experience to see if it's financially feasible. If we have an area that we know that it's nowhere near brick and mortar and that we could address workers that need to eat quickly, get there quickly, and provide several spots, like what was recommended, and then see how that goes to see.
And we'll have to approve a
How-
zoning overlay to allow this on any property, by the way. I mean, so this
Yeah,
whole thing
but-
just can.
Yeah,
It does kind of slow
Right.
down. I do like the idea of slowing it down and give us some time
Yeah.
to come back and do additional research. I know that in our ride-around, we talked about some different locations that could potentially be food truck areas. But staff would appreciate a little additional time on it to, if it's possible, to continue to do some research, get some individual feedback.
Yeah.
And I think we can come up with some clarification.
And I think staff did a great job on it. I mean, it's a tough assignment.
It's a
This was
tough- it's a tough ordinance.
This is a great presentation, but
It's a tough ordinance. and
putting
we can
people out
still
of business
keep-
bothers me.
I think we can satisfy everyone's concerns if it gives us a little extra time. We can put in a buffer, which is what Mr. Connell wants. We can look for some different places, which I think really becomes a separate issue than just this ordinance, and figure out about not taking them out overnight, perhaps. I'm not sure, but we need some feedback if we could. And we can do some changes and make it better.
There were some good things in here. Personally, the moving every day, that bothered me. That's very burdensome.
Your would be okay with long-term, if they have the year letter of compliance, then they can stay permanent?
Based on what I've heard here, I guess we're not letting them put up table chairs. I mean, I haven't seen one that really bothered me too much. I understand how this started competing with restaurants.
And I think
I'm open-minded.
Some of them were putting like tents and drilling into the ground and things like that and dumping oil on the ground and things like that. Not saying these guys are,
Right.
but that's where a lot of this came
Well, I think I think we need to be tougher on those type of issues. So earlier I said, let's focus on the ones who are not licensed, the ones with code enforcement issues. Let's focus on them in the short term while we sort this out. But
If you could give us 30, 45 days, something like that, that would be a big help. And we can come back with some revisions. And if we get some additional feedback from the individual commissioners on what you like and what you don't like, I do believe we can make something work.
May I ask for private property, did we say no private property, or can a private property host an area to have
Private
vendors?
property can, absolutely, you
Okay.
could.
No, I mean, not at a storefront, I'm
we
talking
would-
about private property of a area of
but
land.
I think it requires a
Yes,
zoning
ma'am.
overlay.
It would potentially require a zoning overlay, potentially, but if it's a C3, if there's good access, if there's parking and so forth, we could make that work. On a private property situation, the owner is going to want to charge each truck, and that's contractual private sector. We don't have to worry about that, but we do need to worry about access and enough parking and those kind of things. If the city owns the property and doesn't have a plan for it, then we need to get with the city manager and this city commission and see if that's something that would work, because there are food deserts out there, and even in Leesburg, where it's difficult if you don't have a car, access to transportation. There's things that we need to pay attention to in that, and the idea of the one over there by the resource center, staff really like that one, to be honest, because that is a food desert area. And so I think there are some things that we could add and make some revisions. I think Max has done a great job with making changes. So I think if you give us the opportunity, we'll make it happen.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item to a date certain, second meeting in August, August 25th.
Second.
And in that meantime, maybe speak with individual, we got a lot of different ideas, and I think we need to.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And look at it.
And let's announce that he is planning and zoning, so for people like you and other food truck people, they can maybe contact planning and zoning, because we want their input too.
If you could stay after, I want to ask you a few questions.
Need a second.
We have a motion, and we did get a second from Commissioner Berry. All right, so we have a motion and a second to table till a date certain of August 25th. You will not be here that meeting. Will you be here the 11th? Do you want to change?
I'll change that to 11th.
August 11th?
I won't be here. No, I'm just teasing.
You won't be here?
No, I'm just teasing.
Oh, okay, so we have a.
I could say something so smart right now.
All right, so we have August 11th.
I got your comeback as well.
Make it August 11th.
All right, and we have from Commissioner Berry, do we have a second on that? Allison seconded it?
Oh, I second the.
Okay.
I second the August 11th date now.
All right, any
to
further
accommodate
discussion?
Commissioner Peterson.
Roll call.
Commissioner Berry? Yes. Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Reisman?
Yes, thank you, staff, for your presentation. And I apologize, I didn't let you speak, I didn't see you. So if you want to give your 3 minutes, yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Me and my wife, we have a food truck. We started hard. We started from the flea market. We just have a grill. We have all dream to do it. We have our rain days, cold days, hot days, okay? We go to the next step. We go vacation. When we go on the vacation, they call us and say we cannot do any more sales in the flea market. So we decided to buy a new food truck for $45,000. We started dreaming Leesburg again. We lost all the customer because it was on Murray County. So we moved to Leesburg. We start over, zero client, zero money for a couple of weeks. We put all tables, we put all tents, we make it back, and then we have a soul news, we had to remove the tables and the tents. So you cut the hands off for us. We almost one step for open a business with the food truck and a builder. I think I took with you a couple of months with Mr. Tony and Mr. Juan. Right. Soon you take the tables out. At the 10, we lost a lot of clients. So you tie the hands to us. Okay, we have all the permit. We have all legally with us. We have everything we needed to sell on the street. And now they send us a letter saying we have to move the trucks every single day or every single night. That's gonna be hard because she works in the food trucks, I work in lawn care. So the only person can drive in heavy trucks is me. So it's gonna be difficult to us to start over with a new trouble like that. So we coming here together, we hear the meeting, so we want to pour a little bit comments about it. We cannot competition with a restaurant. Restaurant was a restaurant, but they cannot competition with food trucks. We feeded the workers on the street. We feeded the laborers on the street. They don't want to go inside the restaurant and pay $65 in 30 minutes compared to us food. They pay 15, 12, 10, and we even support the people who work for the city here, for the lake. When they come into us, we say a free drink for you because you're working for the lake, for the city. We want to help you back, but we needed your help, guys, to can help more little bit to the food trucks. We starting there. Tomorrow can be we have a restaurant. But that's us dream. Please thinking about it and those. Thank you.
May I ask where your food truck is, sir? What was your name? What was your name?
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus?
My food truck is on the plaza across the street for Rural King. We sell chicken on the grill and ribs on the grill.
Okay. So where the tracks?
No.
No, but
He's at.
We like 1 mile from him, next to the Palma restaurant.
You're next to La Palma.
Yes.
sir. He's in Tractor Supply. Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving along to 6B, first readings. Would someone please introduce 6B 1, 2, and 3 to be read by title only?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only, please.
6B1, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 91.07 plus minus acres, being generally located south of County Road 48 and east of Number 2 Road, lying in sections 17 and 20, Township 20 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, provided that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, provided that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, provided that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date. 6B2, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain real property consisting of approximately 91.07 plus minus acres, being generally located south of County Road 48 and east of Number 2 Road, lying in sections 17 and 20, Township 20 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. 6B3, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 196.07 plus minus acres from Lake County A Agriculture, City RE1 Estate Density Residential, and City A Agricultural to City of Leesburg PUD Planned Unit Development to allow for 586 detached single-family residences for property generally located south of County Road 48 and east of Number 2 Road, lying in sections 17 and 20, Township 20 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
This is the first reading, and Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Lake Margaretta Escapes Project, 196 acres located south of County Road 48 and east of Number 2 Road. There is an annexation, large-scale comp plan, and rezoning. Approximately 103 of this 196 acres are already in the city limits. So a part is being annexed, and then the entire property, 196 acres, is being rezoned and comp planned. The Agri currently has city zoning districts of agricultural and estate density residential and future land use of estate. That's the property that is in the city. And the comp plan for this property is for the remaining 90 acres, and zoning is for the entire 196 acres. The comp plan is requesting a change from Lake County future land use of rural transition and rural to City of Leesburg Estate. The zoning would then go from Lake County Agriculture, City RE1, and one of the last few remaining areas of City Agriculture to City of Leesburg PUD. The request is for the development of 586 attached and detached single-family units as seen in the conceptual plan. No substantive comments came from the city that's outside the Leesburg electric area. The project is subject to school concurrency. Lake County Public Works had a number of comments, including sidewalks, potential traffic signal at County Road 48 and number 2 road, additional right-of-way, left and right turn lanes, and a number of other requirements. In addition, they also had comments on number 2 road. So the county is fully involved in the expansion of roadways should this project be approved. We did not receive any specific public comments. We did request that there would be a neighborhood meeting to discuss the project, and we'd like to thank the neighbors and the applicants who attended and provided input. I believe some neighbors are here tonight. Under the PUD requirements, 586 single-family homes, 2-floor maximum height. It is a platted subdivision, so the lots would be individually sold. No other uses. There would be 3 sizes of lots, 50, 60, and 70 feet, 2 parking spaces for each unit. Under design and architectural standards, you have the standard architectural requirements with a list of 5 different items coming from the list of about 20 that they must apply to each home. 35% open space, which is exceeded in their plan. Dark sky lighting is required. Significant buffering to adjacent properties is provided in the PUD, including a 25-foot buffer tract around the entire property. The landscape buffers are not part of the lots, again, as is standard. Signage will consist of decorative entryway features. Bermuda and Bahia grass are permitted. Excuse me, a minimum of 2.7 acres is devoted to recreational uses, including a swimming pool and cabana with on-site parking, children's playground, and gazebos. In addition, there's a requirement for dog parks, trails around the retention areas. And if a retention area is dry, it can be used for a field as a play area if it's dry most of the year, which we've done in quite a few of the PUDs. The recreation areas have to be constructed by the time 50% of the residential units are complete. All the development has to be on city water and wastewater, and there is our standard phasing or expiration clause, which you're all familiar with. I believe Mr. Mike Rankin of Land Planning Group is here to represent the case, and several other members of their proposal team are here as well, if you have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions for Dan?
No.
Would you guys like to see the presentation from the developer?
I do have one concern I had that, in the middle, the stuff that's staying in the county where residents live, those folks, two of the homes have access to number 2 road currently, right?
Yes,
So
that's my understanding.
So how?
That is preserved for them through this.
Okay, so how are you going to keep the new folks off of number 2 road?
I know that they've been talking about this. The last I talked to about it was a gate with some type of keying mechanism.
And we're
whether that's a
confident
card
that
or a
is
number.
going to keep, that's going to,
I guess if you can't get through the gate because you don't have a key, but I can't guarantee it.
that's my only concern. Because, the idea is to keep the traffic off of number 2, exiting onto 48, but you do have a couple folks.
Yes, sir, and that's part of the PUD is to preserve their
If
personal access.
if those folks are confident with what has been discussed.
I have not talked to them. I believe the applicants
I
have.
didn't know if so.
Yes, sir.
That's my only.
Okay.
Would you guys like to see the presentation?
I don't need to see until second reading.
Okay, any questions for the developer?
That was my only thing I wanted to make sure everybody's happy with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any public comments? Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? No. That would be because when we had our meeting with the developers.
If you would, state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
My name is Sandy Russ. I live at 6813 Lakeview Drive in Yalaha, right down the street. So the reason there's not more people here is because when we met with the developers' representatives, they told everybody at the meeting that we wouldn't be able to speak at this meeting. So that's why nobody's here, because when I called this morning and spoke to Andy, I put it out on social media, please come to this meeting so we can get some input. But you can see, I'm the only one here with my neighbor.
And it was also printed and handed, it was on the table for us to take as we signed in. It was printed on there, and we would not be allowed to speak at the second meeting.
Okay, so we spoke with the developer's representative about a lot of different topics. When he presented to the planning board meeting, he said it was mainly traffic and people passing, illegally on County Road 48. We talked about density levels. We talked about the fact that there's no wildlife corridors provided here. We talked about traffic. We talked about the access points, number 2 road. We talked about the quality of life for the current residents who are encompassed in that and the ones in Trimpe Place. And we also talked about the need for this amount of homes. I am not against growth. I know you have to have it to sustain the city. I know it's necessary. I'm only lived here for 5 years. I'm so happy that there was a lot that I could buy and build my own house so I wouldn't end up in one of these developments where you're on a 50-foot lot and you can reach out and touch your neighbor. I like rural. I came from South Dade County, grew up in a rural area, watched it be destroyed by this. Why I moved here. You take a 50 by 120 lot, that's 6,000 square feet. An acre is 43,560 square feet. That's 14% of an acre, what the majority of these lots will be. Those 4 and 5 acre lots there, that's 2.75% of that. So that, to me, is not compatible. In the Leesburg Comprehensive Plan, it talks about compatible densities. I know you all know what it means. To us, that is not compatible. We talked about the housing needs. Oh, before I forget, I watched the planning meeting. I was really surprised that 2 of the board members said they didn't understand rural and rural transition densities, which is what this area is in Lake County. Thank God they came out and looked themselves at what this area looks like. I looked at the Leesburg comp plan to see why would they not understand that. It's not in there. It's not defined. Why is that? Is there no rural land in Lake County or Leesburg? This is a rural area here. You've annexed all this land, and there's hardly anything to show for it except a lot of rooftops and traffic. We talked about housing needs. I will say this, your development map is stupendous. I think every city and county should have one because it shows the residents exactly what's being approved, where it is, how much, what year. So what I found, 2020, when I moved here, let's see, you approved 6,500 houses from 2020 to 2025. 6,500 houses from US 27 east, south of County Road 48, about 7 developments. Do we really need that many houses here? So I looked at the comp plan. So it says that the Leesburg mid-level average estimated demand is for approximately 7,374 new housing units through 2045. So the area that I'm talking about here, east of 27, south of 48, that's going to supply almost 90% of your needs through 2025. So what's going to happen to those other 20,000 or so houses that are approved that are on the development map? So you can see our frustration.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a lot more, but I'll just ask you, just say no. Think about it. Just say no to this.
Thank you.
Hey, just for the record, you will be permitted to speak at the public hearing. That's an advertised public hearing. That's the second reading. So let your neighbors know.
I'll be back, because I'll finish what I can get today. And our neighbors will be back.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Tom Daly. I'm the applicant, or representing the applicant. And I just wanted to respond to this lady. We had a community meeting, and it was a couple months ago. And what we told them at the community meeting was that we told them there'd be a first reading and a second reading. We gave them the dates of what we anticipated that to be. We told them we weren't sure if the first reading was going to be open to public, open to discussion, or whether that was the second reading. We asked them to reach out to your staff to determine which hearing was the one that you would be opening up. So there's no smoke and mirrors here. We didn't try to deceive them or try to tell them anything. In fact, we tried to be overtly open of telling them what the dates were, relaying to them what, obviously what we're doing. But I don't want you to come away thinking that we tried to trick them into something, that they weren't supposed to be here or not. We gave them the dates of the meetings. We asked them to reach out to Dan and Candy and your staff to determine whether they would be coming and presenting, or whether they would do on the first reading or the second reading. And that's it.
Thank you.
Can I say something? I took a note.
It's
Did I
okay.
tell the truth?
We understand.
That is not what was said.
We're going to refrain from this. Thank you. All right. So any further commission discussions? So 6B2 does need to be transmitted to the state. So someone will need to make a motion to transmit for state for review.
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Bury?
Yes.
Mayor Reesman?
Yes. Moving along, 6C, non-routine items, we have none. Informational reports, any questions on the financial reports as of April 2025? Seeing none. City attorney items.
No reports. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Grant. City manager items.
None.
None. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Nothing.
Commissioner Bury? Commissioner Peterson?
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes, I would like to thank Officer Riley Snavely, Diane Yeckel, and Dan Miller for their time. I really do appreciate it. I was able to get much-needed knowledge and understand better just how code enforcement works in the city. Thank you so much.
Mayor Reesman?
Tomorrow night at the Leesburg Lightning is First Responders Night with our Leesburg PD and Leesburg Fire Department. Our chiefs will be throwing out the first pitches. They'll have the SWAT trucks there, the fire trucks, police vehicles. It'll be a fun night with kids. Good family atmosphere. Hope maybe y'all can all come out and see that. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, meeting adjourned.